What are my crimes, you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, I haven't overt on that.
What are you afraid of, dude? What are you afraid of?
What are my crimes?
What are you afraid of?
Don't you have a team of
What are
people?
you afraid of? Why are you afraid of Hubbard? Why are you afraid of Hubbard?
Yeah, what is your problem? Why are you
I'm not afraid of Hubbard. I'm vastly amused by
S.W.Frost is now live streaming Craft the World who not changing ISP anytime soon.
You can't face us without a camera? Mark, why don't you put the camera down and face us?
Yeah.
Familiar with that term?
I mean, I'm here.
What are you afraid of?
What am I afraid of?
What? You answer my question.
Well, there's plenty to be afraid of.
Answer my question.
But I'm here, aren't I?
Why are you afraid of
You haven't answered my question yet. What are you afraid of?
I'm not afraid.
I think
Don't
you are,
you see
Mark.
me here?
You wouldn't be afraid if you weren't doing what you're doing, Mark. You're doing something. It's proof that you're afraid. You're afraid of the success of Scientology because people are going to find out your crimes. What are they, Mark? Spit them out. Get it off your chest.
Scientology, the one and only religion founded by a literal science fiction writer, has been rapidly growing since its birth in the 20th century, and it's not stopping anytime soon. Scientology's success comes from their ability to conform to modern culture, as well as market their religion to anyone. For instance, a Muslim can be a Scientologist, a Christian can be a Scientologist, even a Satanist can be a Scientologist. No one is barred entry from the church's legendary philosophy. They'll have you believe A through Z when it comes to their founder's dogma, but it's all a scam, masked as self-help, acting as a religion. It doesn't take a genius to see that Scientology is one big lie, the last-ditch effort by a desperate man to solidify his name in history. It's been dogpiled by critics and accusers, even labeled as a cult, if not the single greatest deception ever pulled off. But despite all the bad press, celebrity catastrophes, government operations, and shit movies, Scientology manages to collect approximately $500 million annually, all thanks to their capitalist vision and tax-exempt status. They reach millions of people that continue to promote the founder's teachings and practices across the globe. A founder who claimed his divine religion would awaken superhuman abilities deep within the mind, turning individuals from ordinary to extraordinary. A founder who claimed his tools can cure generations. He only asks for one thing, that you sacrifice every dollar you have, course after course, years of devotion to the cause. Then, and only then, will you be a Scientologist, finally gifted with the secrets of not just science and religion, but the late founder's very own buried knowledge of our world and beyond. Most of the information in this video surrounding the founder of Scientology comes from John A. Tack, a former Scientologist turned critic who explains his analysis of the religion in A Piece of the Blue Sky, as well as Russell Miller, the author of Barefaced Messiah, a critic of Scientology who used the Freedom of Information Act to gather enough credible information to challenge Hubbard's tall tales. And lastly, HBO's award-winning documentary, Going Clear. Regardless, to this day, Hubbard is revered as a messianic figure within the Church of Scientology, as it is entirely based upon his written texts and lectures.
Now all we're asking you to do is pick up where he left off.
But I don't know any of this stuff.
Neither did Elron when he started. He said he just closed his eyes and wrote down whatever came to mind. You can do the same. Just let it flow.
The success of Scientology hinges on a simple idea. L. Ron Hubbard must be seen as perfect and filled with purpose from the start. Otherwise, all of his writings and teachings are worth nothing. If Hubbard couldn't fool people into believing him, he stood no chance at recruiting new apologists into Scientology. Once the curtain was over their eyes, he would replace it with bars, convincing his followers that he would provide them with paradise. This is coming from the man who once said, "The only way you can control people is to lie to them." And you don't get rich writing science fiction. If you want to get rich, you start a religion. There are three.
Čitavu noć je otvorena, ja ne mogu vrata držim otvorena. Širom, ali prozori su svi otvoreni čitavu noć. Kako ćeš? Na volju.
wildly differing realities when it comes to dissecting Scientology. Old Scientology, which we will call Hubbard's Truth, New Scientology, which pertains to new leadership and modern rebranding under David Miscavige, and The Actual Truth. Buried by the passage of time and layers of corporate marketing, Hubbard was a creative man. Since Scientology loves to present Hubbard as the Messiah, a part of a master plan since birth, it can easily become exhausting trying to interpret the man he truly was.
Well, Mr. Hubbard, it's obviously something that's very wide-ranging, and if you can't describe it overall, perhaps we can begin at the beginning. How did you get into Scientology? How did it all start?
Well, that is fairly easy.
Lafayette Ronald Hubbard was born on March 13th, 1911 in Tilden, Nebraska, to parents Harry Hubbard, a former Navy sailor, and Ladora Waterbury, a teacher and housewife. As an only child, Elron spent most of his childhood in Montana, after his father bought a homestead in Helena. It's thought to be that Hubbard and his family grew up following the Methodist faith, but noted that his grandfather was a, quote, devout atheist. He may have questioned his religion at a very young age after seeing it questioned by others in his life, which can be seen as a first step towards shaping his own religion. Modern Scientologists are conditioned to believe Hubbard was a prodigy, possessing skills such as riding a horse before he could walk, and being able to read and write by the age of 4. Scientology also claims that Hubbard and his family descend from a prestigious bloodline. According to the account published in the Church of Scientology's Ability magazine in 1959, Hubbard, quote, descends from the Count de Loo, who entered England with the Norman invasion and became the founder of the English de Wolf family, which emigrated to America in the 17th century. The Count de Loo title came from Hubbard's ancestor, who, according to the fable, saved the King of France from an attack by a wolf. The king granted him an honorary title, eventually anglicized to De Wolf, the name of Hubbard's maternal grandfather. This story was never substantiated and acts as just another lie sold to the masses in order to legitimize or popularize Hubbard and the church. The reality is, Hubbard's life drastically changed as constant travel became the norm for his family. Hubbard's father re-enlisted in the Navy during the onset of World War I, forcing the family to relocate to San Diego and Seattle. It was during this time in which Scientology claims Hubbard began to learn from his father and other military personnel in order to prepare him to join the Navy. Interestingly, the young Hubbard met Joseph Snake Thompson, a U.S. psychoanalyst who disagreed with American psychoanalytic establishments, whose beliefs are eerily similar to Hubbard's later on in life. At the age of 12, Hubbard joined the Boy Scouts, and according to Scientology, actually became the youngest Eagle Scout in the country. Most of Hubbard's early life was dictated by his father, who constantly wanted Elron to be educated and poised for a military career. Hubbard was enrolled at Union High School and Queen Anne High School, but never finished his education because his father would move again due to work, this time to Guam. Hubbard and his mother traveled to Guam to visit his father, but had to make stops in the Philippines, Japan, and China. This is where Scientology believes Hubbard gained knowledge beyond imagining, unlocking secrets to the human psyche. In his own personal writings, Hubbard wrote of these visits, stating he had disdain for the indigenous people in the East. He looked down upon their poverty and called them lazy and ignorant, at one point referring to the inhabitants as racial slurs. But Scientology will have its adherents believe Hubbard was tolerant and loving, and that he came to this mysterious land for experience and wisdom, where he witnessed wonders beyond scientific explanation. It was during these expeditions where he would draw inspiration for Scientology from Hinduism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Upon his return home in 1927, Hubbard was placed under his grandparents' care as his family tried to push him towards a meaningful education. Later that year, he enrolled at Helena High School. Unfortunately, Hubbard dropped out the following year due to failing grades. So much for being a child prodigy. Scientology acknowledges Hubbard's poor academic scores throughout life by stating he was inclined to a more, quote, philosophical appetite. Hubbard's disappointment continued after failing the Naval Academy entrance examination, for which his father was not all too happy. About a year later, in 1929, Hubbard's father enrolled him in Swavely Preparatory School in Virginia. However, due to myopia, or nearsightedness, Hubbard switched schools again to the Woodward School for Boys, finally settling down in Washington, D.C. He would go on to graduate and enter a formal college education at George Washington University, studying civil engineering. While Scientologists will have you believe he was as smart as Einstein, Hubbard never received a degree from the university. Hubbard's grades included an A in physical education, or gym class, B in English, C in mechanical engineering, D in general chemistry, D in electrical and magnetic physics, F in calculus, F in German, and an F in nuclear physics. But he didn't seem to care about his grades. His interests were held by other endeavors such as writing, flying, and any other extracurricular activities. After joining the University Flying Club and becoming more adventurous, Hubbard began an expedition to the Caribbean. In his own words, he wanted to explore and film the pirate strongholds, the bivouacs of the Spanish Main, in order to collect whatever one collects for exhibits in a museum. The trip was disorganized, and almost immediately, those who joined opted out after an emergency docking in Bermuda. Hubbard carried on and reached the Caribbean. According to Scientology, this trip was a successful adventure, similar to his journey in Asia. But Hubbard himself disproves this claim. As he once stated, the expedition was a complete financial bust. Even the captain of the ship was quoted as saying, "The worst trip I ever made." After the expedition collapsed, multiple members demanded refunds. Ashamed, Hubbard did not return to George Washington University the following year. His father, once again disappointed in his son's mistakes, volunteered him for the Red Cross, in which Hubbard took part in a trip to Puerto Rico. While en route, Hubbard decided to abandon the Red Cross and his father's plans by joining a mineral surveyor in hopes of finding lost gold. Hubbard was using state-of-the-art technology unheard of at the time, which allowed him to escape his father's demands by masking his digital location. Which is why today's video is sponsored by Surfshark VPN. Surfshark VPN keeps your online identity safe by encrypting all of the information sent between your device and the internet. This keeps your personal data protected from big companies and cyber criminals. A VPN, or virtual private network, works by allowing you to swap the real location of your device with a new one. By changing your IP address, you can virtually travel anywhere around the globe. Surfshark has over 3,200 servers to choose from in over
25%, 50%, 7%. Gaming isn't dying?
The last few months on the internet, I noticed there's been lots of discourse
I love how I've watched every single one of these
going on about modern day gaming.
Spartans,
servers to choose from in
welcome
over
to my
100
channel.
countries. With
Hello.
Surfshark, you can access and unblock content
GCP's
libraries
a
and
match.
streaming services from other countries, like Netflix or even HBO Max. You can also bypass censorship by unlocking websites that are blocked by geo restrictions. Masking your IP address is essential to becoming private online. Surfshark makes sure that your city, country, and download history aren't linked to your
Isles
identity.
Nitty-O.
Best of all, Surfshark
GSAM.
offers a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk to try it out. Go to
Costa Rica.
surfshark.deals/Filion for 3 extra months for free. That's promo code Filion at
Eyelash Nitty-O.
surfshark.com. And thank you to Surfshark for
Cryjat
sponsoring
no.
this video. Hubbard's gold search didn't last very long, returning to the States in 1933 empty-handed. However, he did meet a fellow glider pilot by the name of Margaret Grubb. The two fell in love and had 2 children, L. Ron Jr. and Catherine May Hubbard. The family was constantly working to sustain a livelihood, but Hubbard was lucky to find a new, enjoyable occupation as a writer. Hubbard had started off writing in college for the student newspaper, but now began a career as a freelancer, a, quote, penny-a-word writer, trying to find his niche by making adventure, intrigue, and Western novels, as well as romances and maybe his most popular, science fiction. The first to publish one of Hubbard's short stories was the pulp magazine Thrilling Adventures in 1934. The next several years proved to be exceptional, as many of Hubbard's stories were published under a variety of different pen names, including Rene Lafayette, Joe Blitz, and Legionnaire 148. In total, Hubbard would create 324 works of fiction, working under John Campbell, a fellow science fiction writer and editor, in order to earn a meager living. Dead Men Kill, Spy Killer, Cargo of Coffins, Branded Outlaw. Hubbard would publish so many books that he holds the Guinness World Record to this day. As his popularity began to grow, Hubbard encountered a life-changing moment at a routine dental visit that caused him to undergo a near-death experience. This moment is believed to have caused Hubbard's distrust in psychiatric drugs and to reject psychology altogether. This near-death experience also inspired Hubbard to create a manuscript titled The One Commander, or Excalibur. This work was never published and is believed to be an early version of Dianetics. He had truly believed his profound experience and writing thereafter would, quote, revolutionize everything. That anyone who read his work would, quote, either go insane or commit suicide. When speaking publicly on Excalibur, Hubbard told a convention of science fiction fans that the work came to him when he died. He came to a realization while dead, described as a tremendous inspiration or a great message which he must impart to others. He sat at his typewriter for 6 days and nights and nothing came. Then Excalibur emerged. Hubbard was sure he created a riveting masterpiece and was ready to sell it to the public. Instead, the failure of sales led him to become depressed. His luck would only change 20 years later, when Scientology publications would try and sell copies of Excalibur for $1,500 a piece. That's almost $17,000 today. Amid a failing writing career, Hubbard began to look for new paths of success that would increase his wealth and reputation. In the hopes of resurrecting his old adventurous self, Hubbard joined the Explorers Club in 1940. Attaching the Explorers Club flag to his sailboat, Hubbard and his wife set off to Alaska for an Alaskan radio experimental expedition. This adventure was short-lived. Within 2 days of embarking, the ship's engine failed, and Hubbard did not have enough money to repair it. Eventually, by writing stories and contributing to the local radio station in Ketchikan, Alaska, Hubbard earned enough money to fix the engine and returned to the mainland U.S. After returning from yet another fruitless odyssey, Hubbard applied to join the United States Navy, most likely in a bid to satisfy his father. Hubbard began training as an intelligence officer, but while in Australia, a military report concluded Hubbard was, quote, not satisfactory for independent duty assignment. He was not trusted and seen as a liability by the Navy. But World War II was on the horizon, and the United States needed every man they could get. After being relieved of command at a naval shipyard, Hubbard was sent to submarine chaser training in Portland, Oregon. As you could expect, he wasn't much of a submarine officer as well. It is documented that he once engaged in battle with an enemy sub for 68 hours. Upon being called back to the States, it was concluded that no submarines were in the area, and Hubbard had been battling a, quote, known magnetic deposit. I don't know if this is common amongst submarine circles, but 68 hours? Come on. Hubbard was once again relieved of command after firing upon the Coronado Islands, which belonged to Mexico. It was almost as if he wanted to be discharged from the military. The upper echelons of the Navy determined that Hubbard should be strictly assigned, quote, duty on a large vessel where he can be properly supervised. During his remaining time in the military, Hubbard complained about a series of ailments such as malaria, ulcers, and back pain, which, according to his own private writings, were excuses to keep the Navy from punishing him. Hubbard was unable to follow in his father's footsteps, as the Navy had finally had enough of his antics, restricting him to duties ashore within the continental U.S. In 1946, he was transferred to inactive duty and had to find yet another way to sustain a livelihood. After World War II, Hubbard was a lost man, believing to be a burden on his family and friends. He chose California as a possible new start to life, while abandoning his wife Margaret and 2 children. With a bit of blind luck, he befriended John Parsons, a rocket propulsion researcher and occultist. Yeah, you heard that right. Parsons was a Thelemite, a follower of the infamous Aleister Crowley, and member of the magical order Ordo Templi Orientis. Parsons let Hubbard stay with him in his Pasadena mansion, apparently only allowing a room to people who were atheist or of a bohemian disposition. In a hilarious twist, Hubbard began to be sexually involved with Parsons' 21-year-old girlfriend, Sarah Northrop. What's funnier is Parsons wrote to his mentor Crowley of Hubbard's arrival, stating, "Hubbard is a gentleman. He has red hair, green eyes, is honest and intelligent, and we have become great friends. He moved in with me about 2 months ago, and although Betty and I are still friends, she has transferred her sexual affection to Ron. Although he has no formal training in magic, he has an extraordinary amount of experience and understanding in the field. From some of his experiences, I deduced that he is in direct touch with some higher intelligence, possibly his guardian angel. He describes his angel as a beautiful winged woman with red hair, whom he calls the Empress, and who has guided him through his life and saved him many times. He is the most Thelemic person I have ever met, and is in complete accord with our own principles." Parsons admired Hubbard and thought of him as having the perfect mind for an occultist. Hubbard became an enthusiastic member of the OTO cult, earning him a spot at the Babylon Working. The Babylon Working was a sexual ritual intended to summon forth the supreme Thelemic goddess so that Parsons could impregnate her in order to bring forth the Antichrist. No one knows what Parsons or Hubbard did behind closed doors, but the goddess arrived days later in the form of Marjorie Cameron, an American actress and fellow occultist. The fact that Cameron joined their rites after the ritual convinced Hubbard, Parsons, and Northrop to create a business together named Allied Enterprises. The trio poured almost all of their savings into the company and had a specific plan to buy yachts in Miami, sail them to the West Coast, and sell them for a profit. However, Hubbard didn't like this idea, and after a short while, changed the plan to visit Central and South America. He wanted to collect writing materials and enjoy a cruise while doing so. Parsons and Crowley decided Hubbard was a trickster, a swindler who was going to backstab them. And they were right. Allied Enterprises was dissolved, and Parsons, who put most of his wealth into the company, only received a meager promissory note. He was forced to sell his mansion to developers in order to recoup his losses. Hubbard had stolen this man's wife, his home, and basically his whole life. After the dust settled, Hubbard married Sarah Northrop while still technically married to his first wife, and purchased a trailer in Laguna Beach, California, working odd jobs in order to make a living. According to Sarah's personal records, Hubbard was no family man. He was the exact opposite. A brute who continuously lied to her in order to make himself sound better than he really was.
We had this terrible fight, and he told me he was going to commit suicide if I didn't marry him. I really believed him, so we got married.
Yes?
We spent the winter in that lighthouse on the lake in the Poconos. I remember one awful night. when I was asleep and he was up typing. And he hit me across the side of the head with a 45 because I was smiling in my sleep and he
https www.asus.com networking IAT servers Wi-Fi routers Asus gaming routers RTXU
such as Old Dr. Methuselah and To the Stars. But Hubbard never really made any money writing science fiction and would repeatedly beg the Veterans Administration to increase his war pension. Though the VA did help Hubbard by eventually increasing his pension, he sought other means of making money. For example, on August 31st, 1948, Hubbard was arrested in San Luis Obispo, California for petty theft. He escaped prison time but had to pay a $25 fine, almost $300 today. He had no money, which brought him back to square one. After destroying Parsons' life and earning a reputation as a scam artist in California, Hubbard and his new wife Sarah moved to Savannah, Georgia in 1948. As an only source of income, Hubbard had to start writing again. But this time, instead of romantic space wars, he began the foundations for what would become Dianetics. Hubbard's articles were not all that interesting enough to gain attention, save from one man, his editor, John Campbell. No, he didn't steal John's wife either, but he did take advantage of John's fascination with parapsychology in order to sell his, quote, research. Campbell must have been more than excited upon hearing about Hubbard's works, because he invited the newlyweds to live in a cottage closer to him in Bay Head, New Jersey. In 1949, delving deeper into the creation of Dianetics, Hubbard came across the greatest legitimizing tool to bring his new pseudoscience into the mainstream world: a doctor, Joseph Augustus Winter. Hubbard, Winter, and Campbell came together to develop Dianetics, which was effectively Hubbard's idea of therapy. Dianetics' main premise was that the brain registers every experience and incident in a person's life, even if they're unconscious.
As you go through life, your mind records everything that happens to you. Every experience you've ever had, from the beginning of your existence until this very moment. These experiences are stored as pictures in your analytical mind, the conscious part of your mind that thinks rationally, remembers, and solves problems.
Traumatic events were specifically stored as engrams in a reactive mind and could be later triggered in life, resulting in mental and physical issues. By performing a technique called auditing, these engrams could be cleared, resulting in an individual with an increased IQ and cured of any physical ailments. This would be known as the clear state.
All religions would seem to have a dogma, a discipline. Now, how disciplined is Scientology?
The discipline is entirely the limitation of the conduct of the auditor. That is to say, an auditor is a practitioner in Scientology. He listens and he computes.
According to Dr. Winter, the Dianetic practice of auditing cured his son's fears of the dark and ghosts. Campbell believed Dianetics to be truly remarkable, that the mind rules the body completely, standing by the fact that physical illnesses such as ulcers, asthma, and arthritis can all be cured. Dianetics would become Hubbard's fastest-selling novel and #1 bestseller, but it didn't go without criticism. In 1950, Winter had a falling out with Hubbard and his pseudoscience, resigning from the HDRF, or the Hubbard Dianetic Research Foundation, declaring, quote, differences between the ideals inherent within the Dianetics hypothesis and the actions of the Foundation. Winter began to see through Hubbard's claims and believed Dianetic techniques could be potentially dangerous if performed incorrectly. Winter also wrote that he never witnessed any individual reach a state of clear, and that Dianetics could in fact lead people to become psychotic. Even after the controversy, Hubbard abandoned any other type of job and turned to fully promoting Dianetics. In the following decade, he would go on to write dozens of books and give thousands of lectures to establish Dianetics research amongst institutions. Dianetics almost immediately garnered massive success, with 55,000 copies being sold by August of 1950. The public may have loved Dianetics, but the scientific community was not impressed. The American Psychological Association said Dianetics was not supported by any empirical evidence, and Scientific American said Hubbard's scan contained, quote, more promises and less evidence per page than any publication since the invention of printing. Science fiction writers who had been friends with Hubbard in the past criticized his new work, calling it gibberish and lunacy. Despite a good amount of backlash, hundreds of thousands of people were eager to pay for Dianetics' expensive programs. According to online sources, Hubbard wasn't shy of taking his own cut, withdrawing lump sums of money from proceeds to pay for his upcoming lavish lifestyle. After all, he deserved it. Hubbard was a driving force behind the Dianetics craze, training, publishing, lecturing, and promoting Dianetics across the states. Of course, Hubbard's charisma wasn't the sole reason for Dianetics' success. As reported by the Los Angeles Times, Sheldon MacArthur, a former manager of B. Dalton Booksellers on Hollywood Boulevard in Los Angeles, said, quote, whenever the sales seem to slacken and a Hubbard book goes off the bestsellers list, give it a week and we'll get these people coming in, buying 50 to 100 to 200 copies at a crack, cash only. The Times also describes similar experiences from Gary Hamill, B. Dalton's former manager at Santa Monica Place, who said, quote, 10 people would come in at a time and buy quantities of them, and they would pay cash. He said that while he was working at the B. Dalton in Hollywood, some books shipped by Hubbard's publishing house arrived with B. Dalton price stickers already on them. He said that this indicated to him that the books had been purchased at one of the chain's outlets, then returned to the publishing house, and then shipped out for resale before anyone thought to remove the stickers. Quote, we would order more books, and they'd come back with our stickers as if they were bought by the publisher. The publisher in question, being Bridge Publications Incorporated, founded and controlled by Scientologists, whose representatives refused to be interviewed about book sales or firm operations. Hubbard had his hands everywhere. He could taste the good life and was one step closer to a literal vault when all credibility was lost. In August of 1950, at the height of Dianetics, Hubbard hosted a presentation before an audience of 6,000 people in Los Angeles. In this presentation, Hubbard unveiled the very first clear Sonia Bianchi. Quote, in the demonstration that followed, she failed to remember a single formula in physics, the subject in which she was majoring, or the color of Hubbard's tie when his back was turned. At this point, a large part of the audience got up and left. The first true clear wouldn't be declared for more than 15 years by the name of John McMaster. Between then, there was no real structure to Dianetics, and many of whom who were trained by Hubbard ended up splintering off and creating their own pseudosciences or cults. Financial crisis gripped Hubbard's newfound empire. And to make matters worse, Hubbard's second marriage to Sarah ended when he was found having an affair with his 20-year-old assistant. Sarah was 2 steps ahead, romantically seeing a Dianetics auditor, probably taught by Hubbard himself, named Miles Hollister. Hubbard felt so betrayed by this, he contacted the FBI to report Sarah and Miles as communist infiltrators from the Soviet Union. Nothing came of Hubbard's lies except a depraved man hell-bent on getting his wish. He kidnapped his wife and 1-year-old daughter Alexis and took them to California. He tried to have his wife medically evaluated and declared insane, but ultimately failed, leaving Sarah and taking his daughter to Cuba. Sarah had to release a public statement for the safe return of her daughter in 1951. At this point, Hubbard's career was crumbling, and so was his family. He was surprisingly not charged with any crime, giving him the freedom to push Dianetics to its next evolution, Scientology. However, a financial crisis made things difficult, and his dreams were on the brink of collapse. At the hour of its death, Hubbard's religion was saved by Don Purcell, a millionaire businessman who agreed to help by starting another foundation. At the same time, Hubbard was expanding Dianetics. In 1952, Hubbard published a new set of teachings completely separate from Dianetics, which would come to be the philosophical framework for Scientology. Meanwhile, his relationship with Don Purcell was short-lived. After a year together, the two had a falling out over Dianetics and Scientology's future. The two battled in court over the Foundation's intellectual property, while Hubbard tried to save any legitimacy by founding Hubbard College, another Hubbard original that didn't last very long. The college was shut down within 6 weeks of its founding, but not before Hubbard married an 18-year-old employee named Mary Sue Whipp. They had 4 children together: Quentin, Diana, Suzette, and Thomas. Hubbard and his wife would then relocate to Phoenix, Arizona, starting the Hubbard Association of Scientologists International, in order to spread his, quote, science of certainty. Science of certainty, or Scientology, is different from Dianetics because the goal is to liberate the mind from the, quote, distorting influence of engrams, whereas Scientology focuses on, quote, the study and handling of the spirit in relation to itself, universes, and other life. Hubbard insisted that humanity was threatened by outside forces caused by engrams from immortal thetans. So it's science fiction. Hubbard was most likely worried he was going to lose the copyright of Dianetics to Purcell, and so created Scientology in its place. There are even reports claiming Hubbard plagiarized the description of thetans with the description of astral projection in occult literature. At least, Hubbard was creative enough to add a bit of his own flair, a new device called the E-meter. Allegedly, the E-meter is capable of measuring the strength of small electrical currents passing through an individual's body who is in the process of being audited. This current is able to pick up on emotional disturbances and detect any stored engrams. This device, piloted by a trained auditor, could cure an individual of dozens of illnesses without physical contact, among other miracles. As Scientology grew slowly, Hubbard proposed opening a chain of spiritual guidance centers, while charging roughly $500 for a 24-hour auditing program. Quote, "We don't want a clinic. We want one in operation, but not in name. Perhaps we could call it a spiritual guidance center, and we could put in nice desks with our boys in neat blue, with diplomas on the walls, and 1, knock psychotherapy into history, and 2, make enough money to shine up my operating scope, and 3, keep the HAS solvent. It is a problem of practical business. I await your reaction on the religion angle. In my opinion, we couldn't get worse public opinion than we have had or have less customers with what we've got to sell."
You mentioned just now that you discovered for yourself that man was a spirit. Are you here comparing Scientology with a religion, any religion in fact, that also sees man as a spirit?
Well, man has conceived man to be a spirit for many more years than he has conceived man to be an animal.
Scientology businesses became Scientology churches, and some auditors began masquerading as clerics. If they were detained while carrying out their duties, Hubbard instructed them to sue for millions of dollars for molesting, quote, a man of God going about his business. A few years later, he urged Scientologists, quote, if attacked on some vulnerable point by anyone, anything, or any organization, always discover or fabricate enough threat against them to make them sue for peace. Never, ever defend. Always, always attack. This philosophy seemed to work for Hubbard because in 1954, he won the rights of Dianetics back from Don Purcell, as well as a major victory in earning a tax exemption status from the IRS. From then on, Scientology became an extremely profitable business for Hubbard. His third wife gave birth to 3 more children, and with Hubbard making so much money, he purchased an 18th century mansion, the St. Hill Manor, which doubled as a Scientologist headquarters. Everything wasn't perfect. Hubbard's insane wealth was suspicious, enough that the IRS withdrew their tax exemption status from their Washington, D.C. headquarters in 1958. After monetary data concluded, Hubbard was unreasonably profiting from supposed nonprofit income. Roughly 10 years later, the IRS did the same to Hubbard's California headquarters, stifling his income on the basis he operated a commercial enterprise rather than religious. The FDA also got in the ring, choosing to not agree with Scientology's medical claims, seizing valuable inventory from the church, including their infamous e-meters. The church was mandated to label all e-meters as a religious artifact, quote, ineffective in the diagnosis or treatment of disease. The only country to ban Scientology outright was Australia. A few states, such as Victoria, banned Scientology altogether, reporting that the process of auditing involved command hypnosis. By this point, Hubbard hated the United States, or in particular, any regulation agency in charge of protecting the public. These institutions were simply small hurdles slowing down Hubbard's proselytization. The FDA, IRS, and FBI could not stop him.
And Scientology itself is not exactly a religion.
Scientology could be called, well, you could call it a religion of religions.
A global community began to grow that could not be ignored. At the turn of the decade, in 1960, Scientology had gained worldwide fame, leading to governments eyeing Scientology as a perceived threat. Hubbard was a radical thinker, believing US agencies and foreign governments had infiltrated Scientology with spies, and so he developed measures to defend his creation. People or groups judged as fair game would be punished and harassed by any means possible. In a letter sent to all Scientologists, Hubbard explained fair game individuals, quote, may be deprived of property or injured by any means by any Scientologist without any discipline of the Scientologists, may be tricked, sued, or lied to, or even destroyed. A security check involved an ethics officer who would question supposed spies or newcomers to the faith in order to deduce whether or not they were suppressive persons. There were actually different types of security checks. One's designed for staff auditors or field auditors, one for children aged 6 to 12, and one that consists of questions that apply to not just your life right now, but countless past lives. Did you come to Earth for evil purposes? Have you ever enslaved a population? Have you ever eaten a human body? Have you ever made a planet or nation radioactive? If the security checks weren't enough protection from those who would do him harm, Hubbard left St. Hill Manor and moved aboard his own private fleet, the Enchanter, the Avon River, and Royal Scotland, which would all be renamed later after Hubbard's visit to the Mediterranean as the Diana, Athena, and Apollo. This private fleet would come to be manned by the Sea Org, Hubbard's personal fraternity founded in 1967, described by former Scientologists as a paramilitary group, home to some of the most highly respected and devoted members of Scientology. Hubbard and the Sea Org left the United States on an 8-year voyage, sailing across the Atlantic and into the Mediterranean, stopping at several ports, including the Azores, Corfu, and Dakar. One of the only interviews of Hubbard came to exist from one of these trips. Hubbard was trying to find a safe haven for all Scientologists, but wasn't welcomed by foreign governments. During his time aboard at sea, he was able to master the craft of religion by developing Scientology's doctrines to encompass new and confidential courses. Hannah Whitfield, a former Sea Org member, defector, explained her scenario as well as Hubbard's behavior in HBO's expose.
How did he react to being deported from there? How was he when he came back?
Very guarded at the airport. He was a little terse, much terser than I knew him in his lectures at St. Hill, for example. He was to the point. He tried to be his usual sort of ebullient, communicative self, but it just wasn't the same. He was a lot quieter.
All the while, the Sea Org and other members described conditions among Hubbard's fleet as horrendous. Miller, in The Barefaced Messiah, explains how, by 1970, Sea Org members stretched to encompass young girls dressed in salacious clothing, who ran errands for Hubbard and senior Scientologists. Though Hubbard chose to embrace a vacation lifestyle while captaining his ships, hardship and legal threats lurked not too far behind. In 1972, facing charges of fraud and customs violations by the French government, Hubbard abandoned the Sea Org and lived a life of seclusion in Queens, New York. He would return to his flagship a year later, but his health had deteriorated drastically and would only get worse, which were brought on by heart complications and a motorcycle accident. In 1975, following a riot on the island of Madeira, Hubbard and the Sea Org returned to the United States to establish a brand new headquarters for Scientology. Scientologists sought to forge their own utopia. Using a fake name, they bought a hotel in Clearwater, Florida, which steadily grew to encompass surrounding property. They wanted total control of Clearwater, going as far as to have a code name for their operation, Project Normandy. Clearwater Mayor Gabe Cazares called Scientology's arrival the occupation of Clearwater. According to the Clearwater Sun, in 1976, residents of the city began to notice armed guards patrolling the hotel. Cazares was seen as an enemy of the church, so they targeted him in an effort to trap him in a sex scandal. They also manufactured a false hit-and-run accident in an attempt to discredit Cazares, called Operation Speedy Gonzales. But the mayor was not going to roll over and issued a $1.5 million lawsuit against the church, which halted their occupation. Today, the church has a stranglehold on the entire downtown area of the city, making it impossible to walk down the street without being spied on, harassed, or converted. Hubbard began weaponizing the Guardian's Office, an intelligence agency created within the Church of Scientology to fight against networks of conspiracy against him. The GO penetrated and burglarized a number of government agencies, including the United States Department of Justice and the IRS. After 2 GO agents were apprehended by the IRS in Washington, D.C., the FBI conducted synchronized searches of GO offices. They recovered wiretapping equipment, burglary tools, and thousands of documents indicating potential crimes. The U.S. government prosecuted 10 Scientologists, including Hubbard's wife, Mary Sue, who was sentenced to federal prison. Hubbard remained free, but not for long. In 1978, the French government convicted Hubbard of gaining money through deception and sentenced him to 4 years in prison and a $30,000 fine by today's standards. Hubbard, not interested in sitting in a cell for years, decided to once again hide among the suburbs of California. Hubbard became a hermit, limiting correspondence with Scientology members and loved ones, living out the remaining of his days as a fugitive, although he did find company. Pat and Annie Broker, 2 trusted messengers who helped Hubbard live on the move during the 1980s. Hiding in hotels and in his car, Hubbard found the time to take up an old hobby of writing science fiction. He wrote Battlefield Earth and Mission Earth, published respectively in 1982 and 1985. Meanwhile, Hubbard's absence left a power vacuum among Scientology, which the Sea Org took advantage of by seizing control and expelling veteran Scientologists. A young Scientologist messenger, whose name was inconsequential, would shift through the crowd, ultimately defeating all of his rivals to become the de facto head of Scientology, David Miscavige. David may have been the figurative new face of Scientology, but as long as Hubbard was alive, he was the true leader. He lived out his last years in a luxury motorhome in Creston, California, while the public scrambled to ascertain whether he was alive or not. Hubbard carefully managed the church as a shadowy puppet master. Governments and agencies still search for Hubbard, but before they could find and indict him, L. Ron Hubbard passed away on January 24th, 1986. After suffering from a stroke the week prior. After Hubbard's death, Scientology would evolve into a completely different entity, one obsessed with innovation and transformation. It was time Scientology adapted to fit modern culture in the hopes of reaching new followers and retaining its status as an authentic belief system. The church transitioned the eggs in their basket to full-time promotion of tools for life courses and the organization of global programs to help poverty-stricken communities. Narconon, Criminon, the Way to Happiness Foundation, the Volunteer Minister Program. They even have a specific institution to fight psychiatry, the Citizens Commission on Human Rights.
Investigating and exposing psychiatry's inhumane and often lethal practices and defending the rights of its victims is the Citizens Commission on Human Rights.
These institutions are focused on drug abuse awareness, rehabilitation, human rights, and literacy, and claim to offer tools necessary to help build a functioning society. Anyone outside Scientology believes these organizations are a public relations stunt, simply acting as institutions to bolster their reputation and feign legitimacy. Those inside Scientology believe these organizations act as an alternative to state-run companies who fail to help their citizens. Hubbard distrusted the government, so must his followers. They believe in what he started and that they have a duty to finish it. But do they actually follow Hubbard's vision? Or have they grown into capitalist conglomerates disguising an old man's fantasy behind bureaucracy? Well, they have a specific policy in place to make sure Scientology is always on track. The policy is called KSW, or Keeping Scientology Working, which has come to be the most important policy in the church, serving as the cornerstone for any action that takes place within the church. The KSW 10 points are: number 1, having the correct technology, which Hubbard asserts has already been achieved. Number 2, knowing the technology, which he claims many within Scientology have also achieved. 3, knowing it is correct. Hubbard says this comes from application and observation. Number 4, teaching correctly the correct technology. Hubbard claims this is done worldwide throughout Scientology. Number 5, applying the technology, which Hubbard also says is already happening. Number 6, seeing that the technology is correctly applied. Hubbard states that instructors and supervisors do this already. Number 7, hammering out of existence incorrect technology is the first problem area according to Hubbard, which he calls a weak point only handled by a few. Number 8, knocking out incorrect applications, which Hubbard says is not worked on hard enough. Number 9, closing the door on any possibility of incorrect technology. Hubbard says that this is, quote, impeded by the reasonable attitude of the not quite bright. And lastly, number 10, closing the door on incorrect application. Hubbard says this is, quote, seldom done with enough ferocity. To be honest, it's no wonder the church's foundations and beliefs are hidden behind paywalls, because no sane person would believe them. At the core of Scientology beliefs,
welcome
you have
to my channel.
Dianetics and auditing, engrams, e-meters, and reactive minds. You also have thetans, Greek for thought or life, which in Scientology is an immortal spirit that has endless lives. Scientology is intended to rehabilitate each person's identity, or thetan, in order to recover their primitive abilities and become an operating thetan, commonly referred to as an OT. To do so, you must overcome the 8 urges. The 8 urges, or dynamics in Scientology, which you can think of as similar to something like the 10 Commandments in Christianity. Number 1, the urge toward existence as oneself, self-preservation, and self-dynamic. Number 2, urge toward existence as a sexual activity, lust, sex dynamic. Number 3, urge toward existence in a group. Number 4, urge toward existence of mankind. Number 5, urge toward the existence of the animal kingdom. Number 6, urge toward existence as the physical universe. Number 7, urge toward existence as spirits. Number 8, urge toward existence as infinity, or the God dynamic. These urges make up life. Without them, you are not human. The church explains how, quote, the abilities and shortcomings of individuals can be understood by viewing their participation in the various dynamics. So you don't want to follow your urges like you would the Ten Commandments. You want to control them. Besides overcoming their urges and session after session of auditing, Scientologists are encouraged to continue up the bridge of total freedom to one day become a clear. None of this is remotely free, and once you've reached the end of the bridge and become a clear, you're not done. There's still money to spend and knowledge to learn. The secret OT, or operating Thetan levels, takes place upon Scientology's luxury cruise ship, the Free Winds. The public wouldn't know these existed if it weren't for FBI raids and senior Scientology defectors who've shared their stories. These levels are considered a chance to obtain godhood, only if you succeed. OT1 involves solo auditing and could cost around $3,000. OT2 is more solo auditing, but this time you're looking for past incarnations. This level costs around $5,200. OT3 is known as the Wall of Fire. $9,000 to do pretty much the same shit as the last OT levels, except you begin to learn about Scientology's true beliefs, where we come from, and why we're here. OT4 is the OT drug rundown. OT5 includes audited New Era Dianetics for OTs, or NOTs. OT6 and 7 include solo NOTs auditing course, which are more courses designed to suck you dry of any money you have left, all the while selling you a bad science fiction story. The saga of Xenu the Tyrant, a leader of a galactic confederacy who ruled over 70 or so planets, which ironically had the same technology as Earth. Xenu's idea to solve the problem of overpopulation was to trick a massive portion of his population into tax audits, where he froze them and transported them to Earth in a spacecraft identical to DC-8 Airlines. The people captured by Xenu were placed around volcanoes in primordial Earth known as Tijiak, a prison planet in which the people were then to be killed by nuclear bombs. Billions of souls were thrown about the Earth, lost and without bodies. They were subsequently captured by Xenu's minions and forced to endure brainwashing. These souls are Thetans, and when humans are born, multiple Thetans latch onto your body and infect you with neuroticism. So humans are not just me and you in the here and now. We are also countless past lives of other humans who have lived before us, as well as human beings who were massacred billions of years ago, whose scattered souls or Thetans now search the earth in hopes of tainting humanity. It miraculously doesn't end there. There's stages above the OT levels where you are no longer an operating Thetan, but a cleared Theta clear, essentially a god. Hubbard described this divine point as, quote, a Thetan who is completely rehabilitated and can do everything a Thetan should do, such as move MEST and control others from a distance, or create his own universe. A person who is able to create his own universe, or living in the MEST universe, is able to create illusions perceivable by others at will, to handle MEST universe objects without mechanical means, and to have and feel no need of bodies or even the MEST universe to keep himself and his friends interested in existence. Holy For many Scientologists, when they heard this, it had them questioning their entire existence. Their religion was based around a space opera. Furthermore, the screenplay Revolt in the Stars, written in 1977 by L. Ron Hubbard, depicts this very story. Why Hubbard would release the secret level of OT3 to the world is unknown. Maybe he thought Scientology mythology was good enough to be a film. Speaking of film, a ton of celebrities and actors have come to call Scientology home, a belief that has strengthened their lives to this day. Kirstie Alley, Elizabeth Moss, Giovanni Ribisi, Danny and Chris Masterson, Michael Pena, and John Travolta, who claims Dianetics and auditing taught him to be a better actor. He also chose to star in Battlefield Earth, based on Hubbard's work, which is a horrendous excuse for a sci-fi movie, but you can be the judge of that. And let's not forget about everyone's favorite Scientologist. No, it's not Tom Cruise, that's too obvious. It's Grant Cardone.
My role in the Dianetics Racing team is CEO. I'm a good friend of the driver, and so we mastermind, hey, what is it going to take for us to be competitive at the next level?
Can you tell people why Papa's so good? Whoa! Really? What does that have to do with anybody? You're just making stuff up.
They all believe in Scientology and what it has to offer. They have found success by taking courses and progressing up the ladder that is supposedly invaluable to them. Though I wonder what Tom Cruise's face was like when he first read about Xenu. There are other actors who are rumored to have contacted or been contacted by the church, such as Jerry Seinfeld, who once described to the media how a Scientology course helped him to be a better communicator, but he did not pursue it further. Brad Pitt, who had church rumors spread about him when he dated Juliette Lewis, another high member of Scientology. With any religion, there are the few who choose to follow a different path. Mimi Rogers, Tom Cruise's first wife, introduced him to Scientology, but after their divorce in 1989, she would leave the church while he stayed, becoming one of their most recognizable faces. Tom's second wife, Nicole Kidman, got up to OT level 2, but ultimately left the church and split from Tom. Katie Holmes, another wife of Tom Cruise, was, quote, fully immersed in Scientology during their relationship, but describes it now as escaping a nightmare. Katie, as well as Leah Remini, the Queen of Queens, have both been staunch critics of Scientology and its practices, appearing on podcasts or to the media to speak forth about the abuses that take place.
When you start asking questions about what you're seeing in the news, which you're also not allowed to watch the news or read newspapers, you get interrogated. You get put into a room and put on an actual meter, like a lie detector test, apparatus, whatever you want to call it. And
they're
thank you.
silver cans.
They're cans connected to a meter, which, you know, Scientologists believe works. And they ask you for your crimes. Why are you asking these questions? You're connected to suppressive people who is what the church calls their enemies.
There is also the YouTube channel, Growing Up in Scientology, hosted by Aaron Smith Levin, a former Scientologist who updates his audience on all the things Scientology won't let us hear. Who could forget Scientology's very own Kids Bop? Scientologists take their music very seriously. Most importantly, there is a fact that Scientology almost always inflates their numbers to seem as if they have ever-expanding members and earn more money than they actually do. If you had any doubts, these few celebrities don't come close to acknowledging how many defectors from Scientology there truly are. Jason Begay, Sylvia Taylor, Amy Scobie, Marty Rathbun, Mike Rinder, Paul Haggis, Alex Gibney, Lawrence Wright, even David Miscavige's father, Ron Miscavige, has left the church.
If you were to ever listen to L. Ron Hubbard on a lecture, on a tape lecture, he was so charismatic, you listen to him and you think, these guys got to be telling the truth. And that wasn't the case.
Very accomplished, very smart people have been involved in Scientology for years and years and years. When does the penny drop that this is wacko?
Sometimes never. Sometimes never. But look, realize this. As a Scientologist, you are encouraged to come and study Scientology for 2.5 hours a day, 5 days of the week. Now, let's say you've been in Scientology for 3 years. That's a hell of a lot of indoctrination. That's not just a couple times you're going and reading a book. I can tell you, it's one of the more insidious traps that you can get into.
Today, Scientology is mocked by thousands of critics online for the use of their donations and overall secrecy surrounding the inner workings of the religion. However, the world seems to take them quite seriously. When you have enough money, people listen. Like the millions who tuned in to inadvertently stain their eyes by watching Scientology's $7 million Super Bowl ad.
Than fear or bigotry or hate. It has conquered land and sea, vanquished ignorance and intolerance, and expanded our horizons. It has driven the greatest minds in history to solve the mysteries of science and culture and religion. It's a fire burning within each of us, with unlimited potential to take us further, push us higher, and bring us closer to understanding the simple truths that bind us all.
Since 2013, Scientology has been purchasing Super Bowl advertisements in a bid to normalize their beliefs. Not everyone who sees one of their ads decides to join. That's why the church has rules in place to combat anyone that disagrees with them. They combat anyone that disagrees with them with policies such as disconnection and attack the attacker.
Yeah, well, I think, I guess the first thing I would like to take up is the fact of the intro piece. There's no question that there's some controversy surrounding Scientology, but if you want to look at what the real controversy is, there's been stories like this one that we saw here for the past 40 years, and yet during that time period, Scientology has continued to grow. In fact, it's 25 times larger today than it was in 1980. I would just like to take up a few of the falsehoods that are in there, because I think this explains a lot why you have the controversy. I don't know that Scientology lends itself so well to the press. In this instance, we did agree that we would have your correspondence come in, and in fact, he did have unlimited access to the church. But then you get a piece like this. For instance, something that isn't mentioned in there is that every single detractor on there is part of a religious hate group called Cult Awareness Network, and their sister group called American Family Foundation. Now, I don't know if you've heard of these people, but it's the same as the KKK would be with the blacks. I think if you interviewed a neo-Nazi and asked them to talk about the Jews, you would get a similar result to what you have here.
These morally bankrupt, barbaric tactics show that the church has measures to eliminate dissent and ensure autonomy over new followers, not to mention the fact that they aren't shy to silence you. There are dozens of deaths associated with Scientology, but the most credible are Ellie Perkins, who was murdered by her son Jeremy after he sought psychiatric treatment from Scientology. Noah Loddick jumped out of a 10th floor hotel window to his death shortly after taking Scientology courses. And the most publicized, Lisa McPherson, who was held by the church to undergo forced isolation as a means to help a psychotic episode. She passed away upon arriving at a hospital, with the autopsy later revealing she died of a pulmonary embolism. The autopsy also indicated multiple bruises on her body and tissue damage consistent with insect or animal bites. The church even suppressed David Miscavige's own wife, Shelley. After returning from a trip aboard the Freewinds, Shelley's mood was visibly different. Shortly thereafter, in June of 2006, Shelley disappeared from public life. Her mother, Mary Flo Barnett, who was a longtime Scientologist, left the church and allegedly took confidential documents to a rival association, David Mayo's Advanced Ability Center. Vicky Asnaran, a former church executive, explained, quote, "The fact that David Miscavige was linked to Flo Barnett by familial ties was extremely repugnant to him and to his wife. On September 8th, 1985, Mary Barnett was found dead from multiple gunshot wounds. The conclusion from the coroner's report reads, "The case is that of a 52-year-old woman who died as the result of multiple gunshot wounds which were self-inflicted. The gunshot wound of the head was immediately fatal and occurred following the 3 gunshot wounds to the chest, which had produced a very small left hemothorax. In addition, there were 2 recent incised wounds that involved the right and left wrists. 2 suicide notes were left, and the decedent had become depressed following surgical intervention for an aneurysm of the carotid artery. Despite this glaring evidence, Mary's death was ruled self-inflicted, and if it wasn't clear already, it's starting to look like a mob. Based on many alleged reports, if you mess with Scientology money, they will come after you with everything they have. If they can't kill you, it's certain they'll lock you in years of court proceedings to empty your wallet because they can. They have an army of dedicated soldiers who are ready to label you an enemy of the church, while Scientology's leadership profits from selling lies. The charity work they do does not erase their sins, nor does it erase the unbelievable space opera paraded at the upper levels for whopping amounts of money. That's the entire meaning of Scientology. Hubbard's vision was not to bring some new moral code to mankind. It was for his own ego, to convince anyone he could that he was a perfect man, including his own father. His race to become something no man can achieve led him down a path he could never escape. For the Scientologists who remain, they are living out a doomed man's dream, disconnected from reality and all things that make us human.
You said that through Scientology processing, a person was able to look at the problems, to confront the problems that they were facing in their everyday life. Is this some form of hypnotism?
Oh, no. That's very funny. Man is asleep. He is hypnotized. He is made to fixate on certain things, you see, and the process that you normally know as brainwashing and that sort of thing is hypnotizing man. It's forcing him into certain values. It's crowding him by various duress into these values. And he eventually becomes a person who has no awareness.
Gaming isn't dying?
The last few months on the internet, I noticed there's been lots of discourse.
I love how I've watched every single one of these.
On about modern gaming. Lots of discussions about how gaming is no longer what it used to be. That gaming is being ruined by corporate greed. And yes, there's lots of truth in those discussions. Monetization being prioritized over fun gameplay is definitely not a lie. Not even full-price single-player games are saved from the flood of corporate greed.
Oh, bro, like, they actually should do this. I would go and play. They should make an Elden Ring mod with all of these things unlocked. And like a fake store where you can go and buy Titanite shards. And call it like Elden Ring by Ubisoft or Elden Ring by Activision. That's actually such a good idea. Holy fuck, that's brilliant.
Nightmare. Yet most of these discussions seem to be one-sided, purely talking about how gaming evolved in a negative direction, while ignoring the many different aspects where it has actually evolved in a positive way. I get it, collectively complaining about something is way more fun, but sometimes the good aspects...
I think the truth is that, like, gaming has improved, but mainstream gaming has not improved. Like, overall, I am if I could go back to 2004 and play games back then, I wouldn't do it. I would rather be in this era of gaming than any other era from ever before. However, for mainstream gaming, I think the quality has gone down tremendously.
Also, the system praised. So because of that, I'll be reaching out to my rumor side instead of my doomer one for once. And I will be presenting the 4 bright sides to modern day gaming.
Alright.
Gaming is the best medium in which to experience a story. That's my opinion, but I think a lot of people would agree with me. But why is that? Well, I'd argue it's because it's the most immersive one. No other medium lets you experience a story and explore a fictional world as if you were a part of it, by either making your own character or controlling a predefined character or characters in a story.
I think it obviously depends, right? Some people are gonna like game.
Goodbye for now. Welcome.
Fine.
Goodbye for now. Welcome.
Fine.
Welcome.
For all you Metal Gear Solid addicts out there, all you MGS junkies, I want you to hear me out for 1 second. Just try to picture, just try to imagine Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater, but with Phantom Pain Ground Zeroes gameplay. I think that could be the best game we will ever play in the history of gaming. I can't see any other game coming close. But what's going on, my people? We're backing it for another one. No, I'm not saying that that's what we're getting, but today, on Sunday, it's going crazy out here on the socials, man. A lot of people talking about Metal Gear Solid, a lot of people talking about Konami and Sony, and just a whole gang of information coming out today, which kind of threw me off a little bit, but you know, I've been in a Metal Gear Solid mood lately. As you guys know, anybody who's subscribed to this channel, who's also subscribed to my main channel, you guys see me upload a video just not too long ago where I talked about just how much I hate modern gaming. Like, even we do get a few good ones here and there, but even the big time ones, right? The big AAAs, they're coming out and, you know, their stories will suck. I mean, most of them are broken, right? Like, performance-wise, the games just straight up don't work, whether you're on console, whether you're on PC. I mean, a lot of that shit is just straight up pissing me off, right? But a lot of these newer games that we're getting, man, they don't have soul. They don't have what they had back in the day. And for everybody who's around my main channel, you guys know I've been around the FPS scene for a long time now. I've been in the Call of Duty scene mainly for many years now. But my franchise, like, I grew up with Super Mario, GoldenEye 007, but Metal Gear Solid was my game, man. Metal Gear Solid on the PlayStation 1 back in '98. Oh my fuck, I played that game so and I would watch all the cutscenes over and over again. This is how you know that I was probably gonna do something in content creation, because back in the day, way back in the day, on a VCR, I used to record like actual on tape on a VCR creation, because back in the day, way back in the day, on a VCR, I used to record like actual on tape, man. I recorded a whole playthrough of Metal Gear Solid 1 on PlayStation, man. And I remember there's a part in the game, because I played on the hardest difficulty, right? And there was a part in there where I kept fucking up, so I kept having to go back and re-record over it. And I kept chopping into the other scene. Like I didn't want to take over that other shit, but the way that it's the way that you recorded with the tape, right? So it's like just at that one part, it actually turned out great, but in that one part, it was yeah, it wasn't good. I couldn't get through that part, bro. I kept dying over and over and over again. But anyways, you guys don't want to hear about that shit. So we did hear a lot of news today. A lot of insiders, a lot of leakers are saying that at the upcoming PlayStation event, PlayStation Showcase, we are going to be seeing Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater remastered for the PlayStation 5. Now, apparently, PlayStation Sony has landed a little deal with Konami for Silent Hill, for Metal Gear Solid and shit. So it looks like this game could be a PlayStation exclusive, which I'm not really on board with. I would like games like these to be available to everyone, man. Like everybody should have a chance to enjoy these games, especially a game as dope as Metal Gear Solid 3. And now you can picture it with better graphics and shit, all the improvements that they're going to make to that game. The game is going to be incredible, man. I love Metal Gear Solid 3. I probably have Metal Gear Solid 1 my favorite, but Metal Gear Solid 3, man, it's such a good fucking game. Great story, great gameplay, all of it. And now just bringing all that up. Dude, I am so excited for this. I wish it wasn't a PlayStation exclusive, man. I hope it's not a PlayStation exclusive. You guys already know I got an Xbox Series in the house, but I don't have a PS5 yet. You guys know that I am planning on getting a PS5, but I don't like how this game could be a PlayStation exclusive, man. Like I said, I think everybody should have a chance to enjoy all of these games. I'm so tired of exclusives, period. Like, we got to get rid of that shit. Like, we have it in Call of Duty 2, man, and it's so bullshit that, you know, a certain crowd of people, depending on the platform they're on, gets to benefit from whatever over these other people who paid the same amount of money and shit. And, you know, this, I get it. I get it for games like this where, you know, they're trying to sell consoles, right? And if you have a game like this exclusive to that console, people are going to buy that console to play this game. I get that side of it. I wish it was more like maybe a time then in this scenario. You know what I mean? Like, just make it a time exclusive, so it will be coming to Xbox, it will be coming to PC. Everybody's going to get a chance to enjoy this game. But either way, dude, I'm excited, man. I've been trying to buy the Metal Gear Solid HD collection for a while now, but you can't buy it, man. Like, they have some type of licensing issue with these games. I've been trying to buy it on Xbox, no good. Been trying to buy it on PS3, you can't buy it over there either. The only thing you can buy on the PS3 is Peace Walker. And I already own that on the Xbox, and I love Peace Walker, man, but I want the other games. I want the collection. And when the collection dropped, I didn't buy it. At that point, I guess I was just heavy into Call of Duty and whatever else I was playing at the time. I just didn't end up picking it up, and now I'm trying to pick it up, and I can't get that bitch, man. It's so frustrating. I still have all the original games, though. I still have Metal Gear Solid 1 for the PlayStation 1, but obviously I don't have the console anymore. I even think I have the GameCube version somewhere, even though I don't have a GameCube, but I think I have that laying around somewhere. I have the Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 original copies for PS2. I'm looking at them right now as I speak, but I don't have a PS2.
Goodbye for now.
There's been a lot of horrible stuff happening over the...
animations and so on, but that doesn't automatically make them better games. And yes, I agree, it doesn't automatically make them better. If the gameplay sucks, the gameplay sucks. No lick of paint will ever be able to fix that. But on the other hand, games that do have a really strong gameplay core absolutely do get improved by utilizing modern day technology. And
we do have better, more immersive games now because they have better graphics, definitely.
They are better than how they used to be. Let's take a look into the past.
Yeah, we just have Superman 64.
be
Is this
really
Cruising
strong
World?
and won the
I remember
part.
this shit.
And yes, it's
Bro,
the
we
one
went
that
so
mattered
hard on
most,
this game.
gameplay. It was all the developers scared about.
I always
Creating a
wanted to
fun
play this.
game while at the same time dealing with the huge
Damn, 2
technological
barrels?
constraints of the time. Games back then were a completely separate medium.
Was this Soul Fleece? R-Type. Dude, I remember I had a game like this for Sega CD, and I never beat it.
From, let's say, animation, TV, or cinema.
Fuck, dude, there's so many
There
games
were
like that I
some
wish I could go
games
back
that
and
already
play.
from the very start presented some type of narrative, some type of characterization, but all of that was an afterthought. The game industry did their own thing, while the storytelling-based mediums did theirs.
Yeah.
Some would say that's a good thing, that gameplay is all that should matter, but I disagree. Adding story, adding character, and a narrative can make a game become so much more. And
I think gameplay is necessary. Story is not necessary. A game can have a great story. Well, actually, that's not true. I mean, like, I don't think like The Last of Us and like Witcher 3. A lot of people said Witcher 3 combat wasn't that great. It's just the story was good. But personally, I don't care if a game has a bad story as long as it has good gameplay.
a studio calls.
Squaresoft.
Agreed.
Yeah.
They believed that games could present the same thing as an anime or a movie, for example. Epic fights, emotional moments, character development, big exploring
Streamper.
cities, huge
Welcome to
set
my
pieces
channel.
and battles. And despite the limited technology that they had to deal with, they did find ways to make it work, to turn their games from just being
It's
small.
so weird to go back and see those again, man. It is so weird.
All games into huge immersive adventures. Because of limitations, lots was still left to the player's imagination. Lots of things players needed to imagine themselves. They needed to translate the pixelated environments, characters, and bosses.
Bro, this fight was kind of hard. Like, I remember that this was rough. This is the last boss. We have to break through into the temple. Link to the Past, yeah. This is my favorite Legend of Zelda game. Like, this is the one that I grew up playing. Ocarina of Time was like after this, but this was the main one.
The real locations, real people, and battles.
It was so... Bro, I remember... Oh my god. Like, dude, this is the thing. Is like Legend of Zelda used to have such a dark tone to it. And that's why whenever they brought out that Wind Waker pussy bullshit, I was mad. Bro, because I remember back like the Super Nintendo drawings of like Legend of Zelda, like Ocarina of Time and Link to the Past. Bro, shit was brutal. It was dark. This was some Frazetta shit. And then they were like, oh yeah, we're gonna sail around and Link's a cartoon. Fuck that. Like, bro, you were going in down to the bottom of a dungeon to fight Ganon, the pig wizard. Oh, it was so good. Fuck, it was good. Like, remember, like, bro, in Majora's Mask, you were fighting against the moon that wanted to destroy everything and kill everyone, including itself, because it felt like it. Because fuck you, that's why. It was brutal.
But as technology grows, so does the developer's ability to make their full vision a reality, with each console generation allowing more and more to be direct.
This was my game, bro. I'm getting so nostalgic. This was my game. If I could say any one game I grew up playing, this would be number one. This was it right here. I would say Yoshi's Island would probably be 2, and Link to the Past would probably be 3.
Be directly presented to the player, and thus leaving less and less things to the player's imagination. Look at those Unreal 5 visions. The future of gaming is looking more and more real. So in short, the growth of technology and the way AAA developers are able to fully utilize that technology to make games more real and immersive is definitely one positive evolution. And it will only keep evolving from here into the future.
Yeah, I think the graphical quality, and then also this is another point I'm probably expecting he'll bring this up, is that the barrier to entry to having super high, great graphical fidelity is so much lower now than it used to be. I think a great example is Bleak Faith. Remember whenever I played that Bleak Faith game, and like the graphics of the game, like some of them are literal dog shit, but other parts of them were actually incredible. They were really, really well done. And that was made by 3 dudes that couldn't even program how to make a fucking a menu work. Remember whenever I lose health and I open a menu?
Studios keep pushing the boundaries on a technological front. It is really the indie game scene that does all the innovation in the gameplay front. It makes sense. AAA games are way too expensive to make. It's much safer for studios to just do the same thing they know will work over and over.
Yeah.
There's no risk involved that way. So luckily for us, the indie game scene exists, and oh boy has it grown so much from how—
Oh, indie is huge now. Like the amount of people that are able to like make indie games is crazy. And what's really good about it is like the indie game, like the amount of people that are doing indie games, it creates a symbiotic relationship with AAA developers. Because indie games, in a way, beta test ideas and like a proof of concept for a game, and then you have a bigger game that goes and makes it a reality. So like a great example of this is like, remember like battle royales, right? H1Z1 was not like this crazy like super high big tech game, and then eventually Warzone came out of that. And I would say Warzone and like Apex Legends and Fortnite in its own way, like especially in terms of like graphical fidelity, like Warzone and Apex are like pinnacle level games. And the reason why those games existed is because, yeah, the Arma 3 mod. And so a lot of these games come out of that. Yeah, PUBG, yeah, and we got PUBG out of that. So it's like a process of growth.
With free-to-use engines like Unity and Unreal, and the internet being filled with tutorials and guides, pretty much anyone can make a game these days. And it shows, because hundreds upon hundreds of new indie games are released every single day.
Oh yeah.
So unlike AAA companies, indie studios are pretty much forced to innovate and invent new exciting gameplay, otherwise there is no way for their game to stand out above all the rest. In this battle royale—
I'm not sure that you have to stand out necessarily, because I think to an extent it's okay if you just do something and it's fun to play and that's it. But I don't know, I'd have to really think about that idea. Like for example, if somebody made a game and it was exactly like Dark Souls, it just had new levels and new bosses and mobs, you don't need to innovate anything. Fuck, just call them Estus flasks. I don't care. I'd play it.
Of indie titles happening every single day, only the truly innovative and fun games survive, which results in not only more fun games for us to play, but also results in AAA companies taking notes about what works in the indie scene and then taking it to the AAA scene to continue working on the concepts with higher
there
budgets.
You go, exactly what I was saying.
An example
100%.
for this, and pretty much the one that took the game industry by storm the most, is the battle royale genre, which was actually
this is a smart dude. I like this guy.
Invented by one creative gamer with the alias of Player Unknown.
There he is.
He first created battle royale modes as mods for days.
Bro, remember whenever Dr. Disrespect said he was gonna roundhouse kick Player Unknown through a table or something like that because it kept getting disconnected? That shit was so fucking funny, man. Oh my god, it was so good.
In Part 3, and continued to work as a consultant on the popular H1Z1 Battle Royale mode. After that, he started working at an indie studio called Bluehole, and created a standalone game that would completely represent his vision with Player Unknown Battlegrounds.
God, this game, dude, this game was so fun. Dude, I fucking love PUBG, man. It was so fun.
Royale game. Soon after its enormous success, AAA studios had to jump on the bandwagon and collectively made an insane amount of money off the back of this one very creative mod maker. Aside from that, the ever-increasing indie scene is also known to have saved tons of old genres from the past, like Metroidvania for example. And boy, are they better than they have ever been.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, like that one game, the new Metroidvania game that I really want to play is Blasphemous.
Successfully
I saw
lost.
a video of a boss fight.
Welcome to my channel.
And
Hello,
it was
Lost,
like,
what's up?
this is what I imagined Castlevania
How is your-
to look like whenever I was 6.
Oh my lord.
And how can we forget about survival horror?
You Vegas
Now, the
playthrough
indie scene
going.
pretty much carried this genre on its back for years after AAA studios completely gave up on them in the PS3,
Oh my
Xbox
lord.
360 era. So in short, indies absolutely made a positive impact on the gaming scene as a whole.
Oh, yeah.
And will continue to do so into the future
I never played this cat game.
as technology becomes even more accessible. I can't wait to see what creative experiences
Yeah, yeah, here we go.
devs from all over the world will be able to come up with.
AAA single player isn't going anywhere.
Rockstar Games. Everyone knows them. They are one of the most acclaimed developers in the AAA gaming space, and oh boy do they swim in cash. Grand Theft Auto Online still milks the shit out of its player base every single day, earning Rockstar potentially millions of dollars a month, with the game being an absolute pay-to-win mess. Yet despite...
I don't know anything about Grand Theft Auto Online. I have no idea about anything about it. The only time I hear about it is whenever one of the, like, apparently NoPixel is exploding. And I talked to a couple of people that RP there, and they said, yeah, it's not good. But, like, that's about it.
Despite all that, Rockstar Games still has its reputation as being a legendary studio. While EA, Ubisoft, and Blizzard, for example, have absolutely been dragged through the mud by the general public for monetizing all their games so heavily.
Yep.
But what is it that Rockstar has that the other studios don't have?
They don't make a lot of games, they never really talk about them a lot, and they just shut the fuck up. They do what a lot of these Japanese studios do that everybody likes, is that you never hear anything from them at all unless it's like, hey, we're making a new game. Hey, it's coming out now, here it is. And that's it.
Well,
They shut
I'd
the fuck up,
argue
yes.
it's Red Dead Redemption 2. This game released in 2018 and was praised by the gaming public as an absolute masterpiece, winning tons of awards. In its standalone single-player component, not a single microtransaction is to be found. No early access bullshit, no paid cosmetics, no cutting it up in parts and selling stuff later. It's just a good old single-player experience you pay full price for, and in return, you get the full game with nothing held back from you. So Rockstar seems to have a really great approach to its business. On one hand, Grand Theft Auto Online still keeps pumping money for them.
See, they're doing the old Square Enix approach. Another Japanese company. You have the good game that everybody likes, and that makes it okay that you make the bad game that everybody hates, but you make a lot of money off of it. So it's like you have your brand investment and your brand withdrawal. There it is.
Live service, and on the other hand, the variety gamer audience was made happy with a high quality AAA
I never played
single-player
this.
game, one they'll remember for years. And I heavily
The only thing I ever saw about Red Dead Redemption 2 is some guy had like a YouTube channel dedicated to lassoing the like suffragette, like women's trying to protest for the right to vote, and he would lasso them to his horse and drag them on the dirt out into the creek and like the swamp and feed them to crocodiles. And yeah, put them on railroad tracks or something like that. Like, that's the only thing I've ever seen about Red Dead Redemption 2.
I believe this might become a popular approach in the gaming industry. One thing we have to accept. Every major publisher, and I say every single one of them, will keep trying to get a fully monetized live service off the ground. Capcom will try to get a successful Resident Evil multiplayer game off the ground, despite nobody really caring. Square Enix will want to go...
I've said before, I'm a live service enjoyer. I like live service games. It doesn't mean I don't like other games that aren't live service, but I don't dislike live service games categorically.
Even further and get an NFT live service off the ground. Good luck to them. Blizzard, well, will just keep being Blizzard.
Yeah.
And even PlayStation Studios, known for their high quality single player games, has announced that every major one of their first party studios has at least one multiplayer title in development. Despite all that looking really terrifying, single player audiences don't have anything to fear because of one simple reason.
What's the meme?
Live services are risky as hell. If they succeed, they will make more money than anything else in the world. But if they fail hard. And oh boy, the gaming community doesn't easily forget.
Jesus. That's what's sad about live service games, is that eventually one day they'll end and you'll lose your progress. So people only want to invest into the most popular live service games. Oh, that Avengers game was just like, I mean, they, oof.
So in conclusion, AAA...
Whatever happened to fucking Halo Infinite, man? What is this?
Single player games will simply never disappear. Releasing one won't make you as much money as a live service would,
Yeah.
but if you're a competent game studio, releasing one will be a more assured success. It will still...
I wish that, like, so, you want to know who unironically has an incredibly good outlook on this as a company? Kick. Because Kick operates probably at a certain extent as a loss leader for Stake. And Kick itself doesn't make money, but Kick provides such a good service, and people are making a lot of money off of Kick, so they go over to Kick. And some of those people go over to Stake, and that's where they make their real money off of it. I wish that more development studios would realize, make a really good, like, standalone single-player game that people will like forever, like Red Dead Redemption 2, like God of War, like Elden Ring, and then some of those people, you can transition them over to the live service pay-to-win milking machine. Like, and you get them on the conveyor belt.
Make lots of money, the most vocal gaming community will love you for it, and non-live service games are also more likely to get you to score during award season. And
they definitely are. I think so, and also, like, I think that live service games are great in the here and now, absolutely. But the reality is, like, I can go back and I can play, we were looking earlier at, like, Link to the Past. I can go back and I can play Link to the Past, and I can play the exact same game that I played whenever I was in 2nd or 3rd grade. That's incredible. That's why, and like in 10 years from now, in 50 years from now, your grandkids, you can watch your grandkids not understand where to go whenever they see the Asylum Demon for the first time in Dark Souls 1.
Yes.
And you can see the door open, the kid didn't recognize it, he's sitting there, he's got the broken sword, he's crying, no, you can't stop playing, you have to keep playing, you're laughing at him, and that's just what's gonna happen. And that's the good thing about offline single-player games, is that they will be good forever.
Remake is an even easier win for both publisher
Get good, little buddy, yep.
If you look around, you'll see that most major publishers still release so many high-quality single-player games for this very reason. And if you don't see it, well, you just need to look around more.
Silk Song Wang.
Let's end this video on a shorter topic, but a fundamental truth that lots of gamers seem to ignore. Not all live services are bad.
Yep.
Yep.
True.
It's true. Lots of them are hot garbage, but not all. Final Fantasy XIV, Destiny, World of Warcraft, League of Legends, Valorant, Apex, Fortnite.
Bro, what was he doing aiming there? Like, he should not have been aiming there. That's totally his fault. He's dead.
And so many more that I can't mention them all. They all have dedicated communities for a reason. And they do very well even 10 years after their respective release.
Yep.
And with the growth of technology, the potential these more social-oriented games have to grow and evolve far outweigh the potential for growth in the single-player market. Despite all that,
all these videos are just... It's just me watching videos. That's it. Where is it? Yeah, there you go.
All that, and looking at discourse about games, all that is talked about is how live services are stupid and how they pretty much ruin everything.
Another one right there.
And that's because of...
And that's what I was saying. Yeah, I always get so much shit for saying that I like live service games.
Of course, the angry mob of single-player variety gamers is far more vocal in their field than the people that actually enjoy these types of games.
That's what I'm saying, dude. There's so many people that play these like live service games that you just never see them because the only people they talk to are the guys in their frat and the other people that are in their classes in college. They're like, yeah, bro. Oh my god, bro. We're gonna get this next prestige in COD, bro. It's gonna be so good.
In
a lot of them.
Understandable because for a time it looked really bad. It looked like the entire gaming industry was about to shift more towards multiplayer and leave single player in the dust. But like discussed earlier,
you're always
look
gonna
around,
have games like this,
2023 is filled to the brim with awesome single player games. So all I'm trying to say is it's clear the industry will keep providing both types of games. So there's no need to shit on every single live service that comes out anymore. Not dismiss one immediately just because it has that live service label. If you do that, well, maybe you might miss out on some genuinely fun game experiences that are also just fun for a variety gamer to play for a month and then move on from.
Yeah, it's like people need to stop treating a video game like a marriage. Like, I play a game a lot. It's like New World is like this. Like, I was playing New World 8 hours a day, and then Honkai Star Rail came out, and I started playing that. And then I'll probably go back and play New World again at some point, and then that's it. And then, you know, it is what it is, right? Who cares? Yeah, it's not that deep. Yep, true.
So in conclusion, when looking at AAA gaming, we all like to imagine a
No, I
really
don't. I don't.
Što ti treba nož za vino uloz? Who knows?
I don't download them from Google Images.
Future, but it could be a lot brighter than you think. And like presented, in some regards, it's actually evolving in a positive direction. So on that note, if you enjoyed this video, please leave a like and subscribe. As a YouTube channel that just started creating content, it is heavily appreciated. What direction do you think video games are headed in? Leave a comment down below. I'm interested to see other people's opinions on this topic. Thank you all for watching, and catch you all later.
Alright, that's nice. This is a nice video. I like it. I always like whenever somebody has an opinion that's not part of the circle jerk. But you know what's so fucking sad? Is that this video only has 12,000 views. Like, it only has 12,000 views. This guy only has 200 subs. I'm gonna give him a sub, man. I hope he makes more videos like this that are focusing on the positives. Give it a like, guys. Give it a sub if you guys like the video. Because I think everything he said in this video is completely fucking accurate. Absolutely accurate. So fucking true. I don't know why more people aren't doing this kind of stuff. More people aren't talking about the positives, but I guess that people just like hearing about how bad gaming is. And because gaming is, you know, like people like seeing the negative stuff, and, you know, they're not happy with like their favorite franchise, and so they watch a video about it, and it's like, yeah, I knew it. I don't know, man. When it's positive, yeah, negativity bias, maybe. I don't know. Like, it's sad to see that be the case, because I think that you have videos like this that are great. Like, this is actually like such a really well put together video. I liked it a lot. So yeah, I hope he makes more like this. People are allowed to be upset and complain, but I prefer to be optimistic and hopeful. I don't want to be optimistic or upset. I just want to look at the game and make a decision based off of what I see. Fuck, like I don't want to have to write out these I don't know like what the word is for it. Like I don't want to have to like write a blank check. Just let me see the game and let's go from there.
The last few months on the internet, I noticed there's been lots of discourse going on about modern day gaming. Lots of discussions about how gaming is no longer what it used to be, that gaming is being ruined by corporate greed. And yes, there's lots of truth in those discussions. Monetization being prioritized over fun gameplay is definitely not a lie. Not even full price single player games are saved from the flood of corporate greed.
Xbox boss Phil Spencer addresses Redfall's disastrous launch and negative reviews. Oh, here we go.
It is no secret that Xbox has been having a really rough couple of weeks, from the UK CMA blocking the Activision Blizzard acquisition that Xbox had so much riding on, to the disastrous launch of Redfall, which is one of the most disappointing and disastrous AAA video game launches in recent memory.
But is it really? Because I feel like we've had like 5 of these recently. And that's not even counting the indie. I feel like we've had a lot.
It's a first-party title to boot, which makes optics that much worse. Looking at the review scores right now for Redfall on Xbox Series X, from 49 critic reviews, we're looking at a Metascore of below 60%, 59, and a user score of 2.7. Going to the PC version, it doesn't fare much better. The Metascore is at 57%, and the user score is even worse on PC at 1.8 because the game just really doesn't run well on PC, and it also doesn't run on consoles well either, and not to mention the game is just bland, lacking in...
Well, that's, I think, the thing that a lot of people aren't talking about. Everybody talks about how Redfall is buggy, but nobody talks about how even if it wasn't buggy, it would still be bad. Like, my understanding is that Redfall is a game that's a 2 out of 10 with bugs, but even if there were no bugs, it would still only be a 4 out of 5 out of 10. Like, it doesn't even matter.
The creative imagination that we're so used to seeing from Arcane, combined with just how underbaked it is, lacking in content, lacking in just so many different areas that I've detailed in previous videos. And then on OpenCritic, if we look at the score here, you'll find a top critic average score of 61%. But I think more important is the percentage of critics who'd actually recommend this game despite the score, and that's where we see a disastrous score of
19%. Yeah, exactly. That's pretty fucking bad. I do find it, I've said this many times, I find it very problematic that critic scores are so vastly different than user scores. It's like critics clearly are not in line with their audience, and I think that's bad.
19% of critics who would recommend this title, not very many. And then if we go to Steam and look at user reviews, things don't fare much better, with the game sitting at a mostly negative review score of 31% from 1,238 reviews. That makes it one of the worst user-rated games of all time on Steam. In fact, if we look at the...
Dude, I can't wait until I get the new PC and I play these games, and I can play every single one of them with like a fucking top-of-the-line PC, and everybody can see that the game still doesn't fucking run right. Oh, it's gonna be so good. Like, I think that Jedi Survivor is gonna be the last game that I won't be able to do that with. It's gonna be... Oh, it's gonna be great. I'll be right back. It's not about being in a line. I reviewed a game before, and the developer didn't like it. I got cut from being flown out from previews, etc. This is actually true. Like, it's not about being in line. I reviewed a game before, and developer didn't like the review. I'm assuming that's what he means, didn't like it. I got cut from being flown out for previews, etc. So it's just dick riding for access, probably. I think that you're total... I actually completely believe you. I completely believe you. Absolutely.
of Shame website that keeps track of the worst rated games on Steam of all time. You can see that Redfall has placed in the top 20 with the score here displaying a 28%, but even if it is that 31%, it still makes it to the top 20. So this is just a really bad look for Xbox as a platform, who's not been able to output quality first-party releases consistently to really draw people to the Xbox platform. And Xbox Game Pass still has that value and a great library of games, but it does.
It's crazy because I'm sorry, I'm just thinking a little bit more about the review thing. I think that there are a lot of people on YouTube that actually give really, really, really good reviews, right? Like that Mortismal Gaming guy that plays the entire fucking game and then he reviews it. I think he's great. Skill Up is fucking amazing. I think there's like, yeah, Skill Up is probably Angry Joe. I haven't seen a lot of Angry Joe's reviews, honestly. But it's like, even for me, I feel like I try my best to give a review and be as fair as possible. And if people feel like I'm not being fair in a review, I will look and I'll think to myself, okay, why do they think that? What is it really? I actually really try to make sure I'm as fair as possible.
need to be fueled by high-quality first-party releases. And I feel like for Xbox, you know, you got Halo Infinite, but the launch of that has been rough, and its post-launch has been rough as well. And now so much is riding on Starfield, but there are now doubts about that because of the precedent that Redfall set, not to mention the numerous delays on the part of Starfield that may indicate, you know, maybe that there's trouble in Paradise. Hopefully the delays just, it really is about polishing everything and making the game really great, and hopefully that delivers and will kind of shine a more hopeful light on the future of Xbox. Now, what's happened recently...
I don't know, like, my expectation for Starfield is that it will probably have some bugs, but I just don't think it's going to be a good game. Like, I watched the gameplay, it just didn't look like a good game.
Is that Phil Spencer has come on to Kind of Funny's Xbox podcast to kind of be frank about the current situation with Xbox, with Redfall's launch. Now, I will give Phil Spencer credit here in that not many executives come out and are this frank and this willing to converse about a situation and to be just this upfront about the mistakes that they made. Phil Spencer full-on came out and said, you know, I gotta own my mistakes here. This is on me, and we definitely need to improve our processes. There are some great quotes here that highlights his current mentality on all of this, while providing, you know, some bits and pieces of potential insight into what
I think this is actually really good in a way that people might not really immediately perceive. I think that it's really good because Phil Spencer taking accountability for it takes the responsibility a little bit away from the developers that were actually, you know, the dudes in the trenches making the game, who, yeah, maybe they fucked up a little bit, sure, but like the odds are the reason why Redfall was released in the way that it was were decisions that were made by production and people closer to Phil Spencer than the developers. So I think this is really, really good that you have a publisher coming out and taking accountability for a mistake that a game has and problems that the game has. It's actually so good that Phil Spencer did this.
Happened with Redfall and what future plans are, how they plan to adjust to ensure that this doesn't hopefully happen again. So here's a Forbes article that transcribed the Kind of Funny segment really well. Xbox's Phil Spencer addresses Redfall's poor launch. I'm upset with myself, said Phil Spencer. This is the Kind of Funny clip that highlights specifically the Redfall portion, and here are the quotes that you need to keep in mind. There's nothing that's more difficult for me than disappointing the Xbox community, and just to watch the community lose confidence, be disappointed. I'm disappointed. I'm upset with...
Let's watch it. Oh, this is a 40-minute video. Holy shit. I thought it was only 3 minutes. Yeah, never mind. I was confused. Yeah, I thought it was just a little bit. Oh my god.
Myself. That's the thing. The confidence in the Xbox platform as a whole has been shaken by just how poorly Redfall launched. You'd think that this being such a major first-party release that Xbox marketed as one of their big showstoppers in one of their presentations not too far back, you know, you'd think that this game would have launched in a much better state, that it wouldn't have launched in such a compromised state. And Phil Spencer goes into the whole 60 FPS stuff that was announced, where Redfall launched on consoles without a 60 FPS mode. That was already a sure sign that this...
It didn't have 60 FPS? Bro, what year is this? This is crazy. What the fuck is going on?
Game needed to be delayed. On that front, Phil Spencer said, we'll revisit our process back to the announcement of 60 frames per second, and then we weren't shipping 60 frames per second. That was our punch in the chin, rightfully, a couple weeks ago. And the fact that he's admitting that, yes, people's concerns surrounding that were definitely valid, you know, is nice. But at the same time, you know, at the end of the day, we do need that execution to be improved. We do need those high-quality games to start rolling in. The critical response was not what we wanted. I will pick myself up. What can we learn? How can we be better? And you know what? That's a great...
Stop releasing shit before it's ready. That's how to do it. Stop releasing shit whenever it's bad. Just be like, have people review the game and play it, and that's all there is to it. It's yeah. Stop making games under 60 FPS. Yes, like just stop.
Great mentality to have, but You know, Xbox One floundered so much, and Xbox Series is supposed to be Xbox learning from their mistakes, but it feels like they're still in the fumbling and stumbling stages, and hopefully as they're able to kind of get the ball rolling a bit more with the release of Starfield, and hopefully future game releases from all the different studios that they've acquired whose releases are taking longer than expected, hopefully we'll be able to see Xbox actually learn from their mistakes, but so far it feels like they're still stumbling and fumbling to the point where some people are questioning right now whether Phil Spencer should remain head of Xbox. Everyone agrees that he's...
I think that, honestly, the fact that Phil Spencer took accountability for this, I think that absolutely he should remain at Xbox. This is one of the only times that we've ever had somebody who's actually one of the heads take accountability for a development studio's mistakes. And I think that is so big for gaming. Because, like, so often people get absolutely, like, I'll see, like, developers on Twitter and shit, and they'll be talking like, hey, yeah, I'm excited about this game, and there'll be, like, responses where people are like, fuck you, you messed this game up, you're trash, you suck, etc. So Phil Spencer, who is, again, the person who's really making the decisions, he's the one who has the real accountability. The developers are just simply doing the best with what they have. And sometimes what they have isn't very good, and sometimes their best isn't that great. Developers are not perfect either, but oftentimes I think these issues, if you probably asked 10 Redfall developers, was the game ready? Would you have wanted more time? And they could answer honestly. I bet 10 of them would have said yes. I did want more time, and no, it was not ready. And so, yeah, I totally agree with that. They made the mistake of trusting devs. They also tried to do the Sony style, offhands approach, and it backfired. Well, maybe. But either way, him taking accountability for it, I think is very good. I'm very happy about this. I, in general, would be him stepping down for failure to publish a console-selling game in nearly 10 years. He's been head of Xbox. I feel like they've published good games with Xbox before. It's not like they've never published good games. But yeah, I think this is very big W. I'm glad that he did it, even though it's a personal W, and I think it's like an industry-wide W for like how people perceive fault with game development. But of course he failed, because it's his responsibility to make sure this doesn't happen. Did it happen? Yes. Then it's his fault.
Much better than Don Matrick, and again, his forthrightness, I think, is something that's appreciated, but at the same time, you know, we need to see better results. At the end of the day, you know, that's what's going to draw people to platforms, high-quality games. When you're releasing disasters like Redfall, when that's how low the quality bar has been set for first-party releases, it's bound to make people question whether it's worth sticking around for Xbox, whether it's worth...
Yeah, I would agree with that. Somebody else in chat says this: as a software developer, I actually have learned about the release dates for products. I was a manager with my manager at company meetings without consultation on timelines. Yeah, you don't even know. Yeah, we don't talk to the software guys about when the game's going to be ready. We'll just figure that out, you know, and they'll figure it out. It's not a big deal. But no, he's absolutely right.
You know, just having hope that the platform will get...
Why would somebody give a shit about Xbox right now whenever Xbox... And the thing is, PlayStation isn't really that much better. Like, I don't think PlayStation has that many massive, big-selling games right now. But Xbox also has missed with two of their biggest sellers. It is? Spider-Man? No, I don't know. Like... All right. You fucking imagine if Halo Infinite was good and there was a new Gears of War game that was good. All right? I think at that point, I might still choose Xbox. This is what I was going to finish with, is that the fact is that, yes, PlayStation has great exclusives. The biggest one is coming out next month. It's going to be fucking Final Fantasy 16. It's going to be huge, right? I get what you're saying. But at the same time, I still think that Xbox could compete with that, but they're not. They're not competing with it because they're using garbage. They're making these bullshit games. Where's the new good Gears of War game? Where is it? I don't know. Like, I honestly, at this point, I want to see a new Gears of War game more than I want to see a new Halo game. I don't know what the fuck happened. But I do. I want to see it. Where is it? What's happening? What's going on?
The ball rolling at the level that Sony has with their first-party releases that has compelled so many gamers and drawn so many people into the PlayStation platform. But here's more from Phil Spencer. One thing I'll fight is what went wrong There is clearly quality and execution things we can do. He keeps it very vague, but he continues that one thing I won't do is push against creative aspirations of our teams. I'm a huge supporter of Arcane Austin. Their track record is awesome. I love a lot of their games that they've built. They didn't hit their own internal goals when it launched. I think it's maybe a little simplistic to say if you would have just laid it 3 months, the core creative of the game would have delivered on something that was different than what it was. On one hand, I do like that.
I mean, again, like, let's say that they had a vision of the game that was unrealistic. I still think that Phil Spencer and the Xbox team should have known that. They should have been able to identify that. Like, you need to be able to identify that and see, like, hey, this isn't going well. Let's recalibrate here.
Phil Spencer is committed to ensuring that studios aren't bottlenecked into doing what executives want them to do, but rather that they're allowed to really express themselves however they want to by doing the projects that they feel good about doing, that they genuinely want to do. On the other hand, man, Redfall feels like such a corporately made project. Is that really what Arcane Austin was so passionate about making? Maybe their vision was just so much grander, but they just couldn't execute on it during the process, during the development period, where they had to just scope it down so much more because
I think that's very possible. I mean, you know, development studios aren't perfect either, and they could have fucked up and they could have thought, oh, we're going to do this. Like, remember, I think Blizzard had this happen, right? Blizzard's massive. This was Project Titan. Titan was going to be like this massive game, and then it completely got scrapped and turned into Overwatch. And Blizzard completely scrapped StarCraft Ghost back in like the late I think it was early 2000s.
Time limitations because of just development troubles that, you know, we may or may not find out about. But whatever the case, look, it's great that Arcane Austin was given creative freedom to pursue whatever they wanted, but clearly Arcane Austin, if it was their decision to make this looter shooter with a vampire coat of paint, it clearly wasn't to their strengths. They clearly should not go this route again unless they really feel significantly more confident that they can execute better. This clearly just isn't a genre that they specialize in, and it clearly just did not work out this time.
That's the way it goes.
And so I think the concept of the game itself was a mistake, and I do agree when Phil Spencer says right here that it's simplistic to say that if you would have delayed the game by 3 months, the core creative of the game would have delivered on something that was different than what it was.
But yeah, of course, like, that's true, but like, bro, it was the bugs. Like, if the game was a solid 5 out of 10 forgettable looter shooter, then who would have given a fuck? Nobody would be talking about it anyway. The problem was the bugs. That's what's really bad. The bugs and the playability. Like fuck the creative. That's on them. Like, oh, the game was bad. Well, fuck, right? I mean, they should have made a better game. But it needs to work, though.
It needed was a complete overhaul or a mega enhancement of the foundations that it had. A couple months delay wouldn't have been enough. This game would have definitely been needed to be delayed by a couple years, I'd say, for it to be able to realize a vision that just
and this is one of the problems that I think a lot of big game studios have now, is they've become too big to succeed. The games take so long to develop that by the time the game hits the market's already changed. Yeah, like the market, people are already past that. They've already, like, that fad is done, it's over.
More compelling to play. Unfortunately for Redfall, the core creative of the game, which could not have been changed with just a couple months of delay, was a generic looter shooter, a genre that's becoming much more stale, especially with how saturated the competition is and how much you have to stand out in this landscape with compelling gameplay, a compelling loop of progression, and a compelling rewards give out to make it in this field. And Redfall falls so short of even the most basic quality standards that it really
I think a lot of it is just a lack of creativity and a lack of like internal guidance. Because you look at games like Vampire Survivors, for example. Like, one guy made Vampire Survivors and it was great. So it's not about like, oh, it's so hard to do this. Yes, it is hard. But if you think it's so hard, maybe you shouldn't be doing it. Maybe you don't have the right vision.
It's baffling that this game launched at all in that state. And again, with Redfall being a first-party title, and with Xbox showing a willingness to launch a game in such a dire and incomplete state, It makes people question whether games like Starfield can expect to have a similar type of launch where it's not ready and Xbox is willing to put it out there anyway and take people's money, you know, $70 or whatever. Anyway, Phil Spencer concluded by insisting that support for this game will continue and that they will try to patch it as much as possible.
Dude, and this is what's sad. I remember I was like getting pizza, and these guys were like, "Bro, have you played Battlefield 2042?" And I was like, "Wait, what? Isn't that game that was really bad that sucked?" And they're like, "Yes, dude, but now we're playing it, and it's so good, man. It's so fucking good. It's so fun." I'm like, "So they fixed a lot of it?" Like, yeah. And it's like, how many of you guys knew that? Like, before I said that, how many of you guys knew that Battlefield 42 was like, yeah, not me, it's not, I did it. Some people did, some people didn't. I didn't. And that's the problem, is that you get that first impression of the game being bad, and then even whenever it gets improved in like patch, you know, 2.6.1, well, the game it's a bad game. Why would I play a bad game? Because you already have made up your mind. It's like first impressions.
But I am so sick and tired of this trend, and I do feel like, you know, with something like Star Wars Jedi Survivor, there's a good game underneath all the technical and performance issues. With Redfall, I feel like no matter what you do in terms of fixing the technical issues, the bugs, the 30 FPS limitations on consoles, it's still ultimately at its core rotten, incomplete. It's at its core not a good game. That cannot be fixed by just some simple patches. They would have to go full No Man's Sky with it and slowly overhaul the title. If they're committed to that, hell, we'll see what happens. But if they're just planning to just add extra content but keep the foundation the same, Redfall will just never recover, which is unfortunate given that...
I think that they should just make the game playable, add in a few things that make the game better and worth it for people that like it, and then move on. I think really, like, because it's just, it has such a bad reputation now, you just have to move on.
Arcane have insisted that Redfall would be their most long-term supported game because the idea was to make this a compelling looter shooter that people will come back to for years to come. But I get the sense that this game is gonna die off pretty quickly because of how meager the reception has been.
Let's see how the viewership for the game is, or sorry, player base for the game is now. I don't know if this will be a good way to check or not. Certainly not great. It's on Xbox? Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, I didn't really know. I didn't buy the game because, like, whenever I woke up, I just saw all this bad stuff about it, and so I was like, oh, I don't want to buy this because it's bad. Can't see Game Pass users? Yeah, it's too bad.
And in turn, how meager the player base likely is at this point. In fact, going to SteamDB and looking at the all-time peak players since launch, 6,124 players is really, really poor results for...
I do think that, again, you're talking about extrapolation. So if you're looking at an all-time peak of 6,000 and then a 1,500 player base and like a 2,000 peak, you're seeing probably like a 60 to 70% downturn in average concurrent players if you extrapolate this data and assume that these percentages will be the same across all other platforms. So yeah, like I think this is probably accurate in that way.
A game that is supposed to be a major AAA first-party release that's supposed to be this looter shooter that is supposed to keep people engaged for a long time to come, and you know, we're already in the low thousands of people playing right now. This already goes to highlight that Redfall has probably sold very poorly, will not meet Xbox's expectations, and it'll be a big financial loss for Xbox, for Arcane, is what I'm predicting. But anyway, here's what Phil Spencer said about the post-launch of Redfall. The team at Arcane is taking the near-term feedback. We're still working on the 60 FPS. We have a good timeline for that. We're committed to getting...
I'm glad they're at least fixing some stuff. Somebody says, can't make this assumption here. Steam encourages you to refund quickly. Xbox players don't have an incentive to stop playing. Well, I think they do if the game is bad. So you think there's more... Okay, so maybe they only lost 50% of their population. I think losing over 50%, like somewhere around 50% of their population, instead of 60 to 70% is still astronomically bad within 3 days of the game coming out. Like, that's still really, really fucking bad.
That done, and we're going to continue to work the game. Again, just putting 60 FPS in there on consoles is not going to save this from being a bad game. I think we're going to continue to work the game. We have shown commitment to games like Sea of Thieves and Grounded to continue to build games, but I also know these games are $70, and I'm going to take full responsibility for launching a game that needs to be great at that price point. This game is definitely not worth $70. They should discount it right now and either refund people fully for those who are so dissatisfied with the game.
There's no way that's going to happen, but I do think they should discount it. Because asking people to pay the new... Like, I don't think anybody's going to have a problem paying $70 for the new God of War. Nobody's going to have a problem paying $70 for Armored Core 6. Nobody's going to have a problem paying $70 for Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. But people do have a problem paying $70 for one of these, like, scuffed games that people don't really give a shit about that much. I think that's really what the issue is. Right? Smaller games that are not delivering a quality product with a massive pedigree behind it.
They don't want to play it anymore, or they should at the very least offer partial refunds for those who bought it at launch and are deciding to give this game a chance in the long term. Wait until, you know, it gets patched or it gets some content updates and whatever. I just don't know how we're reaching $70 levels of price point for games and launching them the way that they've been launching, especially on PC. PC ports have been dreadful, you know, with Redfall, with frickin' Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Again, a good game underneath all of the technical issues, but it runs terribly on PC. The Last of Us Part 1 PC port also had technical issues with the PC port, and man, the list goes on and on.
I think people that are PC gamers are just tired of buying a product that doesn't work. Like, anytime that you sell...
Hoćeš ti, ne moraš šutra, možeš u srijedu. Ja i Čale smo očistili i kozama i...
Šta hoćeš?
Da očistiš samo ono džebrena. I onaj jadac, mi smo drugo sve očistili.
Ne znam, sutra ću, kad se probudim.
Ako hoćeš.
Da.
Aha.
Šta?
Malo vode, našao sam.
Sad zaliješ bitku?
Tell somebody something that's bad, they're not going to be happy. Like, you buy a game and you try to play it, it doesn't work. It's laggy. Well, okay, now you're mad. Like, there's not, like, a lot to this. It's that simple.
And it's a trend that's highly unfortunate. But with Redfall specifically, I feel like there was quite a lot riding on it because of its first-party nature and because Xbox has been deprived and kind of starved for first-party content, high-quality first-party content to come out that can compete on the level of Sony's first-party releases. But currently, you know, nothing of the sort has happened on Xbox's front. So, look, I appreciate Phil Spencer's candor. I appreciate the fact that he's willing to come on and actually have...
Yeah, again, I think it's great that he's taking accountability for this rather than just letting the devs fend for themselves. Because the odds are, yeah, the game probably, like, yeah, the foundation of the game, let's say it's garbage, absolutely. You're totally right. You can take the L on that.
Taj crst su posebno. To neka divlja, što je?
Pa isto kao ova puzavica, kao ovaj brško, samo kao ovo ima cvijet.
Čekaj da vidim.
Da se krene zajedno sa ovim.
And sweet as candy, taste the sun on mine. I'll just stay every time. Oh my lord.
But the developers will absolutely take the L on the foundation of the game being garbage. They failed to realize a vision that resonates with the consumer base. Obviously, that's their fault. However, with bugs and things being released too early, the bugs are a separate problem. And I don't think that they were caused by anything else other than probably a too strict deadline.
Conversation, admit his mistakes, and you know, admit that there are still things that need to be improved. But I just feel like we've done this whole song and dance, and it's like, how much longer do we have to wait before we feel like Xbox is starting to get on some kind of roll? Hopefully, Starfield will be the spark that will light this fire, because right now, this fire is waning and it is going off like a broken light bulb. It's still very much an anti-consumer thing that's happened here. And so a lot needs to be rectified. There's an uphill battle that Xbox needs to fight right now to garner confidence again from the gaming crowd. And I'm keeping my fingers crossed that, you know, that Xbox and Phil Spencer can somehow make it happen. I think more competition is better. Xbox just really needs to, you know, they really need to start pulling some W's here. But that is one man's take. Let me know in the comments below what your thoughts and opinions are on what.
Yeah, like right now, I just, like, why would I buy an Xbox? Like, I don't see a reason to buy an Xbox.
Phil Spencer had to say about the launch of Redfall, what you think about the general state of Xbox currently, and whether you think there's a path and a road for Xbox to recover from what's been a rather terrible past few weeks for the platform and the company. Share your thoughts in the comments below, and to be further updated on all things gaming news, reviews, and discussions, stay tuned right here on Young Yeah. I'll see you guys next time. Young out.
All right. So, you already have one. It's called a PC. Well, just overall, I mean, like, I just don't. I feel like PlayStation just has more advantages. I feel like the console is better. They have better exclusive games. Like, even if I didn't have a PC, like, let's say PC gaming is out of the question. Would I rather have a PlayStation or an Xbox? I think PlayStation 5 is better. Like, I'm sorry, I just think it is. And this is coming from somebody who, again, like, I'm a huge fan of Xbox. I love Xbox. But I just don't think it's that great. I do think Game Pass is probably, I don't know, it seems to me, I haven't looked at like every game on Game Pass, but it certainly seems to me like Game Pass is a better offering than what PlayStation has. Like with the PlayStation Gaming Pass, whatever their version of it is. So Game Pass is tremendous. Sure. Xbox fell the fuck off. Well, it's because, again, like, what were the biggest IPs of Xbox? For me, at least, it was Gears and Halo. And there's no good Halo, and there's no good Gears.
It is no secret that Xbox has been having a really rough couple of weeks, from the UK CMA blocking the Activision Blizzard acquisition that Xbox had so much riding on, to the disastrous launch of Redfall, which is one of the most disappointing and disastrous AAA video game launches in recent memory.
Xbox boss Phil Spencer addresses Redfall's disastrous...
You know, that Xbox and Phil past few weeks for the platform.
Like, even if I didn't have a PC, like, let's say PC gaming is out of the question. Would I rather have a PlayStation or an Xbox? I think PlayStation 5 is better. Like, I'm sorry, I just think it is. And this is coming from somebody who, again, like, I'm a huge fan of Xbox.
Otkud? Da vidimo koliko je sati, 2:27, uje.
Evo, psuje. Kino mi ima sinoć da me uči ruski naš.
Pac. Ruski ima padeža koliko i crnogorski, znaš. Fale 2-3 padeža.
5 padeža.
Čekaj, kako misliš nema vokativ?
Nema.
Zaboravio sam gramatiku ruskog jezika, učio sam 2 godine u školi.
Nema vokativ.
Hej ti!
Ono to baš je... Da, nema. 6 padeža.
U kome, o čemu, s kim, čim, oj Nenade.
Nominite geneti dati akuzativ,
Oj Nenade.
Kako?
Oj Nenade, o Nenadu. Kome, čemu, s kim, s čim. Vokativ. Primjer. Zaboravio sam. Mislim da znam o čemu pričaš, ali... Vokativ, primjeri. Dođi Filipe, vratite se deco. Neznam padež koji služi za dozivanje i obraćanje sagovorniku. Pa kako onda komuniciraju bez vokativa, jebem ti sunce?
Jebem ti.
Moguće.
Nema. 6 padež ima.
Možda nema padež, ali možda ima reči koje služe u toj formi. Nema ni mađarski padež, ali Mađari se nekako sporazumijaju.
Evo ti ima nominativ, genetiv, dativ, akuzativ, implementativ i lokativ. To im je.
Možda su navikli da žive kao robovi, pa kod njih nije trebalo od nevlastele. Koliko su godine oni živeli kao oni bojari i kao robovi, ono, i vladajući elite, i danas žive tako. Ja sam skoro završio sve ove monolite. Nekad u general chatu neko traži pomoć, ja samo ono pitam ono kako treba, da ne samo ljudi zapnu za bossa, obično neke range klase tipa mage ili rogue. Moja pretpostavka je da ne mogu da istankuju
damage.
A da, boss neki.
Nije i da ne mogu, nego ima neki lag.
Ima lag. Ja sam kao tank umro. Kao tank izgubio sam, moj health pool je 1050 kp, imam damage reduction nenormalan. Imam 75% damage reduction na sve i physical 150%. Čak i da boss ima onaj, kako se zove, physical penetration, da mi negira resistance, prvo mora da mi skine sav resistance da bi mi uradio damage uopšte. I preko toga imam onaj threshold endurance, to ti je kad ti skine ispod pola healtha, drugu polovinu će ti skinut tipa uz redukciju od 50%. Efektivno imaš više healtha nego što piše.
Mene je danas došlo tako brzo da to nije normalno.
Pa mene možda sinoć prošlo tako, zato što smo imali neku recepturu za mešanje te tortilje jednostavno. I onda sam više vremena proveo tamo s ove 2-3 ženske.
Tehnologom?
Ne. Pa imamo poslođu jednog, on se šetko tuda isto. Ove ženske tamo što rade za mašinu i s ovim momkom što radi tamo ja ne mesim, ja samo spremam to za mešanje. Znam da uključim mašinu, da proverim temperaturu i to, ali nije to moj posao. Još uvijek nemam pojma. Da pređeš 3 ova zadnja noda i kad završiš 3 zadnja noda otvara ti se ovaj centralni, to je valjda zadnji boss. Jel ga Dinovački završio onaj Atomic Heart ili ga obrisao?
Ima gdje. Če se šulje. Nije to za njega.
Nego imam osjećaj da ta igra zahteva od igrača da bude fleksibilan. Da prilagodiš strategiju situaciju u kojoj si.
Pa ja bio mora. Ja mu kažem da tuče onoga sa sekičetom, on puca njega.
Kažeš čovjeku koji... Jel on nosi noževe za bacanje u Huntu ili sekiru za bacanje?
Ne.
Ja, ne da sam gledao.
Onaj mali nož nosi i njega ne koristi uvijek.
Šta je bilo sa to?
Ništa.
Evo to, evo.
Jeste. Šta da bude?
Dono, pare?
Zaboravim.
Aha. A da treba da ti otme, vidiš ko ne bi zaboravio.
Neću kažem da nije fleksibilan čovjek. Neću kažem da je loš igrač, nego nije fleksibilan.
Navikao dosad je onaj, kako se zove, Battlefield.
Gde su ljudi statični i stoje i ne šane u tebe i ne pomeri se.
Znaš koliko sam ja tek tamo pobio sa nožem i sa tim...
U Battlefieldu?
Da. Pogotovo recimo, imaš one animacije da kad ga gledaš iza leđa da te ne vidi. Mislim sa tim pobio.
A dobro, ljudi fokusirani. Ja sam x puta gledao čovjek uzme snajper ili pušku i drži poziciju i puca i ne pomera se. Možeš ga što kažeš ti klati.
Nije. Nema li to? Pa nešto novo, kako da treba. Odbio? To te nešto je bio.
Pitao me je 5 puta za onaj Redfall, a ono je takav promašaj decenije da ne mogu da opišem. Ne znam šta da mu kažem. Najbolje da mu kažem uzmio pa probaj.
Bej, kad se njemu nije studovao, kako se zove. Da je Dead Online.
Vidi, ta igra ima multiplayer, taj Red Dead ne igra baš previše igrača, ne znam nije koliko. Ali imaš sve da se 15-20 igrača, možda odeš u onaj San Denis i da tumaraš tamo ulicama i uvijek ćeš naići na grupice od 2 do 5 igrača, na primjer. I ako baš hoćeš, ima ljudi koji su raspoloženi za to. Možeš da se pucaš kroz ulice, da pucaš u onu policiju, da radi zlodela. Ako baš hoćeš da igraš multiplayer takav. Ili da igraš one PvP meče, meni iskreno nisu bili interesanti, bog zna koliko. Jeste kad ima ono, kad su davali boost, bio je boost za gold, ne znam da li se sećaš.
Pa da, pa smo zajedno i te igrali, to je bio
0.25. Onda je interesantno. Dobiješ po meču dosta golda. Mislim, i ja koji ne igram, isto tako Hans Shodan, ja sam Hans Shodan igrao event, zato što su eventu dobio si Bloodbonde, dobio si unlockove, dobio si recimo 10 je bilo skinova u zadnjem Battle Passu u Hans Shodan. Oni gluposti. Znači, nešto postoji. Imaš neku stimulaciju da igraš, a multiplayer radi multiplayera, ono što kaže ja, da mi se...
Davno su prošle te vremena. Sad ću roći.
I love Xbox, but I just don't think it's that great. I do think Game Pass is probably, I don't know, it seems to me, I haven't looked at like every game on Game Pass, but it certainly seems to me like Game Pass is a better offering than what PlayStation has. Like with the PlayStation Gaming Pass, whatever their version of it is. So Game Pass is tremendous. Sure. Xbox fell the fuck off. Well, it's because, again, like, what were the biggest IPs of Xbox? For me, at least, it was Gears and Halo. And there's no good Halo, and there's no good Gears. So, what the fuck? Like, it's that simple. Fable, yeah, where's Fable? Where's the new Fable? I don't know, I don't see it. Where is it? So, it's just like, of course people are pissed. Overall, I'm really glad to see, obviously, Phil Spencer taking accountability rather than just letting the dev studio get completely shit on.
Spartans,
I do hope that...
welcome to my channel.
Overall...
Gel me kujas.
I hope that gamers can... start actually refunding bad games.
Čuo sam trak nisi počeo da me prozivaš kao Ileš. Moje krštovo ime je Ilija, moje očevo ime je Radomir, a majkino je Vesna. Nemoj da me zoveš ni jednim, ni drugim, ni trećim. Možda me zoveš Ilija, Snake, Frost, ali ja nisam Ileš. Ovo nije Mađarska, ovo je Vojvodina. Kad se postane zvanični, ne interesuješ me.
Srebrna Srbija.
Ovo je Srbija, znači možeš samo da zoveš srpskim imenima. Kad se prekrstim u Ileš, zove me još. Ja tebe ne interesuje me. U uličnoj karti ti ne piše Pajser, ja te zovem ili Milani, ili Belada, ili tako.
Ja te ne čujem ništa.
Kad prestaneš da me zoveš Ileš, pričat će. Ni šale radi ne prihvatam, ja Gledinočkog ne zovem, zovem ga stari i šale i onda prekine kad vidim da se peca. Ti me zoveš Ileš kad i nije smešno. Tako da ne interesuješ me, Ileš te ne čuje.
JAGA Zobemskamer.
Ne, nego, jebote, koliko su ove ribe, ove mlade pece na ovoga, onog malog prosto, to nije normalno.
Na koga speciju, ne?
Na onog malo što pobio be, onu decu.
Pa, oni misle da je to cool. Gledao sam jedan, ono kao, psihoanalitički video, kaže, žene vole loše momke.
On je loš momak.
Ne, slušaj me, generalno loše momke. Ali, to je dobro kao koncept, dok stvarno ne uđu u vezu ili brak sa takvom osobom. I takva osoba ih onda čita život. Pa,
ali zaslužuju.
Jeste, zato što one to žele. Jer ako ne želiš da budeš takvom osobom, ona ti ne može biti idol i ne može da se diviš i ovo i ono. Imaš momka koji... Imaš... Radi šta hoćeš. Ja tebe, kao što vidiš, možeš da pričaš šta hoćeš, nije problem. Još uvijek te nisam time-outovao, zato što si još uvijek u granicama normalno. Andrew Tate ti je klasičan primjer. Onaj kickboxer. Ne, on je kako ono zovu, macho man. Tipa...
Pa nisu htjeli da ga pogledaju dok nije imao keš.
Da, ali kad je otvorio onaj hotline i OnlyFans i kad je bio onaj novinar iz onog koji je ono YouTube kanal koji bio da ga intervjuše, kad ga ovaj primio kao gosta, ali mu nije dao da se šeta
Dobro sad si u da se ponasam ka ti sad si u ti imuti rad u Discord.
Pa ne moraš ti mene da slušaš, Milane, sve u redu. Rekao sam ti si htio da pričaš sa Ilešom, idi pričaj sa nekim tamo Ilešom. Ja sam Snake, ili Frost, ili Ilija, ili Kosović, ali nisam Ileš. Na to se nadazivam. I Peđa može malo, znaš, da zajebava i to. Peđa to može da prođe, jer Peđa mlađi i tako to. I duhoviti na moment. A ti si stara konjina, to tebi ne dozvoljava.
Moses ti meni nosit odiga dina sad.
Ne mogu te vaspitati. Mama i tata te vaspitaju. Ja ne mogu da te vaspitavam. Ako nisi shvatio da ljude ne treba da... Pa tako je. Stara konja ne možemo naučiti novim trikovima.
Al Casno J.E. sad.
Ne interesujem. Idi pričaj sam. Ne znam. Ljudima, ne znam, s Mićom, kako ti se zove onaj? Mićo Marević. On je takav kreten kod ti.
Moga sam bit I pilot Al Casno.
Super. Te smo stali, Nandi.
Žene voli psihopati.
Da. Generalno. Nebitno da li je u pitanju ženska osoba od 25 godina, 40 godina ili 10 do 15. To ih loži, znaš. One mešaju psihopatsko ponašanje sa nekim koje je ono stvarno tipa jak karakter, razumeš? Nije svaki muškarac ili osoba jačeg pola, po znacima navodno. Nije svaki muškarac koji je ono, znaš, tipa jak karakter, nije svako, znaš, da ide oko, viče, galami, lupa šamare ljudima, znaš, on je kao opak momak. Nije svako takav.
Ali pokoriste ga.
Ali njih to loži. Takvi dominantni, ne sve, ali određenu...
Veliki 80%.
Pa, ne znam. Pogrešni sistem vrednosti, ne znam šta da kažem.
Ja uglavnom krivim novinare i novinari su krivi za sve sranje. Uopšte za stanje u kojem se država danas nalazi.
Slobodu štampa.
Eni mi jasno osmali sad ne svakoti voj eni pjuvanje ti u gozakuda se mudiram sta sutra cu dok na kanal tic isri caaa nisi rika zdravo I mut sta.
Pa, novinari pišu ono što ljudi žele da čitaju. Ne znam da li sam bio jasan. Isto kao pisci. Pisac piše knjigu koju ljudi žele da... Ima pisaca koji pišu ono što oni žele, ali većina pisaca ili autora piše stvari koje ljudi žele da čitaju. Da li to dobro bilo?
Donek.
Znači, štampa ili slobodna štampa, koja nije slobodna štampa, već je regulisana štampa, nema veze. Piše o stvarima koje su aktuelne, znaš, ili izgledaju aktuelne. Ono što kaže, prodaje novine. Ja sam iskreno bio za to da se, ja nisam nikakav državni organ, ili da sam kažem, nemam veze sa politikom, ali mislim da je već kasno za toga prestupnika da se bilo šta uradi. Jednostavno treba da uvedu novu klauzulu, ne znam da li to postoji u Europskoj uniji, ali baš što se tiče Srbije. Sljedeći put kad neko napravi nešto slično ili proba da napravi nešto slično, možemo se suditi kao odraslom licu i ako treba da se strelja.
Mogu da uradi onaj, kako se zove, let specijal.
Dobro, sad to
dođe. I da su toga uvedu samo da se napravi specijalan slučaj zbog toga.
Pa to tako ide, znaš, to se zove presedan. Znaš, tako se inače kreiraju nove izmjene u zakonu. Desi se tako neka glupost i neko sranje, da kažemo.
Ne. Uključio sam to. Taj Filip mora diskriminaciju, ja sam to isključio. Ni to. Kad će mi to? To stane upaljeno može on. U tiđe može 1,5 dinara više. A nije 1 dinara sigurno onda više zbog toga, ali... A što ne? Ne shvatim koja je razlika u tome ovaj dom. Ja sam na jednom monitoru sjelo, bio mi krenuo nešto sivo, ja ga pritisnem i tu se sjelo u piksela i to se vidjelo se povuklo. On samo može jedno od 6-7 piksela metrika, ali to...
Ne vidiš
to sam ja kriv. Ne, to sam ja kriv, bio sam ga obrisao sa onom tešušu za prozor. Izgleda mu malo ušlo unutra i zbog toga.
Je ti to novi monitor ili stari? A onaj...
Nije onaj što sam uzmio, to je onaj, ima koliko, 7-8 godina. Od Kesića. A dobro, to je tvoj. Pa bilo kod tebe. Gdje se krenuo sam?
Sad će da laže i da muva. Slušaj sad izgore. Ne, nije to kod mene, ja to nisam tako držao, to se to nije moglo desiti. Sve ima svoj rok trajanja.
Maybe. Izbaci mene juče zato što nisam uradio update, imao sam.
Šta ti izbacio? Iz čega? Iz Windowsa?
Ma baš ti ovo, glavni film.
U suštini ti Windows sam gura te sigurnosne update-ove, ono.
Ako to ne znaš, Milane... Ne mogu sad ti kažem step by step, ali... u ligi se.
Završimo to. Imaš onaj remote control, sjećaš se. Završio bi mu ja, ali od kad sam se počeo odazivat na Ilaš ne primam naređenje.
Koje? Kako? Si otišao? Sad ovo tamo klubno.
Ja se samo usjutao, pošto vidim da je Milano vodio reč. Nema potrebe da pričam preko njega.
Milane.
A volim kako oni kum uvek proveravaju, znaš. Uđu na moj stream i onda slušaju kao aha, ne čujem se, aha, ugasio me, aha. Šta? To zboli briga. Vjerojatno postoji razlog.
Šta radiš?
You can click on skill without
Što igraš bez stanjog?
lighting.
Što igraš bez stanjog?
Check passive. Nice to know.
Yes.
One update Milan.
Dosta. %99% stvari koje si mogao da pokreneš na Windows XP-u, možda pokreneš i na Windows 11. 99%. Onih
Ma samo je skinuo, samo su je skinuo.
Onaj 1% je neki stari driver koji je Windows izbacio tipa Direct Play, ali čak i kad pokrećeš igru koja nema podršku za to, on ti ode na taj Windows njihov server i skine ti tu komponentu operativnog sistema koju su oni recimo izbacili i instalirati da bi mogu compatibility modu da kreneš.
A pazi ovo.
I radi. Sve radi.
Da. Znaš, u Windows XP bio ono kuće kod da traži.
Da.
I onda su krenuli da se spadaju sa desetkom. Kao kuće tu kažeš treba mi to i to i on ti kaže evo ga tačno to što si tražio, nalazi se tu i tu. A Windows 10 te šalje na Bing tražiti ono, a nikako da ti nađe fajl koji tražiš.
To ti se zove korisnička služba. Ili manjak.
Ne, nego ja mislim da su tamo krenuli zaista u IT svijetu radi mnogo glupio Nikoli. Mnogo levića je krenulo tu da radi, koji smatra da je obično populus glup, ali da su oni ko akademski građani ono...
Ne, ti samo imaš posao, ja nemam, razumeš? Meni je to hobi, a tebi je to posao. I radiš ga jako loše. Ja nemam vremena da se bavim.
Ne, kažem kako oni generalno gledaju na populus.
Pa neka gledaju, ja nisam nepismen, ne znam da kodiram. Ali znam kad mi fali driver, ili znam ako je aplikacija zabagovana ili ima memory leak. Znam. Znaš da ne znam da se zakopam u kodiranje i ne želim da se zakopam u kodiranje gomile teksta.
Dobro, nema ništa. Znaš šta bilo, će da nastaviš da radiš? Uzmano. Šta ti kaže menadžer? Ne. Popisali? Jesu. I? Ali Pavle od dva džaka samo u kana, je belni ga kako pali. Pa neki dan sam ga kuci i opet pali. I sutra. I pa je to dva džaka, ni se u dva. 22. Cijelo pa rekao. Informaciju mogu da mu kažem da li... Ma već u školi ja mi pokoj. Da iste 400 kila, on ne je bilo više. Kažu mi kažu daj mali 3000 dinara. Rekao si? Niste rekao. Idemo dalje, buzi. Znam da sam izbrali. Ali trebali su to da puste na platu, a ne da se zezi ovo. Ne mogu mi oni. Ne mogu, ovaj mjesec mi nešto nije dok nam te efekti su mi neki to. A i ovaj faktor je opustio da je mozak ne ispašu i čukam kamenje, pravim stvari i to.
Na kraju krajeva možeš da odeš 10 minuta, a neće se ništa desiti nepredviđeno u faktoriju, tako?
Dobro, ovdje može da se desi, može se desiti recimo bajte pojedu vagon.
U regularnom scenariju.
Ali ovdje, kad se napravi poslije da to bude da lase defaju i to treba baš da bude jak fail da bi to nestalo.
Što se tiče one jučerašnje rasprave oko Bounty, ja sam u pravu 100%. Da, slušaj, ono što nisam ni htio da ulazim u diskusije koliko je ko lutovo novce iz kase ili koliko je ko lutovo novce sa leša. U to nisam htio da ulazim, ali koliko vredi jedan Bounty token a kraj tek je to menjao, toliko si dobio novce na taj bounty kao ukupan skor. Znači 1 za 1. A mimo toga ti imaš ono, novac iz registar kase i novac koji lutuješ sa mrtvih lovaca. Nekad uzmeš $300 bounty i uzmeš 500-1000 na lovce, ali to ti ne ulazi taj skor. Opet kažem, za neko ko ima 4 miliona bounty-a, a ima $10.000 u kasi, to je...
Ja mislim da je ovo tako.
Jasno. Onda fino uzmeš prestiž ko svi normalni ljudi, pošto definitivno nemaš para. I većina ljudi koje sam pitao zašto ne uzmu prestiž, mislim, prvo sam rekao nemojte uzmete prestiž. A onda oni kažu kao, pa kao ne uzimam prestiž zato što hoću da imam novac. Ali ako imaš $7.500, onda definitivno...
Radiš nešto pomoći.
Mislim, 4900 sati čovjek ima u igri, ima $7.500.
Generalno, ja kad uvedem prestiž, ja jako brzo dođem do tih do 50.000. Jedino kad krenu ne vidim sve generalačke, ja škrenu da se to
Pa dobro,
bez veze.
Imaš jednostavnu stvar, ja sam to rekao, ljudi me ne slušaju kad im kažem. Boxer košta $10-15, First Aid Kit košta 25 ili 30. To je otprilike to što ti treba. Winchesterka košta $45, zaboravim sam, obična ona. 38, ona, kompakt. I mačeta košta $15. Ništa ti drugo ne treba. Sve ostalo možeš da nađeš. Možda nađeš konzumables po onim kutijama i... Shock bomba je opcijona kad igraš gadnjavački. Neće ti pomoći. Jer će on umreti negde da ga ne možeš ni dići. Tako da ti ne treba shock bomba. A bossa možda ubiješ s mačetom. Eto. To ti je $15 na bokser, ja mislim, $30 na... Oko $50 ti je, čini mi se, bokser i first aid kit. Mačeta je $35-40, Winchesterka je 45. Ti je oko $200, čini mi se. 150 do $200. Može stoko da se oprostiš svaki meč. Nećeš ući u veliki minus. Treba da izgubiš 10 mečeva da ne zaradiš ni $1 da bi ušao stvarno minus. S takvim gerom.
Nije to...
Šta? Šta? Ta 10 mečeva da izgubiš zaredom. Da ništa ne uradiš, da ne pokupiš ni jedan trag. Znači to sve što sam rekao...
A dobro, ja skupim.
Svaki klut je $50 ili $75. Nešto su boostovali, ne mogu se setiti. Mislim da je 50. Ako imaš 2 bossa na mapi i ako ljudi nisu baš spawnovani direktno na bossa, uvijek možda uzmeš 2 traga barem. Nekad i 4, na primjer.
Meni gleda ne pokupiš što više.
Sa 4 traga može da kupiš sad taj gear što sam rekao, ako svaki put uzmeš free loads. A svaki put imaš free loads.
Ja samo sam free loads.
Pa nema potrebe da ja plaćam skin $300 da bi dobio 3 random traita, od kojih jedino koji valja je doktor. Za $300 jedini trait koji vredi od svih traitova je ne Quartermaster, ne doktor. Jer pretvara medkit koji vraća 50 HP-a u medkit koji vraća 100 HP-a. To je jedini trait koji vredi. Za tih $300. Mogu ljudi da seru ovo, ono, ne. Doktor. I Frontiersmana. Kuda ćeš dobiti ta dva zajedno? Šta bre? Ne možeš, ako imaš iole smisla za novac, ne možeš biti bez novca u Hanshoganu. Nastav. Da, to mi nije jasno. Sad i po $1000. Ne koristi čovjek ni custom ammo. Custom ammo ti diže cenu svakoga custom loadouta za 50 do $250. Za neka oružja vredi, za neka nema potrebe. Za Sparks ili za Martini Henry ti ne treba full metal jacket municija. Može, ali je overkill. Gledao sam onog bolida, ne znam šta da kažem za njega. Ne igra loše, ali nekad ima ono fix ide. Onog Raktuzija. High velocity ammo. High velocity ammo nema veze s mozgom. Kao, lakše vodi metke. I jest, dok ne udari u prvo stablo. I onda taj brzi metak se zabije u drvo i ne uradi ništa. A full metal jacket metak koji je sporiji, ako malo bolje znaš da vodiš, probije to drvo i opali headshot. A da, gledao sam ga pre neki dan, jedan jedini meč. Mislim, pitao sam ga nešto u vezi encodera novog, onog AV1. I stvarno sam ga gledao čitav meč, pošto mi je već čovjek odgovorio, ajde, da ga pogledam. I čovjek igra sa onim Carbine Officerom i traduje se sa čovjekom koji ima, čini mi se, label. On pukne njega jednom, ovaj njega pukne jednom. Ovaj treba da ga ubije, ovaj se skloni iza dasaka, metak od ovoga oficera se zabiju daske, ovaj ne dobije kill, nego ono kao zabije se metak u dasku, ništa. Very good. Very good.
Elmer? Entonces fuera de diablo. Elmer?
Interesantno. Ne znam, nekad mi random dobijem statistiku na bossu kad ga bijem. Bonus damage per stack. Ne znam koji item ili ability to radi, ali vidim da je neka trigger, vidim, ne znam, bleed, poison, shock, ignite, cold i nekad izbaci taj kao bonus damage modifier. Ne znam od čega. Oho, look at that. Ha 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 ha. Ništa bolje nego kad boss se sponuje van ekrana i spamuje magije na mene. Gomila minjona ide na mene. Ne znam što. Važi. In the room. La 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 la. Decimate. Šta je decimate?
Decimati ili?
Decimate.
Piše...
Decimate. Decimat, da.
Opadaj neko, mislim da je tako nešto. Uništavanje, gdje li ga? Uništavanje će biti dobro.
Evo ga, centralni nod. Ovo je baš endgame, zadnji quest, ja mislim. Timeline and power. You can attempt to conquer timelines at higher difficulties. Aha. To je to. Timelines unlocked. 10 od 10. Okay. Heal trage mi se digne sa...
Nisi. Dužno si jednu kitu da jedeš, a?
Posljednji.
Dobro si nemoj.
Ne znam, ovo što vidim za sad mi se sviđa jako. Da hoće malo priču da sredite, bilo bi... Ima potencijala da bude bolje od Path of Exile. To je moje mišljenje.
Tačno ću.
Samo pošto...
All right, everybody, here we go. From our Twitch stream and my Twitch community, apparently
hoću da te pitam, jesi ti
U vezi čega?
Jesi ti uplatili za ono...
Za šta?
Jesi...
Za šta? Ko?
Platu.
Ko je li mi platio? Ko? Koja firma?
Tortiljačuš, ono, stripuj...
Koja firma? Ne znam, nisu. A opet danas je ponedjeljak. Kad je bio prvi?
A dobro, ja znam da oni isplaćuju 20.000 akontacije i onda...
Jeste, ali ja mislim da ćeš za to sačekat, ne znam koji su mi rekli tamo u firmi. Sačekat ćeš za to...
Iz 2 puta.
Ne, nego, ne znam, do 10. i 20. tako nešto.
Šta će mi to?
To samo je trebao kod, taj korisnički. Šta je ovo?
Dobro.
Što pitaš?
A ne pitam.
Nema njega zbog koga, zbog mene.
Ma kakvog nemanja, šta ti je?
Što ti sad to pomaka?
No ja rekao, čisto...
Uradio sam od te 2 mjeseca.
super grindy and chunky. Now, you know, somebody left a comment and made me think, what channel do I put this on? If I should put this on my heavy metal channel when I edit this out. This is so punchy and grindy, but you know, the mix is not you know, what I would consider like if I was just listening to Periphery, or you know, it's a different kind of a banging mix. There's a lot of synth going on back in there. It could be also the volume that I'm listening to, but I do have it on kind of hot in my cans, and it's really popping and bouncing a lot. What a great voice. I don't know who this singer is, but what a sick voice he's got. And that hook is very memorable, very melodic. And what I like about what's happening in my small little journey of heavy metal and stuff is I'm able to listen to tracks that are like Meshuggah, who are just going to lean in with the people's elbow and grind you down with just the most grinding, genty heaviness. I don't even know if it's gent. Forgive me. Don't come for me in the comments. And the growling and the power, but yet these singers have that ability that I've learned that, you know, you could be that growler, you could be that power singer, and then just have these gliding melodies that just kick. Something else I want to say is tech death. You're right. I'm sorry. Thank you for straightening me out. I know, very protective genre, but I do love Meshuggah. I have fallen in love with their composing. Anyhow, but what I will say is there's a very handy dose of grindy synth behind it, and I don't know how that, you know, plays in the rule of thumb, let's say with doing gaming composition, as having an element that's kind of a must-have kind of thing. But I really love that. Once again, I call it hybrid. When I call hybrid compositions, that always means you have multiple instruments, strings, could be guitar, bass and stuff, then you have synth elements. Those big supercharged fat synth sounds that they use probably a little different from, let's say, sorry, I know, I'm gonna get to that in a second. I just want to bring to mind, at the very end of that, there were these big fat chord synth grindy patches that they were using to kind of reinforce or emulate super crunchy guitar. Remember, I said enforce or emulate together. A combo of melodies. The one thing that's unique about the hybrid composition using synth is that you have these powerful guitar tones, but that grindy teeth against the metal kind of synth vibe is kind of unmatched in being able to manage what I like 10K to 16K parts of the EQ range. So it could really add an extra like Scoville, 1 million Scoville ghost pepper kind of grittiness to it. But it still can hold its own melodically, so you can really do some really nice things, and that's what I love about what I heard there at the very end. I thought that was really super cool. So let me go back a little bit, and let's start up with the next one. All right. Yes, synth stacking. out here in the comments about the mixes and stuff, and I totally agree. These mixes are not what I would consider, in my personal opinion, which doesn't amount to anything, but we're on the internet and everybody has a different opinion, you know, if you were to take these same exact stems out, let's say you gave them to Nolly, or you gave them to one of our top 10 heavy metal engineers, they're going to completely produce this differently. But one of the things that I learned in my
DTD cooldown commands are now active.
When you're there to write music for something, you're an accompaniment and not the primary focus. So mixes are going to get approached differently. As a matter of fact, the very first song that I played, did you notice how the vocals were really sunk into the mix? As if it was just like a melodic line. Like, if I wouldn't have had the lyrics, I wouldn't have known what it was saying. So I think these mixing techniques, you guys tell me if I'm right or wrong, or if you feel the same way. The mixing techniques, even though this is kind of a sound, but and of course it's different than Doom's metal, right? Than Mick Gordon's metal. But even Mick Gordon, though, still used a lot of heavy, crunchy synth work in between these, you know, drop A, needle fart drop B, whatever it is he was using. So he had authentic chugs in there. So that was going to get, he was going to deliver a different kind of mix on that, obviously, because of the authenticity of him as a musician and a composer playing that instrument. But that's the big difference, and this is probably what's might be a situation here, is that you have a Mick Gordon doing Doom, who's an authentic metal guy, and let's just say whatever I'm listening to, the composer could be very well briefed in it, but then the decision to mix it in a certain way kind of makes it a little more, you know, laid back. That's just kind of how I'm kind of excuse me. So let me continue on, and I'll catch up on some of these comments. So I like that little tail off. It gives you a little idea of what they were doing with delays and stuff on that to give us a certain effect. Real quick before we go into the next one, somebody was saying this is a scene, I guess, where a dog is, you know, getting some sort of freedom or breaking free. So I guess that's where I read the howl and I was hearing some what I thought was kind of a screaming technique. I want to just real quick, Blinky Cohen had mentioned something that pretty much what I was hitting on, but he was spot on about what he was saying to sync the vocal lines and not be a distraction during gameplay, and that's what I was talking about. Even the work that I did for, you know, commercials in the mainland in the 90s and stuff like that, I would do these really great leads, whatever I was doing, but then in the mix I'd have to pull it way down because it would intrude and battle, let's just say, the voiceover. Or in this case, you know, like I said, we don't want to distract too much from it, but it's very powerful work. Okay, let's just continue on. Let's go.
I can.
Cool chord changes for bass line.
Wow. Neymiş?
That was sick. If you listen to that, I'm going to go back and bring us back into that hook really quick. Listen to the layers of the harmonies of the background vocals, but also listen to the supporting melodic rhythm arrangement behind her singing that. So she's singing, she has these really rich harmonies that are sunk in the back, but listen to this other synth that's kind of supporting her melodic journey, but kind of a couple notes kind of pull you slightly away from it. I'm not going to say it was a complete counterpoint composition, but let's take it back and listen to that. But that was great, super hooky. Once again though, that mix is kind of low with her voice, isn't it? So I can hear in the background there, obviously, you know, there's guitar in these tracks. The thing is that they're so mixed differently than I'm used to hearing on the heavy metal track. I can still detect the chugging. But once again, there's so much, you know, synth work and layered synth and stacked synth sounds that's happening there that for me, my ears are still kind of adjusting to these mixes, which is always a new thing. You know, I had to do that way back in the 80s when I was an engineer, you know, back in the Hollywood days back there. But you always have to adjust, because being an engineer at a recording studio, when you're like a staff engineer, or in my case a staff second or something like that, you are subject to whatever walks through that door. So it could be heavy metal, it could be pop, it could be Nortanian music, it could so I'm getting used to more of a gaming mix here. Really quick, her voice. I'm sorry, but what a great voice. But she kind of reminds me a little bit of the vocalist from S.W.Frost, the clean sound of her tone. If you remember her name, type it down. But that's what the tone of her voice is. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, so this track to me has more of kind of like middle of the road pop metal contemporary kind of vibe to it. I think it could be because of the grindiness, the straight power of the you know, the grindiness. I mean, the first few tracks we've listened to had some really nice, you know, rhythmical turnarounds and movements and chord changes and twists. This one's pretty straightforward, but it's very accessible. And what I mean by that is it's like this is the kind of track that can pull, you know, people in, you know, that have, let's say, just more of a civil rock ear. Did I say that right? I gotta watch what I say, man. I'm so afraid for one day saying something weird. Everybody comes for me. But yes, Tenyon, that's SVTM. Courtney LaPlante was her name. Yes, she's a phenomenal singer. All right, let's go. You know what, too? I think one of the reasons why this sounds a little, I'm just going to say it, you know, slightly homogenous in what we've listened so far, is because this doesn't seem to have as well, doesn't seem to, doesn't mean it doesn't, I'm just not picking it up. In my AKG 240s, I'm not sponsored by them, I thought I would just be an idiot, is the fact that I didn't hear any real guitar in it. I think this was just more of a grindy, layered synth stacky track, and it had that, I'm sorry, it kind of felt like it was kind of a little bit of that glam rock. I'm not saying I'm sorry because it sucks, I'm just saying it just seems out of everything that I've heard, this one had a little bit more of an 80s, you know, yay, we will rock you, you know, I'm thinking of the guy, in my mind, the Twisted Sister, who's a brilliant monster of a talent and a good person, but just in my mind, that's what I was kind of envisioning when I was listening to this particular track. I hope I don't offend anybody with that description, but yes, Dee Snider. Yeah, no, and that's true. Glam rock is one of the things that my friends that would go on tour in the 80s and the early 90s and stuff would go, when glam was kind of shifting and stuff in the 80s, were going, forget this, man, we're all going to Japan. And then they'd show me pictures of them on stage and Coliseums. I'm like going, however it works. And it's still, I think it's because what I'm learning about composers and the music in Japan, it's very melodic. You know, it's very melodic in a very large way, and to me, that's what happened. That's what rock in that glam era was. You know, that just very melodic, large sound. You know, so and then everybody was doing cosplay. You know, I'm sorry. Yeah, I figure if I'm gonna get canceled, I might as well just go for it, right? I'm not pinning that track on glam rock. I'm definitely not. I was just kind of making, you know, just a little kind of a, you know, thing that I do. All right, guys, let's continue on. Right, there's that synth, right?
With the mother sinking deeper. And it will come like a full of
Okay, this is absolutely huge, obviously, and I can tell by the comments that we're getting into. There's a part of this where I know there's no genre to call this, but I'm going to say it's like EDM grindcore. If that could possibly be something. You know, when they open up with a in my mind, automatically, what's the name of that incredible shredder that is just lighting the place up? Jason. Gosh, please help me out. That shredder. He's an incredible guitar player. His name is Jason, but that's what automatically sweeps. I was like, oh my god, that reminds me so much of him. But it's so powerful. Once again, the synth stacking, you know, and the drums. And the drum programming, you know, once again, that's that thing. That's why I call it EDM grindcore, EDM metalcore or something, because obviously, you know, the drums are, you know, sample synth drums and stuff like that, which this is the only thing that takes this away from being a different listening experience on more of an organic thing is because it's not necessarily all organic, right? So even once we got into the core of it when they start singing, once again, one of the things that each one of these tracks all have in common, not the bass, not the drums, not the guitar, are synths doing a lot of action sequences. Which makes sense, right? It translates in an orchestra too. So in other words, if a composer has an orchestra, has you know, a film in an orchestra, and wants to create that chase scene, you're going to hear those sequence.
DTD, a new vote has started.
As a composition, like an ostinato, which is a sequence of, you know, except they'll do it with the strings. So we're hearing these iterations of compositions that would translate into a, you know, an orchestral piece. But in the case of us listening to this as metal pieces and track pieces, you know, I'm kind of like, oh, where'd the guitar go? He came in with a sweep, or it sounded like a sweep, but he came in with a sweep. Now it all disappeared. Oh, and it came back in balls to the wall, you know, in a hook. You know, so that's, I am really super digging this, but it's kind of a juxtaposition of like, I'm listening to metal, but no I'm not, but it's EDM, but it's metal, but it is. And that was sick.
DTD voting is complete and the viewers have chosen Shield.
Okay, whoever did that solo, one of you guys, tab in your browser, see if you can find out who played the solo in that, because that was intense. That was hardcore. That was visceral as it gets, you know. And to me, that was the Ginsu knife of the track. And I'm not just talking about the tone of that guitar, I'm just talking about what the energy brought into that track just by virtue of that solo that lifted it from that digi-metal vibe. And somebody just flamed me for calling it EDM. I'm sorry, I'm still not good with like calling one thing is calling something that. You guys are nice to me, you guys are being kind about it, and sometimes I go, oh yeah, I gotta watch what I say. But what I loved about that solo, whoever did it, somebody's got to lick this up for me. Whoever did that solo in there, that definitely just leveled it up, you know, 2 times into more of a metal grind for me. You know, bringing a little more organic, a la like what I'm listening to my channel. All right, guys, let's continue on. Hey, Tazzer Tool.
Red sun over paradise, red sun, red sun over paradise. Slowly through the shadows of the Even day by day, always, always with a sound, something warm and pure, find the least within ourselves, longing for the cure, and wondering this now when the fire's high, we'll watch and wait to see what comes. All the scenery, this is nature's sacrifice. On its back, we'll step, we'll not forget the rest on our paradise.
Okay, don't worry, I'll pull us back to get back into that solo. You know what I dig about this? Now, obviously, there's a lot more presence of the guitars in this mix, and it's a lot thinner in the arrangements. You notice there's not a lot of craziness going on with, you know, sequence and counterpoint melodic kind of, or harmonized melodic composition. So there's a lot more space in this. By virtue of having a lot more space, I'm hearing a lot more of the guitar, and apparently we're about to get into a solo, but here's where I smile with like, so I'm gonna go back a little bit and I'll let the song finish up and go through the solo. Listen to the ghost notes of the snare and how it was programmed. Because ghost notes, look, if you're a composer and you have to program drums and you have to do ghost notes, and I've done it before, it's hard because if I was a drummer and I know how ghost notes are played. So ghost notes are not like, let's say the velocity is 125 on a regular 2 and a 4, like pop, and then you don't go pop, pop. You've got to want to give it that feel. I want you to listen to the ghost notes in this. My hat's off to the guy programming it. So let's just start from right here. I'm going to go back a little further, kind of blow into that of the ghost notes, and then I'm going to go take it right all the way through to the end of this track.
To see what rots or pretty, see that this is nature's sacrifice. On its back, on its legs, we will not forget the lights on our paradise.
And once again, this is a perfect example on the mixing techniques in games, commercials, TV, whatever. When you have these extraordinary leads and stuff like that, but they're so sunk into the mixes, even the vocals, you know, I'm watching everybody comment on that the vocals are sunk. And once again, it's like we'd already talked about early on, which was like you don't want that as a distraction. You're not playing a video game so you can get hooked in to anything lyrical. And of which, some people have left the comments about the lyrics being very campy and stuff. Well, they're being written as a script for a game, you know. So I'm at least from what I'm witnessing here and what I'm listening to and watching the comments, you know, they have a direct correlation to whatever's happening here in this boss fight. You see, I would have never, in a million years, ever thought I would ever have heard those words out of my mouth had I not started this journey with these guys. A boss fight. To me, if I was a boss fight, I was catching a case. You know, if you know. So, you know, a boss fight means a whole different thing, you know what I'm saying? All right. So let's see, the game's dialogue isn't...
DTD, a new vote has started.
Yeah, true. Okay. Oh, can you please define ghost notes for new people? I think, yeah, I'll just briefly. Ghost notes are an articulation in a drummer's playing. Very, very, very heavily used in super prog bands, but even in Slipknot, Mudvayne, some of these more power, like new metal guys, Korn even, it's these articulations in between the more powerful parts of a snare drum. So let's just say the pattern is now this snare pow might go boom boom. That little that I'm doing with my mouth. How many guys? My God, that one section of me and Misha, when we did that podcast, we were talking about how many people actually play drums with their mouth. Just like
DTD voting is complete and the viewers have chosen Feral Big Mama Attack.
How many of us do kind of like drum out stuff going? And also has a very nice, more of a serious. Oh. Button. Great drums on this one.
Stand up and fight. You think I'm not for real.
So whoever wrote this one has got a little bit more of a tuner. It could be the same composer, but how they decided to give this one a little bit more of the juice is it's got a little bit more of a prog rock vibe, a little gutsier. One of the things that I hadn't mentioned through this whole thing is one of the unique textures that whoever's doing the editing on this and the engineering on this, they really like to play around with chopping up the vocals in a compressive arrangement, which is a really super good technique. I mean, once again, this has to go with the game that you're playing and anything which I don't know anything about, but the energy, what it does is it really maximizes the energy. So if the singer's holding out a note, sorry, that had to have just made your cat, if you were in the back, just run out of the room. But so instead of it going, I'll do a different note. It would be that, so it would be that chopping. And then they would maybe quantize the audio sound or something like that. So they're using that as quite a consistent technique throughout all of these in this kind of pseudo-digi-metal kind of listening environment I got going here.
Losing my identity, wondering have I gone insane? Found the truth in front of me, I must climb this mountain range. Enemy, I never realized
Yeah, without a doubt, the vocals on this definitely way exceeded in mix and in quality and in performance. More of an authentic, power metal, grindy track and stuff. One thing that's happening a lot here, though, too, in the vocals that I'm noticing is there is a lot of doubling going on in a lot of these vocal tracks, and be it digital doubling or literally singing the track one on top of the other. In most cases, sometimes it's prudent because of the necessity of speed in delivering tracks that you might take a voice track and send it through a plugin that's called a doubler, or you use different techniques to thicken it up, you know, and give it that kind of more layered sound. And then on top of that, you could take the core file of the vocalist still kind of in your face, and then move the doubled, the digi doubled part back in the mix a little bit, and then you could even add stuff to it like a flange or a chorus. So I don't know if you guys are hearing some of that through some of these mixes too. One more quick question before I move on. There's a couple more here before, well, not quite the end. I'm still going to do a couple of calls here, but are they using the same singers through and through? Is it the same guy that's been singing all the way through? I'm only asking you guys because I can see that some of you guys already have some, you know, some super knowledge on this. So let me know. Excuse me. Different vocalists, I believe. Okay. Was this... I'm sorry, I have one more question then. These are all fading out, maybe because of how they fit in the game or something, but is there a full soundtrack of these tracks that actually finish off like songs? I don't know how this this person made these videos, if they was where that fade is coming in, or are these songs actually just 2.5, 3.5 minutes long, you know, kind of thing. Okay, let's move on. Yeah, some delay and reverb on that too, yes, correct.
We are enlightened masses.
Nice change up. Alright, so this one's got like a whole different vibe and energy to it. It's a little more proggy, but a lot more punchier, and there isn't the emphasis on the metal and the guitar and stuff. The emphasis is back on the stacked synths and stuff. But whoever's doing the programming on the drums and mapping this out is doing an absolute sick job. Absolutely, it's just so cool. But this particular track has a little bit more of a memorable melodic, you know, run to it. I don't know where this fits in the game or what exactly in this boss fight that's going on, because we're seemingly towards the end, right? This is the second to the last one, at least in this the videos or the playlist I'm looking at. I'm going to go back into this. Let me ask you guys a really quick question as I go back into this. If you had to choose a band to cover all these tracks, knowing what you know about how they sound in their arrangements and their vocals and the playing and stuff, what band do you think would be absolutely mental if they covered all these tracks? giant ending for a boss fight. That had to look huge. Okay, last one on this playlist. Northlane, yes. Avenged Sevenfold. And Between the Buried and Me, yes, I agree with you. I gotta stop somewhere really quick. I love the infusion of where they just kicked us in the teeth by adding their orchestral arrangements behind this, because to me it's extremely powerful. It's like you break a sweat just listening to it. And you guys who play the game, I'm sure, like you guys say, this is like the final battle, of which I just completely sucked the wind out of you by stopping. But it sounds ginormous in a stadium rock kind of vibe. Not that I'm a veteran of stadium rock, but it sounds absolutely huge in that capacity. Something that, once again, you would see any one of your major, like Between the Buried and Me, an Avenged Sevenfold, a Northlane kind of a thing with an orchestra behind it, just full grind out, you know, going on, but just in this huge kind of metal musical theater kind of composition. It was just absolutely huge. That is so cool, that line in there.
Tensub. Welcome to my channel. Goth Girl Morgan. Welcome to my channel.
God, that was huge. When you saw me doing this was me kind of like this was my reaction to the dissonance and the harmonies of the vocals that happened in that one little section there. And something else that was, I'm reading some of the comments as I'm doing this, which I'm now getting better at doing. Is the fact that because the melody of the vocals are so tucked into the mix, that these predominant lines of these bigger orchestral arrangements really cut through, as somebody was talking about, you know, in the chat here, about the strings, and then there's the answer back with the darker bottom end with those, you know, the brass section. That's when you saw me going, da, da, da. You know, that was actually more melodically memorable to me than whatever he was singing, even though what he was singing was a very important part of the melody. He's just sunk really into the mix and stuff. And once again, if you're playing the game, that's, you know, this experience that you're giving me, and in return, whatever it is that I'm saying that's making you stay here beyond your bedtime, is the things that we don't get to hear while playing the game, right? Because our brain's trying to, you know, beat up the boss guy, and Hi, Call Third Ender. How, you know, you're trying to kill a boss, you're trying to do all these things, and you know the music is there as an agitator or as a comfort, you know, to your journey with the video games. Excuse me, but you know, at the end of the game, the music is going to be sitting there as an element in the experience. So we get to sit here and listen to it like this, and then you know I do my little dives and then I start pulling out all these little things. But this was wonderful for me to go through this. I had never heard anything like this so far in my journey. I've been doing this a few months now, and I loved every bit of it. And so, as far as I'm concerned, the composer on this really dropped some blood, sweat, and tears on this project. This is why I want to hopefully get to talk to, like I'm so blessed to have talked to Marty O'Donnell, Misha Mansour, as Call Third Ender just mentioned and stuff. But I'm really hoping soon to get a hold of a a video game composer and ask those questions. You know, because it's a different mindset and stuff. But, you know, for me, where the biggest learning lesson that I've learned as a composer, listening to other composers on video game OSTs, is I had the sense of less is more, make it repetitive yet memorable, and not monotonous so it becomes mundane. That all makes sense? Because in video games you're playing, again, and somebody just commented here, which was hilarious, I don't know where it went, but every time I stopped to make a comment, he felt like he died in the game. So, I don't know how that works, you know, I mean, if you get killed, you know, beating up a boss, does the music reset when you come alive? Or, at least in this one, you know, does it reset, or does it kind of fade out, or you just constantly, you know, there's somewhere in this, there's got to be a looping element, and that's what I'm really curious about. This is what I want to learn about, and hopefully get, you know, a gaming composer on here. Stand by for a second, because I got to sneeze. I'm going to turn off my mic.
It's spooky time.
Spooky.
Spooky.
Spooky. What is spooky? Is this kind of spooky? How about this? Jump scare. What if I built up tension, like I was going to do another jump scare?
Just a little bit.
But then I didn't. But then I didn't. Aha, I have jump scared you. I will wait here so that I can do my ultimate spooking. Boop.
It's like those prank videos where people just try to scare someone and then, like, actually, wasn't there a story where a guy accidentally got murdered by his wife because he was just trying to play a prank on her, but then it went horribly wrong? Yeah, if you're gonna spook someone, I think you should
DTD, a new vote has started.
Like, just play some speakers around your house and say something spooky out of it or something. Or, like, use an animatronic or something, or at least make sure the person that you're scaring isn't too susceptible to freaking out when they're scared. Like, take them to a haunted house first and see how easily they scare and how they react, and then once you run them through that test, then you'll know who is and isn't safe to scare. Otherwise, in the end, you just might end up spooking yourself. Or worse.
And then I'll just load some of these Halloween-themed bullets. All this and more on Jump Scare.
Oh no! Oh god. Some of my phobias are on the screen right now, and I do not like it.
I don't know if you explicitly want to talk about your phobias, because I kind of don't.
I don't like moths.
Moths kind of suck.
Wait, really? Why? Moths
DTD voting is complete and the viewers have chosen celebration.
Time. And have you seen pictures of them close up, like in the face? They're so cute. They're like tiny insect puppies. Sure, they're not the smartest. I mean, they fly towards any bit of light they can find, and that can get annoying. But why be afraid of moths?
Yeah, it's not that I'm afraid of moths.
Oh, okay.
It's that I know what they're like. And
Wait, wait, that doesn't make it any clearer. What do you mean?
What's going to happen is, if I try to live and let live with a moth in the room, you're going to bump into the light bulb for a while, and then you're going to find a way to get down the back of my shirt. I just don't want to have it, so I go out of my way to kill moths.
Being it.
Oh, that's so cruel. I've never had the experience of a moth going down my shirt. I feel like that's a very specific thing that I don't know why a moth would do that. I mean, I don't know, do moths need salt in their diet and they like drink it from your skin when you sweat a lot or something? Like, why would a moth go, like, why would a moth go in the back of your shirt? That confuses me. I could understand if it went like all around your laptop screen and that was annoying, but why not just catch and release? They're moths! They're precious lunar butterflies!
Personality online, last thing you want is to be like, oh, I'm terrified of beautiful women's breasts, and then, you know, you wake up next day with 500 DMs, be like, look at this loser, and you're like, no! Which, by the way, is my phobia.
I don't find butterflies to be very beautiful either.
Wow! Okay, well, that makes sense then. I mean, I think if butterflies don't appeal to you, then moths probably won't either.
They're just larvae with wings.
Yeah, but aren't we all?
Facts, man, facts.
I guess you could classify ghosts as a phobia.
Why are all ghosts from like the 1800s? How come you never just see some guy who died like 2 weeks ago wearing like a Gucci shirt or something?
I mean, that's a good point, actually. The ghosts we hear about are always from some, like, wartime period or someone who was, you know, killed in a very tragic way. But then it's like, well, what about the guy who died from choking on a penis? Like, why don't we ever see his ghost story? And what about all those plants that you killed when you tried to be a gardener? Do they have ghosts? And what about animals? Like, does your childhood dog have a ghost? Why do we never see, like, ghost puppies? This is why I am a skeptic of the paranormal, because it's just not consistent.
Well, I've seen modern ghosts.
What, in real life?
In movies and stuff.
Okay.
Usually it's like just after the accident though, so, you know, Sixth Sense.
Yeah, right.
There's this scene with a bike crash, and it's like the moment that the mum starts to believe. And she goes, you know, how do you know that? Like, with tears in his eyes. She's standing beside my window. But then it's just this extra with no lines.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of standing there with like a bloodied up head, but then it goes, what's my cue? And it just sort of walks away in this very like nonchalant. And it's so funny. It's funny, right? It's not just me. Like, it's this really well done dramatic moment. But then the bike.
She just kind of feels a bit awkward. She's like, I'll come back later.
Everyone acts like ghosts like confidently know how to spook people, but there's gotta be awkward ghosts out there, right? There's gotta be ghosts that, you know, they just became ghosts, they haven't quite figured it out yet. It kind of reminds me of Beetlejuice when the couple dies and then they... Oh, spoiler alert. I mean, I would think by now, hopefully people have seen that movie. But they even have a handbook and everything, because you gotta learn how it works.
I do think that that is a potential market that has not been tapped. Airbnbs that are gimmick haunted. So,
Hey, that's actually not a bad idea. Although I feel like someone's gotta be doing that. Someone's gotta be doing that, because haunted houses are kind of like a tourist attraction in many places.
okay, so some of the cabinets, the hinges are, you know, installed a certain way so that they like naturally swing open.
Oh, that would be so smart. Bruh, just like Halloween themed and everything. Just add some speakers to the walls and like they randomly go off with like a whisper of some line someone wrote. Oh, and you know what would be even better? You could invite your friend who is easily spooked and just take them and be like, oh yeah, no, we're going to the beach. It'll be great.
More than they should. Stuff like that. Fuck, that would be awesome.
Little actuators that like open up doors late at night.
Yeah.
Exactly. And you're like, ooh, what? And then you've got like a story to go home with. Why the hell isn't that a thing? Okay, let's say you've booked in the Airbnb and you're on your way there.
Yeah.
It's like this one dirt road, and so they've hired a guy. Steve, you got to get out there.
There's this old British man with a flat cap.
You're playing the role of the harbinger. In case you don't know what a harbinger is, here's the scene from Cabin in the Woods.
I've seen plenty come and go. Getting back. That's your concern.
You're not staying in the old cabin down the way, are you? Some say it's haunted. It was 80 years ago. The old Brown family.
Oh, you know what would be so fun about this too? If someone made an Airbnb like this, they could make so much money that people could just hire actors full time and just like play those characters all around the Airbnb while the people are staying there. Bruh, it would be like theater, but you live it. Which, I mean, Shakespeare said, life is but a stage. I mean, I feel like this is just taking that to the next level, right?
They perished in a terrible fire. That's how they haunt the grounds ever since.
You might be wondering why the house seems old if it caught on fire. Don't think about that too much.
It's made of asbestos, you see. That's the real scary thing. Don't see people in
The
now.
silent killer. In fact, would you know that asbestos was actually...
Stop it. Stop talking about the asbestos. He's got to get back onto the... Yeah, he's got a little earpiece in. They say that no Airbnb customers ever make it out alive. Oh, I know what you go. You know, the whole house is yours. You know, feel free to enjoy it. But there is one rule. Do not open the door to the basement.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this sounds so fun. Oh, I would love to stay in an Airbnb like this.
Yeah, that's good.
And then that stays locked until like 11 p.m. and then it just unlocks itself.
If a door like that unlocked, I would slam it shut and put a chair up against it. You have to make a reason for them to go down there. So it would be something like...
Like a child's voice. There's a Bluetooth down there as well.
Excuse me, hello? Oh, see, that's good.
See, that's what I meant, like, hide speakers and then you just play different lines. Oh, this would be so great.
Would you even try and sleep if you, like, paid money to stay at somewhere creepy like that? I guess you would.
Maybe.
Maybe not.
You might end up with just a bunch of drunk people who go, fucking, yeah, look, there's probably a Bluetooth speaker in
There's
here.
like a fake child doll, like punch it, break it. There's a lot of setup that's involved to, like, suspend the display. What I was thinking was the power cuts out or something along that.
Oh, that's good.
Okay.
I've got it. The power goes out, but they've given you a torch beforehand. But they're UV torches. And so when you turn them on, there's like bloodstains and shit all over the wall.
Bro, this is so fun. I love this concept.
Hidden messages. Yeah.
Yeah, they could hire a woman to like walk by her window in a Victorian dress at night. And then she has like a little hatch or something she can hide in so that she can quickly hide before you like go outside to check to see where she is so that it looks like she disappeared. Oh, I love this.
Yeah.
If you sold it as an experience instead of as an actual accommodation, it would be brilliant. Because you get some businessman who's just like, I had the worst night's sleep. 0 stars.
That's true, yeah. I feel like people already have very high expectations these days when it comes to everything, and I could see someone doing a really good job on that Airbnb, but then someone being like, I didn't know it was fake haunted because they didn't even read the description. They were just like, oh, that's a nice gothic looking house, and they did no research and they just booked it. Yeah, that's a good point.
Have you seen the Saw movies?
I haven't, but I've watched all of your movie successes.
But the question is, how would you design a saw trap?
First of all, you have to design a saw trap that I think it's meant to make them appreciate life.
Right, so you have to put me in the saw trap. What's my crime?
Internet historian, would you like to play a game?
Yeah, why not? That sounds fun. I like games.
Very relaxed about the whole situation.
Wow, what a wonderful nap. I was right in the middle of the day as well. I was so refreshed.
That was great, thank you.
So what happens next?
You wake up taped to a deck chair, and the little sawman comes out. For your crimes of not replying to my DMs one time.
Yeah.
Your pinky finger was trapped in a vice grip.
Oh no, that's my favorite of all my fingers.
The handles of the vice grip are electrocuted. The only way to remove it is to unplug the electricity, but the plug is at the bottom of a tube of smartphones which are all logged into your Twitter account with tweets already typed out containing the N-word.
Oh no, right, so you have to like not touch the, oh my god. At first I'm like, I'm not gonna go near that thing.
I'm glad this got really elaborate, because initially when he just said, there's pliers on your pinky, I was like, this isn't a bad punishment at all. And then he said the smartphone thing, and I was like, oh! No, yeah, that's horrible, actually.
That's too high a price to pay, man. But then I would put my pants over my hands, and now I'm digging through the phones, and I'm not setting them off.
What are you doing?
I have passed the trap.
Man, if Internet Historian did like gameplays or he was like on a game show or something, I feel like he'd be so clever at winning them. Does he do more than documentaries? So far, I've only seen him do documentaries. But he just seems like a really clever guy.
What are you doing?
Stop! Oh, you're not meant to do it like that!
Wouldn't that be great if he'd just not thought of like one really obvious thing?
Now that's how you turn Saw into a comedy.
Yeah, right, you suddenly wake up in a lazy boy chair.
Oh, this is pretty good.
You are duct taped to the lazy boy chair.
This is still fine.
Suddenly, the television turns on. Hello, mini kudos.
Hello.
You've never appreciated having legs.
Dear God.
So, as punishment, you're gonna have to,
I don't want to be a critic, but I mean, usually when I'm kidnapped, people have it more planned out than it.
So I haven't watched the Saw movies, so I don't know what the name of that doll is, but I'm just imagining that doll, first day on the job, he's like an apprentice, he hasn't yet figured out his lines, and so he's like, as punishment, you will, and then the victim gets so bored they like fall asleep in their chair.
No, shut up. So, as you can tell, the cuffs of your pants have small hooks in them, and they are connected to these chains on the wall. This television is going to turn into only sex scenes from popular movies.
Oh God.
After 3 minutes, your pants will be all the way down, and you will still be stuck to this chair. And at that point, a little bell will go off, and your mom will be summoned into the room.
Oh God! Oh no! Oh no! In a way, this is kind of worse than death because this is traumatizing.
And she will catch you.
Dear God, no.
Oh, God.
If you want to stop this from happening, you're gonna have to cut off your own legs.
Okay, well, I mean, honestly, I'd much rather just sit there than cut my own legs off, but I mean, it's sort of well, no, it's not very compelling, actually.
With what?
Here, I got you this implement. We'll just let the editor decide what the implement is.
Here's what Derek Sorman didn't foresee though.
Right.
I saw The Wolf of Wall Street with my ex-girlfriend's parents in the theater, so nothing will ever beat that.
You could have turned to your girlfriend
Oh no! Oh no!
and gone, oh, we've done that one.
And then I fucking look her dad in the eyes.
There's like a, you never appreciated your foreskin when you had it.
Oh, oh no! Oh God! Wait a minute. Not everyone has that because when you're a baby, sometimes your parents decide to not keep it.
Have you seen that video of the pigeons getting sucked into the grain silo?
Oh yeah, it happens to people too.
Yeah. Well,
Oh no! This is such a sad video. I've seen this before. Oh God.
well, I'm sure the people aren't eating the grain though. That's kind of like the pigeon version of Saw. Their own hubris does them in because they're just.
Yes, that's going, you love corn, do you?
Well, here's an infinite supply of corn. Don't get sucked in. One of them goes in head first. He can see it coming and he's like, this is my fate.
Right, I am not afraid.
That one always took me by surprise because it kind of seemed like they were like, yeah, no, this is fine. This is how I want to go. This is what I've been waiting for.
Right. My ancestors will look down upon me. Ad time. Email, Netflix, Facebook, Amazon, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch. Too many accounts. Too many.
Well, now there is. It's me, Nordbass Woman.
Oh, but
shut up, ugly. It's time to use Nordbass. Store all of your accounts and passwords.
I love her bejeweled phone case. It's like taking me back to the early 2000s. When was bejeweling your phone case a thing? Was that the 90s? No, that wasn't the 90s. That was the early 2000s. Because smartphones were not around in the 90s. In fact, wait.
Lunch.
they weren't around in the early 2000s either, were they? Wasn't it around like, I don't know, 2008-ish that smartphones became more widespread? I don't know, man. Listen, I just don't know. I don't know what day it is. I don't know what time it is. I don't know what year it is.
Words in one delicious place, using just one master password. Wow, that sounds great. Shut up. Oh my god, I cannot believe that those hackers managed to guess password 123. Oops, you do it, Spoken. Now let's fix those passwords. Improve your security with big sophisticated passwords, all randomly generized.
Randomly generized?
Let me install it now on your phone. No, thank you. Who really? Can you believe what a total bee she is? Help, I am afraid of technology.
Every day I become a little more afraid of technology.
Something password. Shut up, you handsome man. Did someone say a better way? No need to enter login info ever again. Use NordPass across all devices. Throw away this post-it note.
For a moment I thought that those weren't hands and I thought they were feet, and I was about to be very concerned about where this script was going.
Give me your phone number. We should go out sometime with NordPass. I'm not really sure how this ad should end. Shut up and go to nordpass.com/incognito.
Now that's my kind of comedy. No matter what kind of sketch you're doing, you can always end it with a fart.
To get 70% off a 2-year plan, plus additional free month, plus 30-day money-back guarantee. Ad over.
Hey! What? Oh, 3 a.m. booty okay. That was really hard to read initially.
I wanted to talk about those YouTube channels that call people at 3 a.m.
Oh, that's a good one.
Because I hate those with a passion.
I didn't even know this was a thing, and I kind of wish it stayed that way.
In this fidget spinner.
Oh, look at that.
Swing. For 5 seconds, you guys have to smash the like button.
Oh no. Is this what the internet has come to? You can do so much better than this. This is so sad.
5, 6, 7,
Whoa.
8, 9.
That's pretty badass.
Boom! You guys have to smash the like button.
Fuck, alright, fine.
You win.
I love how he took the dislike and turned it into a like. But see, look, 82k people dislike. I'm not saying it isn't like somewhat impressive, but it's only impressive in a kind of tragic way. Because I'm sure that that guy has more to offer the world than spinning a fidget spinner on a ring. You know what I mean? Like, it feels very gimmicky. You know, it feels very low effort. It feels like you're not really investing a whole lot. I bet if someone sat this guy down and like talked to him about his life experiences and stuff, he would have more skills and stuff to offer, and he could be doing cooler stuff than playing with fidget spinners.
When?
So we are going to be calling Thanos.
DTD cooldown commands are now
Tell me
active.
what he just said. You tell me right
DTD, a
now.
new vote
What
has
did he actually
started.
say?
We are going to be calling Thanos at 3 a.m.
Okay, we're gonna be calling Thanos and his go-love. Now, hold on, we gotta get in the mood. Editor, we gotta put in some of the spooky music. Here we go.
Oh, and then he has a dance montage.
Wait a minute.
What is happening right now?
How did he get Thanos' number?
Make sure to subscribe and turn on.
I mean, couldn't you just set up like your own phone number through like Google Voice or something, and then like you can like record a long voicemail that sounds like someone else?
On the little bell.
I wanna be on the notifications squad.
Come on, please.
Please, Thanos. Please.
Come on. Hello?
DTD voting is complete and the viewers have chosen ammo supplies.
I know, internet historian. This is modern day YouTube. You know, times have changed.
I mean, what else could I have expected? But like, somehow I'm still disappointed.
Wait, who are you?
You called me. Should I comment this?
Yeah, I think that's...
Disclaimer. This is just a skit.
Oh, what?
What the fuck?
Yo, Thanos. Oh my god.
That is interesting. Concerning?
I did not see that coming.
This is one of my favorite videos. Look to the left of him underneath that car poster. That looks suspiciously like lights coming through blinds.
Yeah, you're right. 100%. The comments turn off, the like to display ratios turn off. Okay, here's the thing. This must be semi-ironic, but the thing that's throwing me off is the threatening, we need to talk kind of facial expression. I have just called the sus poster in Among Us, and I have terrible news about your battle.
Honestly, he kind of looks like he's about to tell me, you're in the Matrix.
What the hell did he...
So he's saying, what's up YouTube and Cray. So his...
I mean, I could sort of tell what he was saying, but he's speaking so quickly and his diction isn't so great. So, like, all of the vowels and consonants just kind of get swooshed together, and it's just like, hi guys, is this the new standard, though? Like, are a lot of these channels that are doing fast-paced, energetic content just, like, not knowing how to English?
His channel is Eli So Cray.
Yeah, you know, I got that one, but then issue with us, train the building, man.
Wait.
No, the dabbing.
Wait. Did you just stab on me? Not once, but twice? Why?
This guy is so self-aware. He knows.
No, I know he is not. I guarantee you he's not.
Guys, make sure to go check out that video after this video. FaceTime Imposter Eli So Cray. It was absolutely insane.
I can hear the things you're saying without staring at me with...
He does have a very, very intense stare. In fact, I think the primary issue with his, like, presence on camera is just that everything is too intense. You know what I mean? Like, not just the face, but, like, the way he's talking at me. Like, I feel like he's trying to just be energetic, but I almost feel like I'm being pressured to do something. Like, alright guys, listen, you gotta like, subscribe, and leave a comment before the bomb goes off in 3 seconds. Hurry, please!
With enormous intensity.
You need to start your videos with like a snappy kind of like, what's up? It's your boy, it's Instagram, back in the building with another banger of a video for you today.
If Internet Historian did that, I'd be very concerned about his well-being.
Hello? Is this Among Us?
This guy is so self-aware. This guy is brilliant.
He's not!
This is satire, and it is genius.
Let me ask you a question. How much treasure is on that boat? How much money worth of treasure?
Again, no mention of treasure at any point in Among Us.
I know, I was like, wait a minute. Are you ever even, like, on a ship in the sea in Among Us? I thought it was all based in space.
Yes.
Does he think they are scuba divers?
Or, like, pirates? Something that involves money on the high seas?
$100 million? $100 million?
I'm gonna be honest. This is so entertaining that, like, I actually don't even want to commentate over it.
No, I agree.
I am absolutely enthralled by it.
I genuinely love this video. Banger of a video. Today we are calling the Internet Historian who recently passed away, R.I.P. to my boy.
Belated.
No, don't say that.
Welcome to my channel.
Historian. Don't leave us, please. There's so
Mallow
much
Cod
videos
NAS.
content on YouTube. We need you to spice up our lives.
Anyway,
let's just jump in.
So first of all, before we get started, guys, make sure to follow my Instagram. If I can spin this fidget spinner on this loaded gun in my mouth.
Ne morate baš da slušate kad pričam s Famirijem. Mislim, ne trgujem narkoticima, ali ono...
Ali nama je to interesantno.
A vama je interesantno da to slušate. Ako volite da slušate, onda Đura Đakovića 39, Loćina 24322, Republika Srbija, planeta Zemlja, solarni sistem, znači Mlečni put. Ako ti treba, ti trebaš koordinate. Ako ti trebaš koordinate, mogu ti reći u metar da skreneš. Z glavne ulice odeš levo ako ideš iz Beograda. Treće skretanje levo, pri kraju ulice, s leve strane zelene kapije. Mogu ti poslati Google Maps link, ako želiš da slušaš porodičnu dramu.
Pa to je popularno danas.
Pa, ja sam bio popularan po tome što nisam popularan. Kao što rekao, ako se setim da isključim mikrofon, ne morate slušati dramu. Ako nemam vremena, ako baš moji, ono, samo dođu, sednu i ono, kao intenzivno zure u mene i očekuju instant interakciju, jebi ga, onda ne mogu da stignem da isključim to. Ja se i ne šalim i šalim. Tad se Nenad uredio.
Da, što se Nenad se nije čuo.
Ajde, bre.
DTD new actions are available spawn cop.
Priča da li je jako dobro.
DTD, a new vote has started. Peculiarism. Welcome to my channel.
What? Whatever.
DTD voting is complete and the viewers have chosen Energize.
Oh no.
For more than 3 seconds, then you have to hit the subscribe button. And then first of all, let me just, I found this number on the dark web.
I just think it was DM.
Please, please don't do that. Oh, that sounds terrifying, especially because, like, if you accidentally shot yourself like that, you wouldn't just have, like, a bullet lodged in your throat, you'd have a freaking fidget spinner in there. Do you know how hard that would be to surgically remove?
Oh my god, you guys, he DM'd me his number, so I'm just gonna call this now. Bring, 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 bring.
Hello? You've reached Internet Historian's voicemail. I'm not
Oh my god, you guys, did you hear that? The Internet Historian just replied to me from beyond the grave. Oh.
You get halfway through that, then your phone starts
That would be a kind of funny Halloween special if it was just a whole skit.
buzzing.
Yeah.
Hey, sorry, no, I missed your call. What's up?
Is this the real Internet Historian?
Why are you talking like that? Yeah, it's me. What's up?
When are you gonna upload a new main channel video? It's been like 6 months.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
See, look, celebrating Halloween. He should do it for Halloween. He should do it.
Did you do Halloween?
Growing up in rural New Zealand, not really, but kind of. So we would dress up and, you know, do the whole, like, go around the houses, but it was probably like 1 in 10 houses actually did it.
Yeah.
Nothing like American Halloween.
Oh, that's interesting. Is it because they had their own kind of like cultural equivalent of Halloween that they focused on, or they just didn't have one, and so like just a few people kind of took inspiration from America's way of celebrating Halloween? A lot of other countries and cultures have their own kind of like Day of the Dead kind of celebration, so I was wondering what they had in New Zealand.
People didn't really try. We went to 2 of them and they were like, no, fuck off. We're like, alright. I think one woman gave us 50 cents. It wasn't very good.
My experience is that Halloween, I think, was my favorite holiday of anything.
Really?
Way better than Christmas or my birthday, because you get to dress up, which is like fun in the first place.
I'm gonna go as an Arabian Night and put on blackface, and
I'm going as Justin Trudeau. So how...
I loved Halloween too. Initially more than Christmas. And then I got older, and in my neighborhood, people slowly but surely just stopped celebrating Halloween. Very few houses even bother to dress up their houses, and even fewer give out candy. But when it comes to Christmas, everyone was all out on decorating. So yeah, initially my favorite was Halloween, but then it kind of was forced to be Christmas when Halloween ironically died.
Halloween is great because you have absolutely no idea what's going to happen. And it's one of the first times where you get to go out on your own.
Yeah.
You can do slightly criminal things, get away with it. It's brilliant. One time, I think I was a ninja.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, Fortnite Ninja 11s.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's right.
Me and a couple of mates, we're walking around, and every second house is not doing Halloween.
Yeah.
But they would see you dressed up. It's like, hold on, kids, just let me see what's in the pantry. They
Oh, that's kind of cute.
would come out with like a whole packet of Tim Tams.
Oh, hell yeah.
Like,
That's a whole.
It's like fantastic. And then once in a while, they would be like, oh, you know what? I'm not doing candy. You can have something healthy. And you get vegetables.
Oh, yeah.
I got an apple one time. I got an apple once. That was the Yeah, exactly.
worst.
Bro, I got a full cabbage. It was 3.5 kilos. It was enormous. It was like, oh, this is our new fucking treasure for the evening. We're walking along the streets. Some teenagers in a car see us with this big cabbage, and they're like, roll it, roll it. And so they got us to roll it onto the street, and then they're in their car, right? And so they would just like go forward and back and try to run over the cabbage. And we were just having the best fucking
That's so
time.
cool.
Oh, it's just the best, man.
You know, I do appreciate how spontaneous Halloween is. I feel like Christmas is so much more predictable. Like, put up the tree, get the presents, I don't know, hot cocoa and cookies and whatever. But with Halloween, like, the whole point is that you don't know what anyone's gonna be until you see them. And even then, when you're walking around on the street, you're in disguise. So even if you see your friend or something, they don't necessarily know that it's you right there. And being able to be something else for a day or someone else for a day and be appreciated for that fact instead of just however people see you on a daily basis is pretty freaking cool. And then you have like pumpkin picking and haunted houses, which, let's be honest, I mean, come on, like, how does sitting on Santa's lap compare to going through a haunted house or even picking out your own pumpkin and carving it too? I feel like Halloween has so many things that it can be because there's no expectation of how you're supposed to do it as much as Christmas, where it's very much like, buy things.
And then you get home, and then there's just a whole bunch of candy.
I love the idea of you having to like Diablo-style inventory manage your bag with a cabbage. And it's just taking up like 12 slots, and you're like, wow, can't get rid of it though.
Drop item.
Halloween, I was dressed as Super Mario.
You're going as Chris Pratt?
Yeah, I was a crisp rat. So I was like 16, 17. We were drinking grape juice because I was underage. We were like, let's go to McDonald's, as all good stories end on a night of debauchery.
The way you pronounce McDonald's, I thought I was like having a stroke or something initially. McDonald's?
Right. So it was probably like a 15-minute walk, not too far away. Side note, the entire way, one of my friends was like, put his arms around me. He's like, James, bro, fucking love you, man. Just so you know, I've always got your fucking back if anything fucking happens. So we pulled up to an intersection and a car pulled up, and this dude who had been trying to finger me a second ago was like, hey, g'day boys, you having a good night? Guy gets out of the passenger side. This dude's like in his late 20s. Eyes us all up, sees I'm the smallest.
Yeah, right.
All I remember is being up, and then I remember being sideways.
Holy shit.
Oh my god. Why? What is with people?
And he had cracked me in my jaw.
Holy fuck, he could have turned you into a ghost.
You'd hear about people who just ding their head off the concrete and they're done.
Yeah.
So I mean, maybe I am dead.
Healing Joel Osmond's there.
You look outside the window and I just walk away kind of nonchalantly. So I get smacked. I'm on the ground.
Yeah.
I didn't pass out. I just got a walloping. And he got back in his car and they peeled off up the street.
Yeah.
Conveniently, a police cruiser pulls up. So that...
Oh, well, that's convenient.
They didn't see any of that happen. But all my friends are like, go get that fucking car. They just punched my friend. Cops peel off up the road after them, you know, pull them over. And then they come back to us and they're like, yeah, they say that they didn't do anything. And then they're like...
Of course they did.
See me on the ground, like bleeding. Well, they obviously did something.
Yeah.
Ended up taking the guy to court.
You took him to court?
I did. And he pled not guilty.
So what did you say? I hereby declare, Your Honor, this guy did a mischief to my face.
Take a look at my mug. One woman screams and she's like, he's disgusting. It's just my normal face.
Oh. And his speech impediment ever since. Alright, so what happened then? Did he go to jail?
He pled not guilty, and I gave my statements. He said that my attire was offensive to him.
Well, wouldn't that just give him away as the guy who actually did something? I mean, come on, getting offended at someone's clothes? I think that's a pretty extreme, like, response to something that impacts your life in no way, shape, or form.
Yeah, right.
Keep in mind, dressed as Mario from the video game Mario.
Yeah. Did you get punched by fucking Waluigi?
I was gonna say, or Bowser. Like, hey, there's my arch nemesis on the side of the street. I'm gonna beat him up right now.
Now that I think about it, it wasn't a car, it was a cart they were in, and they drove off onto like a big rainbow road in the sky.
So what happened? Did he go to jail?
So he pled not guilty, and then I think he was from up north, so he went back to like whatever town he was from and was being trialed in their court. And while he was awaiting his court date, he assaulted someone else.
Oh my god! Well, actually, this is how it tends to be, though, you know? He can lie as much as he wants about not attacking one person, but he clearly has anger issues or something, so he's gonna do it again.
So,
mild brain damage, I suppose?
Yeah, well, I started a YouTube channel, so...
Ooh, creepypasta, yes. I love the Pokemon ones. Lavender Town is one of my favorites.
Oh, we should do like a really dumb creepypasta for like a video game we both know.
Ben Drowned is another one of my favorites.
Oh, that would be quite good. Okay, guys, you'll never believe this story, but it's 100% true. When I was 14 years old, I really wanted to play the new game, Fallout 4, but my parents wouldn't buy it for me. So, one day I went to a garage sale. Lo and behold, there was a copy of...
Oh no, this is how so many Game Boy game-inspired copypastas begin.
Fallout 4, but the disc was just an ordinary disc, and someone had just written FO4 on it in a marker pen. It must have been a pirated copy. I wish I had known what I know now. That is not any ordinary copy of Fallout 4. When I installed the game, it came with a warning that said, may cause death. I thought it was the developers trying to be funny. Holy shit, this is every game creepypasta.
Exactly, that's what I was saying. This is like a script people follow.
This is very accurate.
When I booted up the game, it wouldn't work properly. It would be a black screen. But then I messed around with the system files and I managed to get it working.
I thought it was just my PC acting up because my mom wouldn't let me buy a new graphics card.
The first thing I noticed was that there was already a save file on the game. I thought that was strange. I opened it up and it took me to the character creation menu. Except the man standing in front of the mirror was dead.
Can I tell you something?
This is giving me, what's the name of that Pokemon creepypasta? Oh, Buried Alive. Buried Alive is one of my favorites.
What? My wall just creaked and I got a fright because you were putting me on edge.
Oh,
no. I genuinely got scared by that. After I picked up my baby, the screen went black and I figured once again maybe my old PC had bugged out. But all of a sudden, it skipped to what seemed like a few hours in the game. I was back in the wasteland and I was talking to... What's his name?
Preston Garby.
I was talking to Preston Garby.
The only option it gave me was strangle. So I pressed the button. And what happened next was an extremely graphic cutscene of my character cutting the circulation to Preston Garby. He screamed in pain, and it wasn't like any of the usual voice acting. This sounded real.
I swear when I looked...
Oh no, is this one of those creepypastas where you find out that everything that you did in the game happened in real life to a person or something?
Into his eyes, it was like the textures suddenly got hyper-realistic, and I thought I saw a reflection of a person in it. I thought I saw myself. Not only that, but the familiar Fallout UI went from being nuclear green to blood red.
And then it goes, I've been playing this game for a long time now, and I've started to notice some things. I feel like there's shadows in the corner of my room in real life.
I played for another 20 hours, literally exploring every crack and crevice, until finally I found the first NPC I'd seen in a literal day.
It was my dead wife, and she was still frozen, like she was in the cryo chamber. I started doing some research on the dark web. I found a post that said that actually, during the production of Fallout 4,
one of the beta testers was forced to play the game for 20 hours straight to see if there was any bugs with the game being played.
You find out that the developer had this large beta tester program because they kept on randomly losing them because they would disappear after they played the game for 24 hours and they couldn't get the game out unless they kept getting new beta testers in and finally getting the thing tested.
For 20 hours straight, and the man died of dehydration.
And then Todd Howard buried the body, and he didn't want anyone to know.
When you're playing the game, you're also playing in real life, so like you go around the game landscape and you find this weird pile of soil that was recently turned, and you recover it and you find a person, and then you realize that that person isn't an NPC. That person was a beta tester that disappeared 1 year ago.
Something is not right. I feel like there's creatures all around me, like in the game. I can see map markers in the distance.
Oh no, oh no.
Here's the worst part. I decided to webcam my friend, but when I opened the call, he said, "Why are you hanging out with Preston Garby?" And I said, "What? I'm all alone."
I've got another twist.
You got a better one?
An alternate one. To my shock, when the webcam turned on, it wasn't my friend as I expected. It was the Todd Howard staring back at me.
But his eyes were different. They were more evil.
His eyes were black, and as though he'd been crying blood. He opened his mouth, and only static came out. I was terrified of what would happen.
Through the static, though, I could hear something. He said, "If you die in the game, you die in real life."
Finished.
I knew it! I knew it!
the game.
I hope this isn't my last entry. Things are getting really bad now. I went back to that neighbor's garage sale, and it turns out
DTG,
they've
a new
never
vote has
even
started.
lived there. If I can end on one thing, it's to say this. If you find a pirated game at a garage sale, don't play. That's a great one. Okay.
I could actually see a game developer like creating a creepypasta like this just to discourage people from like piracy or something. They just like try to turn it into a meme so that people actually take it seriously. As someone who loves Halloween and spooky things, clearly, if it isn't obvious from my aesthetic, I really loved that video. I would love to do more spooky stuff on this channel. I just gotta find something quality. There's so many videos on YouTube where it's like, oh, here's a ghost video, and then you watch it and it's just all like gimmicks and not real or not actually scary. And so I try to have a high standard of quality when it comes to scary videos.
DTD voting is complete and the viewers have chosen Virile Nurse Horde Radiation.
Baš, ne može se pomeri. Joj.
By popular request, here's more Internet Historian.
Business is important.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Is professional.
But by nature. By nature.
Business is the engine in the car on the road that drives us forward to our journey.
Yes.
In business. Welcome to the seminar.
But there is.
Serious business.
Also busyness. It could also be busyness. Did you know that?
Hoću da zabranim tamo ono...
It's August 6th, 2013.
Oh my god, 10 years ago.
Nashville, Tennessee.
Kako može zabraniti hrišćanstvo?
2013.
Oh man.
Zabrane je preko vedanje i... Održavanje molitve i to.
I saw software.
Panels, networking.
You're fascinating to talk to.
Interactive display board. 5 of these placed across the convention grounds, in lobbies, the cafeteria, and there's a brilliant innovation to go with them. An automatic
software things.
Simply use the hashtag Agile2013, and your unmoderated message will appear on the board. It even displays images. It's an amazing idea, you guys. And people will love it. Giving feedback, showing their pride. was all going great.
That's kind of cringe,
For a
actually.
whole 87
I've been to business events like that where they're like, use our hashtag, please, please, please.
He takes a photo of one of the displays and posts it to a certain message board with the following words. Hello there.
Oh no.
I come to you at a time of great need. 5 giant screens. Ridiculous avatars, gore, and trap imagery would be much appreciated. Please, pretty. Well, we're going to test this out. So people logged into Twitter, wrote something dumb with the hashtag 2014, and hit send. A minute later, a new photo comes up on the message board. Confirmation. So there was everyone enjoying the comments.
Poor Chad.
When suddenly,
during this convention, do I find the Zimmerman themed butt plugs? My daddy never had big man talk with me. How do I think I want baby?
And from there, it escalated.
There's a guy having concerning sex with a dead person in Asia. You should find me. Is there
Oh no.
Concerning team.
Oh. Oh, this is beautiful.
Now it didn't take
Oh,
long for
God.
Agile organizers to notice.
Agile Alliance does not approve of the misuse of the hashtag.
And here was the fatal mistake. They thought
it's only like 3 trolls from Twitter. It's no problem.
So they rallied their troops, telling them to fight back with the report spam function. Well, said B.
Yeah, that's...
And honestly, they took it too far. They started posting increasingly reprehensible stuff on the timeline, to the point where all of the other attendees were drowned out by a deluge of horrific images.
Yep. It's just a buffet of
Reporting was
cursed.
slow and ineffective against people making alt accounts. So with each passing minute, they were
Why?
losing more ground.
Why would you try to go to war with the internet? That's a battle you're gonna lose.
And true targeted fire.
They're a software company. They should know that.
Time to switch hashtags. I can't be the only one reporting all these people. Why doesn't Twitter make them go away?
Lisa is giving 3 toss jobs at the main screeners.
Flailing round.
I'm blocking and blocking, but they keep coming up.
Eventually, someone from B offered some useful advice.
Have you tried getting the cyber police involved?
How do I contact these cyber police?
But tragedy,
Oh my god.
the cyber police never
Mark Zuckerberg!
Report them! Stop them! Cried one of the organizers. But it was no use. And soon he was targeted.
It's no use!
With his profile and personal pictures shopped into compromising positions. Then those shops were, of course, posted back onto the Agile hashtag. Eventually, Agile had enough. And they surrendered. Disabling the
Yes.
Agile 2013 hashtag. And that was the end. Or was it?
It's
Because
the
it turns
internet.
out there was
That's
another
never the
function
end. That is never the
Agile
end.
2. And once B figured that out, they took to destroying that as well. And that really was the end of it. Or was it? Because B found the host's website. They went straight to the source, uploading content directly to the displays. And that really, really was the end. The next day, the only thing on the displays was this message.
We are working on shutting down the
DTD
event
cooldown
where
commands
site
are now
we are
active.
reporting abusive accounts. We are also trying to find all other sources and shut them down as well. I'm sorry.
And that was the tragedy that befell the Game Audit Ops.
I've been there before!
Very unprofessional, you guys.
Oh!
Slide 2.
I went to an anime conference there.
But first,
I've been there before.
Shadow Man here with Raid Shadow Leggings.
Leggings.
Available now on iOS
Leggings?
and Android. It's a totally free RPG.
Shadow Legends leggings?
for people with
Merch
ADHD,
idea?
but don't take
Maybe?
my word for it.
Possibly?
Here's someone from IGN.
Cozy and ready for battle?
Reviews it has. In
Not
fact,
a bad
I bought
idea.
another phone with my sponsorship money so I can dual wield Shallow Leaves. Dozens of upgradable
Shadow Legends, call me.
fleshed out storyline. Wait, I just realized this is my one opportunity to say bad stuff about Shroud.
I've watched almost every one of his videos.
I'll never hear it because he always skips my fucking ads. Wait. Red shady lemons. But don't take my word for it.
Wait,
Here's someone
did
from
I hear
Qualcomm.
lemons?
Mom, I've been playing for 2 days straight, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. Hey, no, stop. Mom! Look at this one. I use this champion because she has a massive Are you playing a fucking console? Throw that in the trash, my dude.
That's my dialysis machine.
Your phone is the only dialysis machine you need. Giant boss
Oh, no.
fights, PvP battles, almost 10 million players. Are you playing yet? Get it with the code in the description and get 50k silver.
You know what's so cursed about that?
What a twist! There's also
Actually,
big plans to
Vergana.
update the game. Here's a roadmap for the next 6 months. All right.
What's cursed is
Shadow Man.
the guy in that the guy in the black hat. He looks like a
Right, where was I?
reverse version of the KKK.
It's a pleasure all mine. In January of
Ew.
2012, they had
Were
a
those
brilliant
pickles on their
idea.
hands?
Let us improve brand perception with Twitter. Let us appeal to the common man with hashtag Meet the Farmers. A campaign that informs them that our meat only comes from local, independent producers, and not from, as the papers report, orphanages. So they published this promo.
What?
I don't think I've ever gone to work a day in my life.
And
What?
success.
Hell yeah, nice. Another win as usual.
People will love
Hamburger University? No, stop.
They
Please.
have their usual detractors, of course, but overall, good stuff. So they swapped out this hashtag with a new one, McD's Stories. And here's where things took
Oh
a
no.
turn.
Oh no,
They
I can
wanted the
already
Twitter public
I could
to
already
tell
imagine it
their experiences at
without
McDonald's.
any more context.
Obviously, only good things ever happen at McDonald's.
McD's
this
nuts.
is going to be a slam dunk.
Uh-huh,
Let us shake
yeah.
hands in confidence at our imminent success.
Uh-huh.
So McD's Stories premiered on the Twitter homepage.
Are they gonna McD's nuts?
Within 5 minutes, it was clear that people weren't going to harp on about the time they got a free extra sauce with their McNuggets. Instead, they were going to tell McHorror stories.
I mean, that
a
works.
fingernail in my fries. A woman McSoliciting McSex in the drive-through lane. I looked this one up, by the way, it's true. My friend claims that Ronald McDonald exposed himself to her as a child. Awful.
Oh my
McRats
God.
in the buns. Oh yikes, this one's real too.
Go back there in the bun area. You're
Oh
gonna
no.
find
Yeah.
At least 3
I don't want to see this, man. Listen, I don't go to McDonald's, but I still don't want to
Make
see
it
it.
stop. Someone stop it now. But it was gaining traction. More and more
Honestly,
people were
what's
publishing
the
their
real-
negative stories on the hashtag. And once they had used all those up, it progressed to just making up stuff for shock value. I ate McDonald's as a kid, and I'm pretty sure that's why my father left. Close eyes, sad face.
He lost his McDad.
Can't
Ma
say
to je ovo što mi...
But that'll make anyone grimace.
McDonald's.
Thank you. Within 2 hours, they pulled
Stop.
down the advertising campaign and, in its stead, put up a far more innocuous.
Ono će ga postavili, ja mislim, 5.
They
Oh
had a few
no.
minor trolls there too,
Da, sam
but
puno jaja.
it quickly faded into obscurity. The media jumped on the story, case studies were
Oni
written,
imaju pravo na 4
and
dana.
lessons were learned about not giving the public an end.
Oh god.
Or were they?
Ko je?
July 1st, 2016.
Hey, my
Created
birth
a
month.
custom burger on this
A
McDonald's
jebem
website.
ga, sigurno se oni...
Name
Nosio
your
pa...
creation, have it published on the website, then vote on the best one, and it will become an official item on the menu. You knew where this was going to go. I knew where this was going to go. How did McDonald's not?
That's a good question.
A poem, if you will.
Islušili su to kod mene.
The sad
Šta bi ovo, će da...
a thin privilege to go.
Nastavite da radite
Bag of
ili...
lettuce, no tissues, Mein Kampf, just so. The atheist delight, good side of the lines. The toddler body bag with the ketchup surprise. Pepe the sandwich, a
Oh.
Red Bull prolapse, half baked.
Whoa.
My behind daddy comes with a chef.
No, 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 please. No, 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 no.
Area,
Oh
a vision
no.
of Christ.
Oh,
A
oh.
whole pineapple with your meal for 10 times the price. A tip for my lady. This one's
Oh.
gluten-free. It's still not too late to vote for Bernie. Whopper, no onions. Anatomical sandwich.
No, 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 please.
Just grow up, you guys.
Please.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to shower off.
The internet.
Creamy surprise.
Oh no. No, 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 I
See,
thought it
this-
was over.
This is you.
No.
Clown.
God.
Yeah. Naturally, the press seized on it as much as the general public did. Laughing at all the dumb sandwiches while also condemning them. Guys, come on guys, this isn't funny, come on. The website is shut down and not much remains. Except for these. And also this text document I found, which has a bunch of other sandwich names. What ingredients were involved and what they look like, though, you'll have to use your imagination. Next slide, please.
Whoa.
Prophylactics are serious business. Let us shake hands in both a fun and safe.
No,
I see
please.
This one is ribbed for my pleasure.
Wait, no, don't say that.
Durex launches
Don't say that. No, why are we going here? We were just talking about food.
Download.
And before that we were talking about software.
Enter your location.
Why are we going here?
Will be delivered to you within an hour.
No.
Oh, perfect timing. Their emphasis was on discretion and anonymity when delivering the goods.
No.
Pizza delivery guy.
No. Those two things should never be paired together.
And some people thought
Please.
it was an out-of-season April Fool's joke. But people tried it out and it really worked. So they rolled the service out over the tip of Dubai, of all places.
No.
After its first week, the government shut it down.
No.
Promiscuity. Booted out, they had a tough time deciding where to launch next.
America.
Guys, let's let the audience decide with another online poll. Oh, for fuck's sake. So people jumped on the website and started voting.
I will be voting for a Krispy Kreme donut place.
Tens of thousands of votes were counted, with some of the major contenders being Paris, Singapore, Kuala Lumpur, and London.
Really?
South Africa to move away from this.
But all of them were outshined, with the most votes counted for Batman. A small conservative Muslim city in Turkey.
Let that be.
Oh, that's amazing. That's beautiful. I love it. I love
the
it.
Rejoiced. Another marketing campaign to add to the KD ratio. A Facebook post went out from SOS Condoms congratulating Batman and stay tuned for more to come. There was no more to come, so to speak. The campaign was promptly stopped. SOS Condoms never opened in Batman. SOS Condoms never opened anywhere ever again. They went silent for months. Everyone moved on. SOS Condoms deleted their account and slipped forever away into obscurity.
As one does,
Is serious business. DiGiorno does frozen pizza, and they have a substantial social media presence.
They do?
Domestic violence is bad.
Yeah,
Bold
I would hope.
statements only on this channel.
I would hope so.
Well, Twitter had a hashtag for National Domestic Violence Awareness Day. People were sharing their harrowing stories with the hashtag Why I Stayed. These were all quite serious and dealt with some delicate and sensitive issues. Then here comes DiGiorno throwing on the accelerator, no fucks given, driving right through the front door. They had pizza. Ooh.
That was a great tweet. I bet everyone is loving it.
Your standards are low if pizza's enough for you, man. And that's coming from someone who really loves pizza. I had pizza today, in fact. Twice. That's how much I love it. But that, low standards. Low standards. Yes?
Precisely 0.1 seconds after they posted it, they must have realized it wasn't the wisest move.
Oh,
and
no.
they apologized, but the media got involved. So they kept apologizing.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. They just...
I promise you never again. I'm so sorry. It was terrible. I couldn't be more sorry. Please accept my deepest apologies.
Relax.
Listen.
Naming your baby is serious business.
Oh, God.
Put it to the internet, this Canadian couple said.
I was gonna say, why didn't they have someone from the marketing department check what the hashtag was before actually using it? That's such a simple thing they should do beforehand.
It's important in print. It's essentially the proportional spacing between fonts. Why does it matter?
Yes.
Well, sometimes two letters close to each other can look like a single letter. Alright, stop. Let me finish up with a little bit of a behind-the-meme style. Alright. Well, sometimes two letters close to each other can look like a single letter. Alright, stop. Let me finish up with a little bit of a behind-the-meme style history lesson. In the early 2010s, brands were only just finding their foothold in social media.
Yes.
They didn't quite understand how to connect with their audience. The tendency was to be a bit overly formal, stuffy, not quite fun. That is until Denny's came along with a game-changing Tumblr.
Denny's on Tumblr.
They started actually having a good time, and it appealed to fellow Zoomers. such as myself. It took a little while, but soon other brands cottoned on to the strategy. Arby's started posting memes. Wendy's dropped a mixtape.
Seriously?
And then went into a WWE-style feud back and forth with Burger King and McDonald's. And Gen Zers, such as myself, lapped it up. Now, that's not to say they all figured it out. Other brands did too, but without committing fully, they failed to get the same appeal. So, into the late 2010s, things were going pretty great.
I can't do this anymore.
It was a little content renaissance.
Chick-fil-A is officially America's favorite fast food restaurant.
Imagine if we opened on Sundays. Had to give everyone a chance to make money.
Your mom is a hoe.
Stakers even broke down the whole phenomenon on Twitter and in articles. And I'd like to turn that into a full video too. But with all these relatable memes floating around,
oh my god,
people are starting to feel a little pandered to. Very relatable. Nice. That's
Yas. Did you hear the yas in the background?
Yep.
I did.
Relatable. Relatable. Okay. Everything's getting so fucking relatable, it's actually kind of annoying.
It is, right?
Guys, we get it. You're relatable. Just stop relating. Stop. Enough.
Wait.
That's it.
Wait. I caught a glimpse of something that wasn't relatable. Hold on.
And so a new meme. The spider crab with laser eyes, Arial font 32 point, white and black bar background, no shadow, no text, silence, comma, brand. And it was a very powerful tool. Take that, brand.
E se navi je koliko metra i po
I love it. Yes.
OMG, I feel that. That is such a
Bosanci što očekuješ.
Sometimes a few brands will crack through it. Silence Twitter. But for the most part, this crab has become the quality control of Twitter. An apex predator shutting down lesser brands.
Very, very American. If it is
That's
American.
Business for today.
I imagine it is, because all those brands are American. Yes.
Here are the patrons. Thank you very much for looking.
Oh my god.
See you at movie night.
Mwah.
I have other videos on the second channel.
No. No.
The chef should have dipped some on his finger and then insisted the host.
What? No, no. Listen, the pandemic's still going on. You can't do that. It's unsanitary. GameCube.
Use the link.
Oh my god, Joytech. Oh, the screen. Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. Now I want it. It looks like a little GameCube laptop. That was beautiful.
I played through Resident Evil 4 Remake using only the bolt thrower, and it sucked. For those that don't know, the main advantage of the bolt thrower is that you can retrieve your bolts from enemies after you kill them. So technically, it has infinite ammo. The trade-off is that you have to painstakingly craft every single bolt and mine you use with it. And if you ever miss a shot and it lands out of bounds, well, it's gone for good. Oh, and also it sucks. That's a pretty big trade-off, I'd say. But regardless, in theory, if it has infinite ammo, that means that you should be able to beat the entire game with it and only it. And so that's what I've done. No guns, no knives, no grenades, not even any melee finishers. Just bolts and mines. And of course, I did it all.
Ko je kineski problem?
Fucking jezik. Mislim, što su krenuli sad da gledaju ovu tehniku, ono, fake.
Lažne procesori, tako to.
Da, procesori, grafičke kartice, sve živo.
Diskovi, memorija.
I ja ne znam stvarno što ljudi prvo ne pročitaju reviewove pa tek onda da kupe nešto iz neke pedalice.
Zato što im je lakše da kupe jeftinije pa da se posle češu.
Znaš, ako ti se učini da je nešto nelogično, mora to prvo proveriš.
Ne može nešto da košta 100% jeftinije nego kod sve ostale konkurencije, nema logike. Mislim, ti se baviš, kako kada, ti si mešetar bilja, tako? Jel' tako?
I zaštitar.
Ne možeš ti da nudiš cene niže nego konkurencije 100%. Možeš davati nekakav popust ovo, ali ne. Sviš kako ljudi ne razmišljaju.
All on professional difficulty for that true survival horror experience. Enjoy. All right. Oh yeah, also we're a furry in-game. These give you infinite ammo for every gun, but it doesn't apply to the bolt thrower because fuck the bolt thrower. So it doesn't matter, okay? We're wearing it for the aesthetic. Where's the park ears? What, you want me to wear them IRL too? I'm doing this for one cutscene shit. Yeah, so they jingle a little bit. Oh god. Okay. No, we're done with them. Okay, go, go, go. Jesus. All right. So I don't have a bolt thrower, which means we can't kill anyone. So let's just say hi to everyone and run around for 5 minutes. You know, there's really no reason to loot anything. I mean, I guess I need money to upgrade the bolt thrower. And then after that, we're just build complete. Now chat, oh god. Wait, I'm not allowed to knife him. Oh shit. So I guess I gotta watch out for that, huh? Yeah, yo, there we go. No, we won't skip the bingo cutscene tonight. Okay, this is far too important. The fucking cat ears, dude.
Where's everybody going? FurCon?
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
Yeah. Now the journey begins for real, chat. Because I think at the first shop you could buy the bolt thrower. Right, so actually we need to be like looking for knives. Because the way you craft bolts is by turning knives into them. I don't have any. You know, here, okay. Just so there's no confusion, chat. Let's just send it all to storage. Knife! There we go. We're halfway to our very first set of bolts, chat. Now, if only we had a bolt thrower. All right. Dude, if I was Luis and I was tied up in a sack and then someone came and busted me out of the sack wearing cat ears, I don't think I'd feel better. Yes, please. Give me that bolt thrower. 10K. Okay, we can easily afford that, right? Yeah. And so check it out. So we can shoot, and then we pick it up. The end. That's all it does. Each bolt does like half a pistol shot's worth of damage though. Pretty insane. Do you have the crafting recipe for bolts? Oh, you do. Oh shit. Wait, we need that. We definitely need that. I won't sell the bonus guns because I want this to be a new game equivalent playthrough, right? So technically I shouldn't have these. Combat knife though. I mean, that's, yeah, get that out of here. All ammo? Dude, I have $42,000. Wait, I'm kind of loaded. Do I even need gunpowder? I don't think I do, right? Yeah, I just need large resource and a knife. Oh, fuck gunpowder. All right, I don't have any large resources. Shit. You know, I don't need these either, right? We just want the big ones. I guess it's upgrading time. I mean, if I only have 3 bolts, then we should probably make them count with power, yeah? Let's do at least one more. Ammo capacity, obviously don't really need to worry about that yet. Rate of fire, though, sure. All right, what an inventory. Take it for a test ride. Right in his ass. Dude, it 2-shot him. And it made it look like he's pooped his pants. Not bad. Wait, chat. Oh, God. You do turn grenades into fucking mines, don't you? Oh, I shouldn't have sold those. Oops. Oh, well. All right. Moving on. Head. Ass. Oh, my God. She's dead. Wait. Give him back. Can't I just pull it out of her ass? God damn it. Okay, well, who needed bolts for this section anyway? Reloading the save is objectively lamer than just dealing with it. Oh god, oh fuck, oh god, oh fuck. Okay, so I've decided to reload the save so that we can get our bolts back. Shit, this is going well. Large resource! Dude, look at all of these. I'm out of resource. Okay, whatever. Oh, what am I? It was instinct. Okay, there. I clearly intentionally got hit that time. We're letting it slide. I mean, technically, I didn't do damage. I just parried, right? Maybe we should allow parries. This might become very frustrating very quick if we don't allow parries. Ow. Oh, God. Okay. So maybe we allow parries. We just can't do the follow-up. Yeah? Go, 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 go. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Whatever. Just go, Leon. Just go. Just rush the crank. Go. Go. Yes. Yeah. We did it. And it only cost us 1 bolt and all our heals. But we sure did do it, chat. There's a resource in here, right? Yes. We're saved. Yo, we got a craft bonus. Let's go. Bro, I need grenades. Why did I sell all those grenades? Oh, there's one. Grenades don't craft mines. Wait, don't they? Small resource and gunpowder. Chat, I sold all that. Oh, fuck. All right. Also, yeah, Leon, that's what you get for using a fucking pistol. You idiot. It's bolt thrower only. All right. Hello. Okay, bye. Hello. Okay, bye. Oh, God. Okay, just go. Just go. Just go. Just go. Just go. Bro, running through enemies is kind of easy, huh? Unless they have a pitchfork. Why did I go furriers but no tail? Because the game doesn't let you wear both at the same time because this game sucks. But at least I get like a ton of extra money by selling every single piece of ammo I get and not needing to buy anything. All right, power.
Try that on for size.
I think we still just need to save and max power ASAP so that we actually have a chance of killing the giant with our limited number of bolts. Okay, now chat, I know what you might be thinking. Harpoons are not bolt thrower only. But if you think about it a little harder, what is a harpoon if not just a really big bolt? It counts. It's fine. And Leon is throwing them. So really, like, we're just making Leon himself the bolt thrower for this section. It's totally kosher. Okay, chat, we're gonna get the achievement where we don't miss a harpoon. Fuck! Pog. That's kind of fat cash, actually. Dude, there's a lot of these $1,000 barrels around. I feel like I should be trying to hit them. But too late, because the bias fight is done. GG. Get bolt thrown, idiot. Okay, let's do all the non-combat in the lake before the combat. Okay, this one, this one, this one. Bro, look at all this stuff. Sheesh. Wait, I can make more. Let's go. Hell yes. Maximum power. Oh, God. Get this ammo capacity up. Dude, 4 to 6 next level. Holy. We gotta get it. Liquidate everything. Not. Okay, good. Attachable mines. Wait, I kind of need that. Oh, yo, there's the attache case. Wait, I kind of need that, too. Okay, hold on, hold on, hold on. I can sell, or I can buy the mask, and then I can put in 3 sapphires in the mask. Yes. Okay. Bam. Bam. So it's gunpowder plus small resource for mines. You can't pick up the mines after they explode, chat. Don't feel like it should be surprising, but just FYI, these are one-time uses. We got the bonus crap. Let's go. All right, give me the case. Put on the case. Bam. Increased drop rate for large resources. Good. Why do I say attache so weird? Attache. Okay, are you happy now? Sell all the grenades. Yeah, you know, we don't need those. Who said that you needed grenades for the explosives? He's out of here. Look at this. Bam. You know, give me the reload speed too. Sure. Oh, yes. All right. We're making moves, chat. We're making moves. Hey, you. Yo, not bad. Oh, fuck. Okay, it's pretty bad. Bam. 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 Gaming. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Leon! I'm so dead. Unless... Oh my God. Yep. Grab that. Grab that. Grab that. Eat that. Stab that. Shoot that. Get that. Run. Pop it. Twist it. Pull it.
To nešto bilo pitanje za mene.
All right. GG. All right. You know what? I think we do need to get in tune with our inner country boy here. Let's do some harpoon fishing. Hiya! 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 Lunker bass, baby. Oh, yes. Have you ever seen such a beautiful inventory? It's perfect. All right.
There you are.
Let's just see what happens. Now, you may be thinking that there's no way we kill El Gigante in 14 bolts. And you would be right, which is why we have 10 mines. Where does this fucker spawn? Like here? I gotta stack them all, right? Okay, we have a save. All right, this is purely experimental. This may or may not work. Okay, let's just shoot like, oh fuck. Fuck it, we'll do it live. Mine his face. Oh, there you go. Surely this is doing something, right? Are you gonna get your worm out, bro? Don't take that out of context, chat. Show worm! Oh, there it is. No, don't worry, chat. This is fine. I miss. Okay, it's a work in progress. We learned a lot. We just gotta dial it in. Oh, okay. Oh, we just need more. Surely there's more knives and large resources around. Pog. Beetle. Another resource. Big Pog. Treasure. We'll get this, I guess. We'll get this. Okay, now we have 10k, so we could buy the first aid spray if we want, but I don't know if I want to. Okay, save it. Dude, the merchant never shuts the fuck up in this version. Okay, well, we have 26 bolts this time and 14 splodies. So that's better. Thank you, Giganti. No! All right, hold on, chef. Who's in favor of a health bar mod so we actually have any idea of how close we're getting? I feel like we need to get a health bar mod. Scarlet, are you a bolt? Yeah, he's a bolt. Throw health bars enabled. Okay, well, hopefully it worked. Show me a health bar. Fuck, maybe I have to hit him first, chat. All right, take this. Oh god. What about this though? I mean, that looks like it won't kill him, but would maybe get kind of close. I mean, the worm damage is higher. Right? Yeah, we just gotta worm him. Show worm.
Gledam nešto drugo na ekranu. Ti, sad s posla ili?
Ma kako ima, dođem ja najkasnije do 2 sata, to baš ako zaglavim.
Fino, fino. I tako. Pičku materinu. Hadi hadi. Baš umreti. Jebate, Bogu je malo experience za ovu kostrela.
Mogu to srediti.
Nisi brzo. Kanš odano pokušaj. I ko je kapiten danas?
Joj.
Ko je danas kapiten Hunt ekipe?
Znači ja 2-3 partije i...
Na počinak?
Malo da prilegnem, a... Sad sam je zakunio, da mi on nije zvao za...
Garanti. Stiže čovjeka umor ili promjena vremena ili nešto. Pretpostavljam. Si gledao onaj klip gdje je Psycho Ghost onoga cepnuo kroz okvir od vrata?
Nisam gledao.
Ja gledao klip.
19 kilova.
Da. Arden periš i našao je neki ugao da gleda unutar sobe. I zbog, znaš kako je grafika u Huntu, ono, napola retardirana. Nije mu renderovalo, nije mu prikazalo njegovom ekranu, nije mu prikazalo okvir. Znaš, onaj okvir oko vrata, koji drži vrata. Nije mu renderovalo to. I on je video, umjesto toga, video je vrata, ali okvir nije video. I onda je pucao između prostora, između okvira onog drvenog, bio je 2 lika, tako. I onda mu je chat rekao, kad je pobio čitav server, onda su mu iz chata rekli da je kao cheater, da su ga prijavili. I on se vrati, popne se na krov i pogleda kroz optiku, ima onaj label s optikom. I pogleda kroz optiku i stvarno se ne vidi okvir. Onaj tanki, to ti je koliko? 20 cm, 30 širine okvir. I tačno nije video, razumeš to, ne prikazuje. Grafički prikazuje vrata, ali ne vidi se okvir. I on je kod zazor između vrata koji se ne vidi, po koje 2 lika, nije ni ugla onog uta, Već su bili na low.
Pa ima Kesiću. Alo, Kjele.
Dragane.
Nije tu, jel?
A, tu je bio malo pre. Oho.
Javi se majku mu jebe mi jebat.
Čujem ga glasno i jasno, mora da se stavi u kompjuter.
Yes.
Još pređu što ima jebe.
Gdje si Kjele?
Šta radiš ti čovječe, si lud ti? Si lud?
Milane, kaži mi da vas skidam most, tako ili ne?
Čega?
Da vas skidam.
Kad rešaš kom, džape?
Već ga rešio, pa čuješ da ima glas drugačije.
Otkud ja znam.
Pa drugačiji moj glas. A čuo se s telefona bio s nama.
Ne, pa ja ga nisam čuo od kad je otišao jebote.
Ako već imaš
Gledaj, sad trenutno imaš 30 stepeni na ovako, 28.
Pa skini pa vidi koliko ćeš onda imati. Ja ti kažem manje.
Znam, ali da li da skidam?
Zbog prašine?
Taman si se džape oladio od kompjutera koliko ga nisi palio.
Kako hoćeš. Probaj da odigraš par mečeva u Huntu i da streamuješ bez stakla ili sad nebitno.
Da se prisučem, bukvalno sam došao. Sad. Opa, šta je bio? Ujebate, otkad nisam... Ima koliko već dugo jebate?
2 nedelje. Jesu oni bili brzi, znaš, ali...
Ma oni su...
Koliko je ti uzeo za ruke?
Mene zajebala kurirska služba, to je City Express, jebate, 15 dana im je stajao paket tamo kod njih u brate magazinu. Najgore. A da, oni su sve rešili, nego džabe kada... Ne, ništa. Ništa, brate, zamisli ti jebate...
A koliko ti uzeo ovaj za montiranje za ruke?
2000, času sam ga još 500 zato što ono čeko je i brate namestio je i ovaj ventil. Da, sve. Kažem ti, to je to brate. Još sam dodao cooler.
A kako si
testirao, dodao cooler.
hlađenje uzeo?
Hlađenje sam ono
Cooler master.
Ono obično sam brate dodao još, znaš. Uzeo sam onaj Aztek A40, onaj Pro, kako već, znaš.
Da.
To sam uzeo i onda sam mu rekao sad već ako već sastavlja kompjuter nek mi doda onu 12-icu još iza, znaš.
A, dve.
A,
da.
Čisto. I onda zato vas pitam da li je potrebno da skidamo ovo staklo ili ne mora.
Jel ti stoji fino kućište ono u sobi, nije negde nabijeno za zid?
Nije.
Onda ne moraš. Ako ti vraća topao vazduh, na primjer, ako si nabije...
Kaki su ovo quest line-o i koja pizda materina.
Opet one zamke su.
Ajde u pičku materinu.
Menjao sam, uzeo sam i ovaj miš isto.
Boli me kurac da ovo prelazi.
Jesi li uzao od...
Šta sam uzao?
Nisi uzao? Dobro, šta ja znam.
Many times.
Manu times.
Update mi Discord 15 nekih djavola, Steam update, sve update. I brate, pisali su mi bre na Steam RIP Dracula.
A, da si umro.
Ja ček pisao. A što se čini?
Jack je...
Ne, oni su mi u 2
Šta da ja beka radim? Ajde, evo me, u partiji sam već.
Su rešili sve, nego
u partiji
City
sam već,
Express,
ajde,
nikad nemojte uzimati ništa preko City Expressa. Oni su katastrofa. Katastrofa su, brati. Znači, služba im je užasna, brati. Oni jebate, nisu kao ovi Bex i ovi što ono, brate, rade uvek. Ovi stoji im paket...
Čuj ovu budalu.
Mesec
Čuj ovu
dana.
budalu.
Ovu vidi oni jabit.
Makiću, koliko ovaj beka u stvari voli ove igrice, šta je to evo?
Ja jebate Kesiću, ja sam dao otkaz i uzeo, brate, bolovanje. Zamisli to, brate. Zamisli to, čega se ja zaslužim.
Slušaj ovoga.
A što se čini?
Čekaj samo da proverim.
Znaš, 176 sa nešto, evo, kad sam bio, to, ne znam šta...
4937 sati imam.
Vidjeli su oni tamo u brate dom zdravlja koliko je, u brate sistemu ima tamo kako su mi brate merili.
Jel pravio ko partiju brate, već pola sata čekam ko debil.
Momentum profil, kaže RIP 2023.
Pravite partiju, ajde tu se.
A bija cool tip, ja? Da li je ona liga šampiona, ne ide. Sunce malo sranje, da se nagradio sada.
Ove priče slušam već godinama jebote. Ovo je...
Ispiranje mozga.
Makiću, godinama slušam iste priče jebote. Hoću li nešto novo čuti ono da kaže, oj jebote ono da, ne može čovjek... Stalno jedno isto, pa bolje ništa onda, bolje ništa.
Čutanje je zlato.
Pa čutanje je zlato,
Ako nemaš šta da kažeš, nemoj ništa
DTD cooldown commands are now active.
Ma nebitno, ne trebaš ni pričat što se toga tiče. Ništa me to ne veže, pravo ti kažem. Jesi čuo Makiću što možeš nelegalno oružje legalno da vratiš bez legitimacije?
Čuo sam, to je fenomenalno.
Mislim kad bih imao vratio bih.
Zato što ćeš najebat kad budu kontrole. Ideš u zatvor odmah.
Ovo je bre sve sad namješteno da se uzme oružje od naroda, jebat će nam migranti majku. Slušaj što ti ja kažem. Ćemo imati...
Što ima? Si ti prešao na God of War? Ne, no? Ovo ga pređeš.
Moj igrati.
Ma ne, mogu ja da...
Ma kako? Što se radiš?
Test.
Dobar početak igre. Jes, ali sad su te navukli da ćeš morat da ideš na lekarske preglede, pizdarije, ne znam šta ćeš sve morat da uradiš ako imaš i legalno oružje da bi mogo da ga posjeduješ.
Dude, this is barely doable. No! Okay, well, it's obviously doable. All right, the run is alive.
Gdje da ubijem Milana, da bim ga uspio, da ga idem uspio.
Consume fish. hold on.
Onog Milana Beladu,
Ne samo to, navešće ljude i legalno što imaju oružje da će da vrate, vrate. Diće ti porez oružja, diće ti ovo ono.
Do I even need to hit his worm or can I kill him? Oh, I might. I'm
I'm
gonna see if I can get mine in here. Oh, it's gunpowder.
Ako ima legalno, nema tu greške, no.
Ja sam gotovo siguran da oni imaju nešto u državi i da gledaju da kupuju.
Let's go, baby! Get bolt thrower! Oh my god, we got all our bolts back. Holy shit. Huge. Chat, if we can beat gigantic,
Ako takve teorije iznosiš, onda budi jasno.
Thank God for the health bar mod, man. This would be just like impossible to figure out without that. I would have no idea if I'm getting close or not. Made it to Ashley.
Ian Zubeć.
Okay, we got 28k, dude. I guess just get this. We're almost at full power. Dude, how is the exclusive bonus for this thing increase ammo capacity by 2? That's not even that good. What about damage, dude? Unbelievable. What? Let's see. Reload speed? Sure. Alright, 37 bolts and 12 mines. Pretty good. Alright, cabin time!
Da napravimo da privatno vlasništvo nepovredivo.
Bolt thrower is cleaning up right now.
Može.
Dude, his axe blocked my bolt?
Kogod ti uđe posjeda, a nisi ga pozvao, možda ga šutiraš.
Actually, that seems like a great time for a mine. I miss. Oh my god, okay. Yeah.
Sada ako se ti mrziš sa
Go ahead, guys, there you go. Enjoy.
Ja ako se s pomoću mrziš ne ideš to jedan.
A kako USOV, pa ne, ubijaju se ljudi svaki dan zbog toga.
I don't even board the windows downstairs yet.
Ne podnosiš jednostavno, znaš da nisi poželjen, ideš kod njih.
Save me, fish! Dude, what is this? Freaking cabin, dude. All right, we just got overwhelmed there. We need to throw more mines down. We need to board up the windows like ASAP. I got stuck upstairs for too long there. Okay, I got you, buddy. Ow, it's mine time.
Tebe strah da te ja ne upucam, on Milan, ne boj se neći.
Dude, holy shit, the mines actually one-shot the Plagas guy? No, not bad. Nice, dude. Looking pretty clean. Let's eat a fish. Okay, up we go. Get out of here. Shit.
Ukinuli su zadrugu. Privremena. Se ne emituje na ping.
Pa i ne treba da se emituje uopšte.
Oh, there he is. He's already here? How many mines is this gonna take?
Samo truje.
Vidim danas svuda gde sam prolazio.
That's not so bad.
Danas vidim pored svake škole policajci.
I missed again! Oh no.
Ne znam, po nas nema.
Die, please! Is he dead? And it's done! Yes! Yes! Dude, that was actually kind of easy. That wasn't even that bad. Bam! Final upgrade. Okay, we just need 60k for the exclusive, and then we're build complete. Off we go. Don't transform. This is gonna be really bad. Ashley!
Oh
god.
Okay,
Ash, let's try that again. Alright, new tactic. Check this out. Ashley, fucking run! Never stop! Okay, well that just went fantastic. Alright, try again. Okay, hold on.
Nemoj tamo, brate, tamo su kod drveta.
Go! Instantaneously got kicked in the face. Come on, it's fine. We can still salvage this, Ash. Don't get grabbed by that guy. Oh. Alright, my bad. My fault. This is fine. She burned to death. Okay, do it again. What? Dude! Can they even come over here? Is this legal? Guys, this is the safe room. You're not allowed to be in here? Wait, I smell a cheese. They're not allowed to fight us in here, chat, but they can chase us into here if they're carrying Ashley.
Gotovo. I meni isto
These
gotovo.
idiots.
Neko je DDoS-ovo server.
You have been disconnected from the server. Trying to reconnect.
Oh my god.
Je 100%
Sad uzmeš, klikneš Alt F4 i uđeš u novi meč.
Ne, piše trying to reconnect. Sad ćemo da vidimo.
Hans Steam Charts.
Makiću, samo piše.
Tako, da vidimo.
26...
Meni nema preskakanje, meni nema skip.
26.814 igrača online pre 25 minuta.
Nisu kan sebe naviknu na toliko posjećenost.
Ja bih rekao da je ovo limit. Oko 30.000 kad dođe počinje lag fest.
Pa jes, istina živa.
Pa nema kreditek
ja
toliko
vidim
para.
igram i radi katastrofa.
Nema kreditek toliko para.
Ne mogu, Ilija, ne mogu 90 frame-ova da prebačim, vjeruješ?
Da, znam. Frame rate je vezan ovdje za latenciju. Ne za
pa to je to.
grafičku karticu, optički internet i tako dalje i tako dalje.
Vidim ja Ilija, pucam na čovjeka ništa. Pucam opet ništa. Pucam treći put ništa. Ja rekao mora da je do mene jebate.
Neće biti. Ire neko dede...
Retrieving mission bug information.
Isto to i meni piše.
Iles, co bi rekao ovaj. Milano.
Vidi šta bio, si ugodio kom?
Yes.
Dobro si ga bejto, moram ti se
zahvaliti.
Bejto si Milana da ne...
Čupo mi jebote, ko da prvi put palim ovo. Hoću nego me miš jebe biti. Ne jebe me miš, nego DPI moram da smanjim. Previše brzo.
Šta bi rekao za...
dobili smo 2 perka, stavite nešto.
2 poena, Makić.
2 poena.
Stavio sam bulvarka.
I ja isto. Ajde, Pope. A nemojte, ljudi, Allah tu alih.
11 giga update.
Makiću, kakvi su bili ovi beli što si peka na žar?
Ekstra.
Eti viš.
Pekao sam ih i sad u subotu.
Meni ne učitava ništa ovamo desno. Piše confirming ready status premade group. Kaže confirming ready state.
Meni ide ovo, piše, on stoji mi Spider menja mi slike.
Meni ništa, brate, ništa. Ma kaki, nešto je zabagalo. Igra ne radi, evo ga sad, match found.
Vidimo ovo.
Si srećan beka što je stiga.
Najsrećniji.
No, kako ne bi se vratila?
Vratit će se rode.
A što se...
Da si slušao mene, mogu si tu gadio, ali nisi to da slušaš.
Da je slušao tebe, mogo je da?
Nije teo Kesić da slušam.
Idemo ovamo naper.
Šta ovo?
Ja sam mu rekao što da radi, on nije teo da sluša.
Evo mogu što.
Teško.
Još su mi se izvinili da nije ovo do brate njih, nego do ove kurirske službe, postaje ekspres. City Express, to jest. Zato što im se preko maja trpalo paketa milioni, u stvari nemaju oni dovoljno radnika, vjerovatno ništa već i...
A što...
Ja tako ko debil. Mogao sam lično da
A
što... mi dozem, brate, na kraju.
Ne uzmeš da voziš paket kod njih.
Bolje da smo na Lamber, ali jebi ga sad.
Zar nemaju 8 sati radno vreme? Kurirska služba, pa ne nosiš one pakete u 10 po ponoći, koliko ja znam.
Ja skurac.
Šta je skurac?
Ko mene su nosili po pone i u 6 i u 7 sati su nosili.
Gdje ćemo? Trebali bi gore ići.
Ti imaš neku ekstra uslugu?
Nije nego jednostavno ljudi kad završe to ime.
Evo sad ću im. Sad ćemo da vidimo.
A čim uđe u igru sve je jasno, odmah ćemo temperaturu čitati.
Da igram sa solo ili sa randomima da probam.
Učite trening. Advanced.
Randomima da opalim. Šestica sam jebote od kad nisam igrao.
Za sve nisi direnkovo automatski.
Ja ne znam zašto, meni laguje server, brat.
Na ono, kraju sam opet igrao do ja. Dok mi nije stigla...
Ti digo konja.
Zvonik. A ima li 100 zvonika?
Ima. Evidentno. Nazavljak skino.
Okoške dignute ovamo iza
Skenirali mi danas.
Da?
Zub ovaj što mi fali. I ovaj... Kako oni preko one njihove paste, kao šta je ono već. Na ovom ekranu skeniraju, sve se vidi. Čitva moja, brate, vilica onako 3D i brate ko da mi je tamo vilica kad ono spojim zube ili sve već.
To sam ja radio onaj snimak.
I?
Ništa skenirali nisu. A čekam tamo da me zovnu da stavim otaj zub.
Teo sam snimam jedan zub, a bio malo da znam, mislim neki 500-600 dinara. Evo ja nim sken cijeloj vilici, svaki slučaj.
40 stepeni, 39.
To je dobro. To je dobro. Ne znam šta bi teo. Nisam siguran.
Mislim da ne otvaram. To! Jeli Milane?
Pa ne otvaram.
Pa ne moraš. Ako ne vidim šta bi dobio.
Ljudi!
Mislim, uzimaš savjet od mene, ja u životu nikad nisam zatvorio kućište.
Gdje ću dolazam tu s lijeve strane.
Tu Makić.
A, boss skip.
Jedan manje. Drugi manje. Healam se.
Vinjo jedna, znam te milo.
Jeba ću ti maju.
A šta se radi?
Kažem, sljedeći put kad ga vidim u boksericama da sedi. Kad ću. Čisto zbog takvih gluposti.
Čekaj, to su ovi što su došli.
Bolje od svih ostalih.
Ovdje je pala iz 2 ekipe ljudi sad. Da li su svi pali, ne znam.
Ja sam koknuo dvojicu.
Kad Moody malandara, kad ja dođem kod njega, to ništa.
Hoćeš ti to?
Ma, opušteno igrat ćemo posljednji meni.
Evo ti. Uzmi.
Možemo i brati
Evo vez, uzet ćemo iz Scofield.
Možda ima još. A to je cool.
Ono će da ga boostaš malo, znaš. Znaš da sam izračunao, nisi bio tu juče, ili jesi? Da od 4 miliona bounty-a ima u kasi $7.500.
Točno, bijem, brate.
To je manje od 1%. Koliko je bilo, ne znam?
Ali gdje nam je ona izvonika, brate?
Idemo prema Seven Sistersu, nećemo ih stići, ljudi.
Nevjerojatni tip.
0,50.
Odmah prema Seven Sisters.
Ne bih to ni zapamtio da nije srao kako on ne uzima prestiž za to što on kao ima gomile para kao. Najsiromašniji čovjek koji igra Counter Showdown. Ima onaj...
A zato da igra.
Ima onaj, da igra.
Sreća pa ne kreću još.
Onaj lik što ima ima 20.000 hunt onih Bloodbonda i ima $100. I ovi ga piti na Redditu, brother in Christ, how can you be so poor? 20.000 Bloodbonda. Jebate, to normalno.
Sjedovati. Koga pucaju ovi, brate, nije mi jasno.
Mene sam interesuje gdje je onaj iz zvonika, brate.
A vjerojatno su izašli posle, jer ubili smo mi više od 3 čovjeka. Ja se jednog ubio, Beka jednog, ti si dvojicu. To je znači već 4 jevi. Oni su na mozi su, mi smo na Seven Sistersu.
Dobro, tu im dole im čuvamo taj voz.
DTD, a new vote has started.
Da, ne mogu još.
Jedan ili dva, moguće i dva ako smo 4 ubili. Može biti da je Solar bio jedan kod nas samo.
Ne na zvoniku, da.
DTD voting is complete and the viewers have chosen celebration.
Neko je preuzeo. Neko je preuzeo. Eno ga na prozor virio sad. Opet viri. Bravo.
Mrtav.
A jebi ga Makić.
Ništa, izvini Kić.
Tačno sam ga imao u pičku matri.
I ja sam bio u ovome.
Ja moguće ovo jebati. Pazi polako.
Joj. Tu je kod onih sena. Bravo Kić.
Ambulans ima jeben gust.
Pa da, 2 tima ovdje bilo to.
Koje vrto? Nema niko voču.
Da se ovdje uradio, jebati, kome se ja ostaje pušku? Ali laguje server definitivno.
Ne radi normalno. Ne. Latencija mi je 49.
Kašnjenje se primećuje, to je definitivno. Odaziv. Nema veze sa frame-ovima, već sa
igrom.
Lagom.
Se pazite, onaj Solar možda je imao onaj...
Nema više nikoga sad.
Onaj Solar možda imao onaj perk za Path Revive.
Necromancer. Se digne.
Keep moving, Ashley. Ashley, you got ensnared? Imagine getting caught in a bear trap. There's a yellow herb coming up. We could just kill this one guy. Oh my god. It's fine. Okay, we do the same cheese as before. Okay, that didn't Let's not do this again. Alright, look, we just need to find the right angle here. There. Nailed it. Alright. Chat, you know what's next, right? Good old Bella twins. Oh boy. I have a feeling we might be able to just stack 1,000,000 mines right where they spawn and kill them. If that works, that would be amazing. We're just gonna decorate this light bulb. Maybe this gas can. I don't want to do too many because they eventually explode. We'll do 3 apiece. Okay, hopefully that's good. Yo, they're dead! Oh my god, it worked! Let's go, that's totally worth it. Ashley, we did it! Oh god, the escape section. I think it'll be fine. We just gotta shoot the one guy and then the barrel, right? Alright, there's the one guy. Okay, Ashley, just run. Ow. Go, 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 go. Ah, what? Oh, no. Dude, that was lame as hell. Alright, Ashley, let's not blow this time.
No, damn.
Yes. Yes. Oh, right, that's what I'm talking about. Good work, Ashley. Alright. A veritable work of art. It has 2.4 power. We have 8 mines for Mendez. That doesn't feel like a whole lot. I'm a little concerned. Maybe there will be small resources in the boxes. Oh, there's a knife. Okay, I mean, a knife helps. Resources. Oh, thank God. Maybe we're all right after all, Chad. More.
Pa da, ja sam ubio jednog
That's an underwhelming amount of damage.
Pa da, ono je bio solid.
Yeah, fuck him up. Alright, there's phase 1. We've still got like 13 explodies left. Okay, that's pretty good. Oh, he drops his phase 1 bolts too? Oh, dude, hell yes. Okay, we're fine. Except I gotta hit him from all the way over there. Oh, fuck. Yo, nice. Can you please come in close? Thank you.
Jer ja kad sam ušao, pre nego što ću ubiti čovjeka, čuo sam da je umro.
Insane headshot. Okay.
Jedan je ubio, znaš čime ga ubio? Sa Winchesterom silencom. Jer se nije čulo.
First drive, baby! Dude, we made it to the castle. Not bad. Oh, we can buy resources now. That's kind of helpful, at least. There is literally nothing else worth buying, yeah? Except for first aid sprays and resources. What do I need a case for, bro? I'm not even close to filling up my case. Yeah, I mean, give me it, I guess. All right, castle enemy number 1. Oh my. Well, that definitely takes a few bolts. It's fine. Nothing we can't handle. Boot knife! We're saved. Check this out, chat. Bam! That made more, I guess. Hooray. All right, this is going to be hell. There's not a chance that we can kill everyone, so we're just gonna have to try and brute force our way in. Run, Ashley, run, 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 run. It's probably worth one. Except Ashley's in the freaking way! Why is she down right there? Yes, go. Okay, we might be able to turn this here. Okay. What the f— are you kidding me? Screw it, I'm going for it! Go, 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 go! No! Fuck! No. It kind of sort of almost worked out. Ashley, how? How do you manage to be this incompetent? Oh my God, the stun lock is— dude! Ashley, don't. You're gonna get exploded. Ashley. Dude, look at this situation.
DTD, a new vote has started.
Oh, God. Why is that a mine? No! Okay, hold on. Hold on. This gave me an idea, though. Remember that one part we cheesed with the doors? I think we can do it again, Chad. We just got to do the downstairs part and then exit. Perfect. It doesn't matter. She'll get taken to me. In fact, what if I open this while she gets taken back? Is it possible? Yo! Okay, we'll open the door for him, and then he'll come out. He's not coming out. Ashley, come here. Ashley, 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 Ashley. We're not allowed to be in this hallway. We're safe. What? Why are they in the hallway? Well, they're definitely not allowed to be in here. Woo! Okay, we are saving that shit. Okay, the water hall is halfway done. Yeah, okay, everyone went home. And now we just rush up to the top. Oh, hey, guys. Fuck. Ow.
DTD voting is complete and the viewers have chosen Feral Big Mama attack.
Shit, she's gonna get exploded. Don't explode, Ashley. Next. Next. No, just go, just go, just go. Okay, Ashley, you're doing so well. Ashley! Fuck! Do I have to kill these ladies? Maybe I should. Thinking it might be a good idea to kill the ladies. Alright, fine. As long as they don't— oh my God. Okay, I think those crossbow ladies are too far away to matter. Okay, alright, 35 bullets. I think this is winnable. Oh God.
Juče kad sam igrao, na ovome su se 3 tima stvorili. Jedni levo, jedni ovdje, jedni desno.
Ali si na farmu.
So awkward.
Da li ti špork?
Da.
Oh, body shot works. Yeah, just go, Ashley.
A mi bili u sredini, brate.
Don't explode, Ashley. I'm counting on you. Oh wait, right, we gotta do
Mi
this.
smo bili ispred compounda, s leve i s desne strane ljudi. Bukvalno sve do 100 metara s jedne i druge strane.
Da. I jedna ekipa je bila sama na bossu i bili su bossi izašli.
To je to, tako je da.
Okay.
Imam dovoljno
We
sati
should
da
maybe
znam
save.
unaprijed šta je bilo.
Promising. Oh, look at this.
Dok
Look at
se
all these
ti
heals.
biješ
Holy,
i
we got
tamo
another knife.
gubiš
I think we
health
can do it. 37
sa
bolts is
ekipom na
enough.
drugom
Ashley,
kraju
don't get
mape,
hit.
ovi samo
Please.
dođe bio boss izađe.
Okay, just don't get hit again. Okay. Pray! Fuck. Oh god, dude, I'm missing so many. This is so awkward.
Golden Acres.
I only have 12 bullets left. Oh, no. Go! Please! You can do it, Ashley! She can't do it. If I could just kill that guy, she might be able to pull it off. Fuck! Nah, she's getting carried away. No, dude, now that one's gonna get her. Fuck. Maybe she just doesn't get exploded this time for some reason.
Buba desno pas.
A kakav periš? Periš nije garantovano.
Thank
Mapa
you.
vodi ka
Fuck.
desnoj strani,
Fuck.
vidiš i sam valjda.
Fuck. Please explode both.
Ja, on bi htio da bude periš, znaš.
Yes, that's huge. Oh my god, I think she can do it. No, stop that person! Craig, Ashley, Craig!
Ovo će nam dovoljno reći.
What the fuck? That'll be a never-ending fucking barrage of them. Yeah,
Lawson.
No! This gun is so fucking bad. Huh? Craig! Craig, for your life, Ashley, go! Yes! Come on! Come on! Go, 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 go! Oh my god! Finally! Oh, sweet relief. Oh, we did it. That's gotta be the hardest part of the run, right? Surely that's the hardest part of the run. Yo, it's time for fishing again. So this is what keeps me going, chat. It's always nice when you just get to relax and shoot some fish point blank with crossbow. Oh, body armor! Huge! Alright, all of our money goes towards body armor from now on. Is it the ears? It's the ears, isn't it? Chat, it's gallery time. You know what that means? It's cheesing time. Check this out. Bolt thrower is actually good reason. Yeah, it's probably good enough. Okay, what the fuck, man? I think we're probably just gonna be reloading here. Let's try that again. Alright, check it, for real this time.
Opet aligator.
Bam!
Da juriš guštere, znaš vam.
The Bone Mason, naš se liči ova baba sunce, tijevam srčani udar u redu da bježu.
To ti inače zabagovano. Imaš na Redditu post, zaboravili su gaće da naprave, znaš. Baba bi trebala da nosi suknju, a kad pogledaš dole nosi gaće. Da?
Me zajebaš.
Pa da. Isto tako, ko ima, a ja imam taj skin, Lerona, znaš, ona ženska, ona Meksikanka što ima širokonu suknju. Pre, njen skin je imao suknju. Lerona. Među prvih 5 skinova, 10.
Znam nego ova bre za brate gaći.
Bak. A to vidiš samo iz prvog lica. Iz trećeg lica izgleda kao da ima, ali ono, znaš, kritik je lame.
Čekaj, ne čujem, brate, stani.
Što se radi?
A ne zajebavaj me, mamu ti jebem! A evo te kako sam ovo isfejlo, jebo matere.
Jebote, 3 metra saspem u njega i nisam ga ubio, on me ubio bomb lanceom. Kako je to moguće, je?
Zato što kad ide s bomb lanceom, digne desnu ruku ispred sebe, ne, levu ruku ispred sebe, desnu preko ramena. I isturi pola oružja napred. I ti pucaš i udaraš ga u ruku svaki metku. Može 2-3 metka da istenkuje tako. I samo te klepi. Sad metar i pa.
Trening sam imao, jebote.
Ne može. Uregi ga gađi drugi put. Nemoj ruku. Ja sam dobio trade jednom. Udario sam ga sekirom bio. Onom za bacanje tomahawka. Ali sam opet umro. To ti neče mele oružje igre.
Sutricu nas isti čovjek ubije.
Zbombac.
Mene iz drugog tima ubio je.
Radio sam tehnički danas bio je. I vrate, bili me brate vratili. Znate zbog čega? Maglanke, zato što su mi maglanke LED sjelice. Imaju onaj log fasi.
Ja ne, po zakonu ne sve.
Znate kakav zakon, prošli put sam brate registrovao, brate. Tehnički sam odradio normalno. To su valjda sad obacije. A?
Prošli put možda niko nije gledao, ali po zakonu ne smije, ja mislim, to dan.
Ovog puta je Vučić.
Ne, izaziva kao da se zaslepi drugi vozač, šta već.
Koga ćeš ti da zaslepiš?
Znam da mi prošli put nije trebalo to, znaš.
A znam, ja znam gluposti smišljaju.
Evo ti sad za vatan oružje. 2 muva, 1 mudac. Prvo, svo oružje mogu da preprodaju na crnom tržištu, drugo, svako ko ne plati, udarit će mu kaznu. Ko ne prijavi. A u svakom mjestu imaš špijune koji znaju tačno koliko ima oružanja.
Pazi što su kod nas uradili, prijavljaju su lovce, neki sela, i svim lovcima su pokupili oružje. U jednom linku pokupili puškove i nosio 10.000 €.
Pa ne znam što je nije rastavio i zakopao.
Pa sve legalno be.
Pa znam ja, sve legalno, samo ti uzmu oružje. Ali sve legalno.
Baby, come to Dubai.
Drakula, ja ću još jednom možeš vas mene koći.
Kad imam dugu C, onda sam napadam posle jer...
Morat ću da ovdje nešto da obratim Mirjeva pa ću posle nastaviti.
Šotku, onda mi treba duga C.
Ti uzmi... Sparks pištolj i shotgun. To ti je duga C. Dovoljno duga.
I taj Sparks pištolj isto nekad zna nikakav damage da ne napravi.
Pa na koliko gađaš daleko? Ima onaj kako zovu, damage drop off.
So, what are you buying today? You looking to earn some dukes? Thanks, son. I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Malo ću se zajedno.
Beš s vrata, ko je stao na vrata ovo?
Ovi drug.
Brate, čovjek stao na sred vrata.
AFK.
Thanks for letting me take care of you. And tell your friends.
Hoćeš u pare?
Na drugog bossa.
Voli da ga vidiš.
Ma, sve jedno je.
Easy, baby. First
sve
try
jedno,
every
ajde
time.
sale.
Bing.
Je trtina je.
I told you to sit.
Tu je boss.
Bing. Thank you, Ashley. Okay, here we go. Can you even do this without meleeing their helmet off? It is? Well, that's good. Dude, this is so awkward. Might need to bust out some mines here. Alright, group up. If we're gonna mine, I want it to at least be efficient.
Da gasim ove lampe da možda da izbacuju.
Not the best. It's certainly not the worst. Ow. What am I stuck on, dude? Oh, the wall. This is not going well at all. Ashley, help! What was that animation? That was pathetic. Alright.
Oh, brate, šta je isto ovih?
God, dude, how many more? Maybe the last two. Please say yes. Okay, last three. Definitely last three. Whew. All right. I mean, we're living. I feel like it's looking a little grim, but our lives over. Oh boy, Chad, it's time for the Ashley section. Why do they have balls, dude? And we're done. Bolt thrower only Ashley section. Let's go. Nah, I'm still gonna use the bolt thrower. All right, bug room and then double Gyarados room. Joy. Can't wait. Maybe the bolt thrower will be good versus the bugs. Until it is done.
A šta se radi, ljudi?
Dobro.
Malo hantuje.
Ne znam što.
Okay, we're safe. Thank God. What even is this part? Oh yeah, I literally said this earlier. It'll be fine. I mean, the bolt thrower doesn't make a noise, so the Gyarados are just kind of vibing. This is almost better than normal. Are these guys infinite until I kill the Gyarados? Surely not, right? I feel like there's probably just a lot of them. Well, I guess we'll find out. Oh, okay, we pissed them off. Oh my God, why do they just keep spawning? Ah! Oh my God, these ladies are the worst. Why did I not save? Dude, I gotta do the bug room again. Do I go back and save? I mean, if I save, I gotta go through the room again. We got it this time. I think the strat is to just attack the Gyarados ASAP. Because, like, at the start, the dudes in the room aren't that bad. But later, like, there's like shield boys and all that. I don't want to deal with it. Hello? Come here, guys. Oh God. Bro, come on! You know, maybe we just do one of these. Sure, it works. I guess. Oh my God, this is impossible. Ow, I'm sorry. I think I'm gonna have to use quite a few explosive lines here. This room is just too fucked up to not. I mean, it's killing them. Okay, there's one. Almost there. Oh! Yo, let's go! Holy shit, we did it. Okay, now let me gather up all my bolts. Okay, merchants. Okay. Confirmed progress. Vertigo time. Now, you know what the best part about Vertigo is, Joe? You don't have to... Wait, but Freezy Gas isn't Bolt Thrower now, is it? Ah, shit, dude. Yeah, that's not gonna work out. So maybe we gotta Freezy Juice him one time. I guess, I mean, we can see how much damage it does. Hello? I missed? Is it just gone? Can I leave now? I mean, if I missed, that means I never technically used it on him, so it's still Bolt Thrower only. Well, there you go. Okay. Run saved. See you later. All right. Not bad. Uh-oh. The Catboy virus is spreading. There we go. Oh, great. Louise is gonna bother me about ammo more. Joy. So lava's not a bolt. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Okay, fine. Wow, handgun ammo. Thanks. Well, I mean, I guess we better get started. It's the only way we can do this. Oh, it's gonna take like 10 at best. Fog. I hit it one time. Oh, that's a good exploder. Oh yeah, dude. You fall over. Huge. Ow. What the hell did you want me to do there, Luis? Bam! Alright, one down. That actually wasn't too bad, especially if I can get all those bolts back. Oh yes. Okay, now for this guy. Go again. What? Bro! What do you want me to do? What? Oh, I'm dead. All right, this time for sure. We can't possibly lose. Okay, one down again. Winnable. Pair body armor. Oh, you know, that's a great idea, actually. Thank you. Nice. Okay, don't one-shot me. For the love of God. Come on, Luis. Ow. Any better down? Yeah. Oh, God. Do you have any idea how hard this is going to be to hit with a bolt? Or we get it first try? Okay, dude. I'm nuts. Wait, do I have to hit his worm? Is that the only vulnerable point? Oh, fuck me. Well, I mean, the explosion has a radius, right? It didn't stick to him. There's no way I'm hitting that thing. It's all you, buddy. Oh, you know what? Okay, at least if they bounce off his armor, they drop. I don't think there's enough bolts in the world to kill him via the mouth. I guess maybe if I stick an explodey to his mouth, it'll do semi-respectable damage. It didn't stick. Did that do anything? Oh, 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 oh. Yes. Fire. Holy shit, damage. Come on. Yes! Oh my god. Thank the Lord. Well, it only took pretty much every single one of our explosion shots. I mean, you know, I guess that's the kind of thing we're saving him for, though, right? I just hope I can get enough by the time I get to Salazar. Oh boy. Carton time. Now, chat, I know what you might be thinking. How do you bolt thrower only the minecart section? Well, you see, in actuality, Luis's handgun here just is a bolt thrower. It just looks a little different, that's all. You know, I'm actually curious. I think it's possible to get through this without actually shooting anyone. No. No, the answer is definitely no. Yeah, wait, what the heck? He has infinite ammo in his handgun, but where are his cat ears? What is his secret? We made it! Whoa! Okay, back to my shitty bolt thrower. Luis, you coming? It's like he knows he's about to die. Hey, bud. Wait, a little knife. I sold it. Sir? Okay, this is a handheld bolt. Okay, don't worry about it. Shit. Do it again. Buy a knife? I mean, nah. It's fine. Well, it's part of the challenge or something. Shit. Why isn't there another knife? Luis, give me a knife. Oh, there it is. Okay, I just had to get off screen so it can magically reappear. Well, that just seems a little unfair. Oh, you can knife him in the ass. Okay, when he's in the melee stun, you can knife him in the ass and he doesn't counter. This is huge. Come on, dude. Oh, I'm dead. See ya. We're doing good. We're doing good. Doing less good. Krauser, throw me one. Okay, you missed. I'm unarmed, Krauser. Would you really want to kill an unarmed man? Yeah. Big damage. Yo! There it is. Not bad. Okay, bye. All right, well, here we go. Let's hope we have enough ammo by the time we get to the boss. I feel like Leon needs, like, some bolt-related one-liners to throw out there. This run. Hang on, Ashley. I'm bolting my way over there. I feel like I honestly have to conserve, like, all of my ammo at this point. I'm just gonna pacifist the clock tower until it works. Surely it'll eventually work, right? It's not that long, this section. No, no, let me go, let me go, let me go, let me go, let me go. Holy shit, we I-framed the ball. That worked out perfectly. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, we can't pacifist this. We gotta kill anyone that lands on here. Shit. He's gonna jump. Ah, you bastard. Okay, well, at least we get our bolts back if we kill him on here. Oh, shit, dude. I might need to explode. Dude, that stun is so bad. Do not transform. It's not great. Okay. That's gonna explode me. No, it didn't. Okay. Woo! Give me an herb, please, please, please. Fuck, I'm screwed. It's over. Oh my god, herb! No! Well, I was gonna just roll with it, but the game said no cheating. It fell through the ground! I didn't even know that could happen. Oh, okay. We're fine. It's fine. We still got a lot of health. Doing okay. Oh, not the shield. Not the shield, dude. I'm using one. What? No, you're dead. Yeah. Come on, we're almost there. Oh, we're done. Oh, 38 molds and 14 mines for Salazar. Yeah, that's not gonna cut it, I don't think. Here we go.
Cement mi on se kaže.
Maybe the explodey ones.
Ti koji nas sve spremeš.
Okay.
Grijame li nazi jebote.
Okay, 18? That might be enough. That did pretty good damage. Oh my god, and it stunned him right away, really? I think it's actually winnable.
Znaš šta ti je ciment? Začne.
This thing stuns
Cimet.
Amazing might be a strong word, but this is actually doable.
Baš ću ti mirisat beton.
Please?